The story begins with a stern and thoughtful look of a fair-haired young man, dressed in armor, next to whom stands a massive mug of beer. Suddenly, he turns to his interlocutor with a question about the legendary blacksmith, and his hand, driven by emotions, itself reaches out to the interlocutor. Opposite stood a strong, muscular man with a shaved head and graceful tattoos on his body. Next to him stood a mug of foamy drink. His eyebrows rose in surprise when he heard the question. He folded his arms on his chest, turning to the young man with a repeated question about who this legendary blacksmith was. Further, the blonde youth, maintaining a serious and convincing expression on his face, tells about a blacksmith who creates truly legendary and unique objects. In his imagination, images of unique swords, shields, and other weapons arise. And the greed of this master, according to him, has no limits. The interlocutor, with slight irony, asks the young man whether he has ever met at least one non-greedy blacksmith. In response, the young man, slightly irritated, taking his mug of beer, notes that without excellent materials it is impossible to create a good item. And without high-ranking comrades it is difficult to get these materials, however. As far as he knows, the blacksmith does not have such patrons. He continues to ponder the fact that despite its known location, the Eaters Guild was disbanded, while on the other side, surprise slips through, expressed in an unflattering form. What the hell? The thoughts about the mysterious blacksmith continue, and the interlocutor asks the young man with lively interest whether this blacksmith is able to provide himself with everything he needs, to which the young man answers quite ambiguously, "Who knows?" The picture changes, and we see many menacing and frightening creatures. Some of them have horns, others have many eyes like spiders, and the skin of others resembles stone. From their appearance, we can definitely say that these monsters do not have good intentions. In front walks one of these powerful creatures, resembling a dragon with horns, thick fur, and huge glowing red eyes. A powerful column of air pierced the dark sky. The frightened leaves of the trees rustled, creating a whirlwind. Somewhere in the distance, the voice of the interlocutor still sounds, wondering about the existence of the mysterious blacksmith and trying to understand how this is possible. Under the influence of the impulse, the air rushed again, filled with the sounds of fluttering clothes. These are people. They jump straight into the thick of these monsters. Their clothes cannot be called armor. They only hide the mantles, nothing more. The monsters bare their sharp teeth, preparing to tear apart the approaching threat and anticipating the taste of their small bodies. A group of warriors, hanging in the air right in front of the evil jaws of the monsters, were in light clothes and with the most ordinary at first glance weapons. But suddenly, one of them with a quick movement of his hands calls forth a column of fire, incinerating a strong monster, while the rest prepared their weapons for battle. The monsters feel the horror in every fiber of their ugly bodies. It is clear from their appearance that they were not prepared for such resistance, and now they are being destroyed by the weapons of this group. Somewhere, an alarmed and slightly disappointed young man, abruptly breaking away from his comrades, remembering them with unflattering expressions, hastily tries to catch up with them, since they unceremoniously left without him. The man jumped very high, and the bright light of the moon, peeking out from behind the trees, washed his beautiful figure. He looks down appraisingly, his gaze showing superiority and seriousness. The guy jumps right into the thick of the ugly monsters. There is no fear in him. He just arrogantly says that he sees a lot of material in them. A pillar of blue sword light spreads across the entire field. Like lightning, the sword flies through the air and blinds everything around with a strong flash. This sword cuts through everything that gets in its way. Landing impressively on the ground and lifting many heavy rocks into the air around him, the guy confidently declares that he is the best swordsman. No, the guy changed his mind. He is not the best swordsman. At this time, red rays of destructive power burst from his hands. These rays cut through space, sweeping away all creatures in their path. And the guy says that, in fact, he is the best magician. A sharp push in the side takes the guy by surprise, and he has to come out of his own fantasies. The man is not at all impressed by his story, chuckles slightly and questions his words, until the guy almost screams from the unexpected attack. The guy moves on, completely ignoring his interlocutor's doubts, clearly knowing that he is right about something. He walks between the majestically standing swords, choosing which one to take. Finally, choosing a manly heavy sword, he introduces himself to us as a blacksmith with an unusual story, who was simply lucky. The huge monsters surrounded the young man, but he was not afraid, and only asked ironically, "Have you decided to attack me yourself?" He swung his sword with determination, causing a slight glow to appear. The guy said with a solemn grin that he would just test the effectiveness of this sword. A blinding flash strikes the monsters, their flame-distorted faces dissolving in a bright glow, reflecting primal fear. A sharp explosion hits everything, monsters burn, and the ground around them flies apart from its force. Kokoro Island, level 4 of the dungeon, located in a huge volcano crater. 16 in the united ranks of the Sharp Sword, says a man still unknown to us. The guards behind him warn him 5 minutes before the start. He still continues to talk about the 8 top players and 200 elites who are going to fight for him. The light of the fire answered his face, and he understands that even with such a force that can easily capture a small fortress, he is still afraid. The army stands in front of the fire that has flared up in a small depression. The man knows that this is the one that appears once every 2 weeks, Hellish Gao. The Wanderer warns about 4 minutes before the start. The man is focused, the army has really become stronger, but the army began to shout, "Trespasser! Trespasser!" The man was in great confusion, looking around for the problem that had appeared. In the depths of the cave stood a man hidden by a cloak. The entire army turned around, looking at him. Just a figure in a cloak, nothing more, and seemingly no protection or danger. The man is very confused, he is clearly angry about this situation. He does not know who this is at all. The entire army, already expecting the appearance of another guest, looks at the figure that has appeared. The face lights up, and we see a boy we already know, a magician, while the man doesn't even know who this weakling is. He is alone, facing a whole army, heavily armed, waiting for battle. The man looks at this fearless young man. He does not see any sword or armor. He is very surprised by this. The young man never changed his position. The man does not understand how he was able to get through the defensive system. Is he a well-trained killer, he thinks, imagining what to do now? The man convinces himself that this is not a murderer. People like that don't give themselves away so easily. Then a sign grid appears in the air. 2 signs popped up again. Searching for grid user. User not found. The man is surprised to realize that it is not a player. After exchanging glances with the army, who were no less surprised, he came to absolutely no conclusions. The man decided to remember in the dialogue, said that this is the territory of the Silver Knights Guild. He thought to himself that the guards at the entrance had completely relaxed since they let him in. He continued to tell the young man that there would be a battle here, and if he wanted to stay alive, then he should leave. The young man quietly wondered why his invisible self had disappeared. Perhaps it was because Helgao had noticed him. He takes off his long coat in one movement, because he clearly doesn't need it anymore. The entire army stared at the guy in shock, not believing what they saw. The man was also still looking at the guy in shock, while right behind him, the fire raged, rising. The young man found himself dressed in elite armor that elegantly hugged his body. It looked like dragon scales, with spikes running right down the spine. He had a long, spiked tail, and his armor reflected the red light coming from the crystals in his armor. The army was in shock. Everyone was whispering and didn't understand what kind of armor it was. What was wrong with this man? Irritation appeared on the man's face. He started yelling at the entire army to stop staring and get this man out of here. Suddenly, anger turned to horror on their faces, and fire flared up behind them. Turning around, they realized that he was already here. The fire turns into a shape, highlighting the huge figure of a terrible monster. From the raging flames emerged a figure of a weapon, more like an ancient Viking halberd. Then a huge head with long, curved horns began to appear. The face resembled a skull. It did not look like an ordinary person at all. All the guards, including the man, the commander-in-chief, completely unexpectedly, were very frightened by his appearance. Gao was 30 times larger than humans, a huge demon with a strong body and terrifying fire under his control. Master of Hellfire, Helgao, has arrived, was heard by everyone there. Helgao's roar sowed fear and chaos, and the fire reduced heat resistance by 50%. Everyone looked at him in horror, frantically thinking what to do, not even being able to say it out loud. Helgao used pillars of flame, making a warning movement with his weapon, sprinkling everything with fire. The army began to be blown away and burned, but they stood, thanks to their fire-resistant armor. However, this did not help, and more than 50 people screamed from surprise and the fire falling on them. Some were blown off their feet, while others simply froze in horror. Doom was reflected in everyone's eyes. Turning around, the commander-in-chief saw that half of the guild had been killed by flames alone. He began to worry because despite the fact that his heat resistance had increased to 86%, he could still only leave here with serious injuries. Despair showed on his face. He realized that he had all lost to this hellish Gao again. The young magician, with a completely casual expression, heads towards his goal. In full high-class uniform, he stands in front of a huge wall. The commander-in-chief looks at him in complete bewilderment as this flame wiped out half of his army. But this boy didn't care. The elegant armor looked great on this boy's body, showing its highest level. With an ordinary look, the guy raises his hand, creating a small ball of glow. The man was surprised by this action from the guy. An ordinary pickaxe appeared from the glowing ball, and the boy was clearly confident in his actions. The man looked at the magician in despair, completely perplexed. Why would the boy need a pickaxe in such a situation? Is this guy kidding me? The man thinks. He clearly expected a different plot of events. While the magician was diligently breaking the stone wall, the gaze of Helgao fell on him, which clearly did not bode well. The boy felt very hot. He seemed not to notice what was happening and only got angry that it was getting harder and harder each time. The guy continues his work because the necessary ore that he mines appears only when the main boss arrives, but Gao is already going to give this smart guy a good slap with flames. The flames are already flying towards the back of the young man, who still doesn't pay attention. The fire spread throughout the entire cave, even hitting the commander-in-chief, who had been monitoring the situation until now. The flames hit the young man directly, the man noticed, looking in fear at what had happened to the boy. After all, no one could resist the power of the fire that the hellish Gao directed at him. But when the smoke from the flame cleared, the boy stood calmly, completely unharmed, just as casually in his place. The magician turns around abruptly and asks the commander-in-chief to do something about this boss because he was too hot, which causes complete shock in the man. The man realizes that the problem is clearly not Gao, so he asks the boy how he even survived, to which he turns around in bewilderment, clearly not understanding why he had to suddenly die. Hellish Gao, seeing that his victim was still standing, he looked at him with his empty, burning flame gaze, knowing without a second thought what he was going to do again. Gao takes a swing and sprinkles the boy with flame again, while the boy, in his turn, with a light voice, answers the man that there is absolutely nothing complicated about it. The flames once again engulf the boy's body, enveloping every inch of his armor, but doing nothing to change the expression on his grin. Gao peers into the flames, hoping that the boy has already burned, because no one has ever fought him off so steadfastly. The commander-in-chief, peering through the fire and ashes, sees an untouched figure, which leaves him in complete shock. The boy, having withstood such a blow from the hellish Gao, smiles calmly. As if he expected such a blow, he was sure that he would easily cope with it. The flame was still burning next to him. He was in perfect condition. Turning with a grin towards the commander-in-chief, he says that, simply put, this is the effect of the item. Loud running footsteps echo dully and bounce off the stone walls. The sounds of pursuit grow louder and louder. A stream of blue light hits his face. The boy turns around and sees two well-armed swordsmen flying after him. Bitter thoughts overwhelmed him. He devoted several months to this. He indulged them as best he could. He continues to run, trying to avoid pursuit. He's angry. He doesn't understand what this is. What the hell, they're following him at all. One of the swordsmen swung his sword with a loud whistle and wounded the boy in the back. He screamed from the sharp and unexpected pain. The scream was very loud. Doomed thoughts began to roll in more and more. He will die here. He turns around to see the whole situation. A tall, long-haired old man appeared out of nowhere and said that the guy was a fool. He had abused their trust. He had not been able to control his greed and desire for profit. The guy recognized the old man. He called him Asher. He was a tall, middle-aged man. He was dressed in beautiful clothes, and the old man looked at the guy. Ashura's expression was filled with great disappointment. His voice was rough. Looking at the boy with his cold gaze, he said that he did not have much hope that Grid, as he called him, would cope with the mission. Grid bit his lip. He was no less disappointed with the situation. He was in despair and hatred of what was happening. He replied that he had fought for months in vain. He deserved a reward. The boy sat on his knees, holding his sword tightly in his hand, clearly making it clear that he would not give up without a fight. Asher replied that, of course, he would not leave him without a reward. Asher frowned, his expression even more severe than before. His cold, rough voice said that to the one who so carelessly trampled on his good attitude towards him, a silent pause appeared in the air. One of the swordsmen appeared behind the guy. He swung. His eyes, under the black, sharp mask of a bird, burned with a red fire. Death, Asher finished. A cold, doomed shiver ran through the guy's body. Grid turns around, the last thoughts flashing through his head that everything will end like this. He risked his life for several months for nothing for this. Horror is reflected on his face. His eyes are wide open and his teeth are clenched. Cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. He can't die like this. The last thought flashed through his head. Damn it. Best VR game worldwide, Satisfy. Over 2 billion unique players worldwide. When playing it, people sit in chairs with huge helmets built right into the chairs, allowing them to fully immerse their creation in the game. This is an entire gaming universe, filled with satellites, planets, and everything that an ordinary person could wish for. This fantasy world is so wide in its diverse content that it is even called another world. In this world, the number of unexplored lands exceeds the number of explored ones, deserts, seas, other universes. Everything was in this game. The northern cave of the end was one of these unexplored places, the deepest place in the entire cave. A location full of all kinds of equipment and items, located in complete peace. An hour before this, the already familiar to us Grid, a level 73 warrior, was incredibly happy and, like a small child, cried out, "I found her!" An S-rank quest item of Count Asher. It was a strange book. On its cover was a picture of a cup with flames and lightning around it, a book of a legendary blacksmith. The boy immediately grabbed the find, complaining along the way that the search for it took too much time. Anyone else would have given up by now. Grid continued his angry monologue, worried about the money he spent on elixirs and equipment alone, because he couldn't stop even halfway through this quest. The image of Asher, whom we knew, popped into the boy's head. He thought that if he didn't receive a worthy reward, he would definitely never get involved with him again. The guy holds out the book and a sign appears in space, with the inscription that the object is unknown. And for identification, the Eye of Palalian is required. The guy is clearly stunned by this plot. He remembers what the Eye of Palalian is, and his memories clearly bring him into a certain horror. It was a very expensive item. 500,000 won. It looked like a ball, with handles like a scroll. And in the ball there was a red eye, the icon was narrow, and the eye looked straight into the soul. The guy sat down in despair, covering his head with his hands. He was worried that the item had become so expensive. How much more money should he spend? He had already taken several credits for this game. His face suddenly takes on the look of someone who has just had the most brilliant idea of his life, and he literally screams that he can always get more. Next month, of course. The glow from the book illuminated his face. A sign appeared on top saying, "Indicator in use," and a wind appeared out of nowhere. The guy was surprised. The book began to heat up with electric discharges. Grid's hair began to rise from the tension. The dust around him began to fly away, and lightning began to strike from the book. The tablet flashed again with the inscription, "Book of Pagma." Tablets appeared one after another. In the book are the secrets of Pagma, the great blacksmith, surpassing human boundaries. When used, you become Pagma's receiver. Grid began to be completely enveloped in lightning. His rating became legendary, and his continental reputation increased by 500. He stared blankly at the book, realizing what had just happened. A sudden flash of insight, and the guy is already screaming with delight, trying to close his mouth. "A legendary item," he shouted. Who would have thought that he would get a legendary and natural item to use? With it, he can get one of the strongest classes available. Well, no, he's here to get an S rank, and it would be very unwise to abandon the quest. Grid sighs in disappointment. But he gets excited again because it's a legendary item. It can be sold, and he can easily get hundreds of millions of won. With student debt and gaming fees, he was forced to do hard labor, his mind conjuring up images of the construction site he worked on, gaming being the only thing he was good at. But since he had dedicated himself to the game, even his friends had turned away from him, and he would immediately remember all their angry and disappointed faces, and his family began to treat him like a void. He remembered the face of his mother, father, and they were all unhappy. But now, having this object, he can finally pay off all his debts. He turns to his homeland, as if they hear him, that now he has finally struck gold. He hugs the book tightly. He raises the book up and shouts, "Sell it quickly! Exit!" But suddenly a sign pops up for him. "You cannot leave the game at the moment." Grid was shocked. The sign again informs that the quest, Count Asher's Secret Request, has been changed to Count Asher's Wrath. 100-strong army led by Asher immediately appeared, engulfed in a purple glow. Asher loudly reproaches the guy that he, a lousy bastard, came here blinded by greed. The sign appears and says that now Count Asher will try to kill the guy. Having learned his selfish intentions, the guy was very surprised. Asher screams again, his voice like loud thunderclaps. He knows that the boy has decided to betray them despite the agreement. Grid yells back, pretending to be innocent, that this is nonsense. Asher, in his opinion, doesn't even know how difficult it was to get into the cave while saving face. Asher clearly didn't do it. Asher frowned, fixing his blue gaze on the guy, ordering him to take him. and continued the dialogue with him, saying that he could come up with as many excuses as he wanted. We return to what we've already seen, the swordsman behind him. Horror on his face and thoughts about how many months he suffered for this. Teeth are clenched. The brain is frantically coming up with an escape plan, and thoughts are filled with one thing. I can't just die like that. The swordsman lowers his sword with a sweeping motion, but it only hits the ground. The guy dodges. His gaze shows anger and determination. He promises himself that no matter what, he will replay this quest. He is a level 73 player. After all, he definitely has skills. The swordsman flies at the guy again, but he calmly reflects it with a shield of blue energy that appeared out of nowhere. The guy was surprised that he had a guardian shield. But this did not stop the swordsman. He reflected the shield with energy and went to finish his job. Grid was clearly shocked that the shield had no effect. He had clearly expected a different outcome. With one blow, the swordsman sends the boy flying a few meters away from him. Even though the boy tried to block the blow, he still lost half his HP. Grid, aware of Asher's level 300, but unaware of his retinue's equally high level, realized that he had started the battle in vain at this quest, feeling hundreds of blades aimed at him. The guy realized that he was doomed. He knew that this would happen, and he understood that his luck was definitely not enough. He noticed a book in his bag. He started to worry. What if he died now? What would happen to the book? Would it just disappear? He can't replay this quest. And he can't win. He won't even get gold for this item if it just disappears from the inventory. There's only one thing left he can do. He drops his weapon and reaches straight for the book. Just one thing. Asher perked up, having shrewdly grasped the young man's intention. He shouts to his guards to stop the guy because he is trying to open the book. Grid resolutely does what he started. Again, feeling the shock from the book, he screams that it is too late. Asher clearly should have been more attentive. A flash of light struck the boy's body, and the sign with the inscription, "The change is about to begin," appeared again. The young man's naked body rose slightly upwards. All skills and stats were reset. Let's see, maybe I'll be able to replay this quest after receiving the legendary class, he thought. Many skills and characteristics began to open up one after another. Now the guy is not just a warrior, he has become the successor of Pagma. The young man wondered if he was part of the working class now, even here. However, he still felt strong enough. Perhaps these changes were due to class effects. Asher was overcome with despair as he watched the boy gain strength while Grid enjoyed his suffering. The young man was already making plans for the future, thinking about how he would defeat the swordsman, enjoy the power, and complete the quest. A message appears in the air saying, "Change is complete," causing Grid to grin and say, "Done," confidently. Now a legend. The young man began to threaten with incredible confidence, not noticing that he was wearing shorts and that his level was only 1. Taking up the sword, he felt ready for battle, although perhaps only he himself thought so. And, as it was easy to guess, death awaits him. The sophisticated country house is located on a separate plot, surrounded by neatly planted fir trees. The windows glow with bright light. A beautiful female voice on the other end of the line dictates that according to the task force's report, the class change occurred 5 minutes ago. A mature man announces his imminent arrival, and a telephone voice replies that he will begin preparing a briefing immediately. The man looks like a typical office worker, mentally thinking about the words that the woman just said. The man grins, interested in the words and realizing that this is going to be a lot of fun. Grid lies there, drained of strength, hoarse from exhaustion, his voice asking Asher if he would really kill for researching the subject. Why the hell did he even chase after him? The guy lies surrounded by a blue glow. His level has dropped to -1. Asher watches what is happening, and the guy continues to mutter that the item is rightfully his. His body blurs into space, the blue light absorbs him. Grid gives his final instructions for everyone to eat well and live in peace. So, we see a typical multi-story city building, in which, apparently, our main character lives. In a small, cluttered room, there is that same gaming chair, its roof rises, and the boy who was dying earlier was sitting right there. He looked exhausted, sighing as he went along. The dark circles under his eyes indicated that this was clearly not his first day playing like this, and he said sarcastically in short words that it was undoubtedly very exciting. He was again immersed in thoughts about the money he could earn, completely oblivious to the heavy figure of his mother, looking at him as if he were prey. In a hissing voice, she asked if he had seen what time it was, adding through her teeth, "Son." An office building with 1,000 windows resembling a skyscraper stands in the middle of the town. This is the operational headquarters of Satisfy SA Group. An expensive car pulls up to the headquarters and is met by a petite, cute girl. She greets her boss. This girl is the head of the Satisfy Task Force, Choi Nahi. When the car door opened, the same man came out. He asked Choi Nahi about what he had heard from her on the phone earlier. He could not even imagine that something like this could happen, and he was overcome with curiosity. This man is the lead developer of the Satisfy group, Im Cholho. He, immediately getting down to business, decided to clarify whether they had prepared a field report. The girl started to tell us about an ordinary unemployed guy we knew, his ID, grid, and he was level 73, now -1. His real name is Shin Yeonwoo. With the help of Asura's secret request, he received the Book of Pagma. Im Cholho sat at the table. In front of him was a holographic screen. Behind him stood a girl who continued to tell the story of a young man who lived for more than a year in one city and spent 3 months exploring endless lands with level 200 monsters, dying many times. Although the main developer once told them to investigate the legendary class, all the research teams came to the conclusion that it was a coincidence based on the recklessness of the teenagers' play. As Choi Nahi kindly reported, the man was less hostile to this. In his opinion, such actions cannot be called a coincidence. It is the persistence that the young man showed. A photo of that same grid appeared on the screen. The girl, looking at him, wonders if this could have happened by accident. As the leader of the team, she is very disappointed. The man pulled the girl up. He reproached her for choosing the wrong words. In his opinion, this could not have happened by accident. Nahi looked at the developer in surprise. The developer began his explanation that, according to the calculations of the supercomputer Morpheus, the northern cave of the end and Pagma's receiver should be opened only in 2 years. But this guy not only found the northern end cave, he did the accompanying quest and found the item. He approached the woman. Does she really think it was an accident? The man pointed his finger at the photo of the young man. He was confused by another thing. The guy had a negative level. The developer continued the story that initially this quest was supposed to open only at level 350 or higher, but Grid bypassed it and used the item very quickly, and since he underwent immediate class changes, the standard legend penalty was applied. Instantly reset the level to the first. Since he failed 2 parallel quests at once, he lost 2 levels. Usually players below 10th do not lose levels like that, but Grid's level was set at -1. Naha's gaze widened in surprise. She began to understand what the developer was getting at. This meant, "Now do you understand?" the man says, explaining that the average player gets 10 points to a stat per level, and when Grid is at -level 1, he will need 2 more levels to reach his first starting level, meaning he will receive 20 additional points to his stat, which is 20 points more than any other player. The man gestures to the greatness of his idea. He denies that it is an accident, that it is a special situation, that it is a skill. The cute red-haired girl continues to look surprised, but her eyes show intense mental activity. She understands that the game is out of balance and they absolutely have to fix it, which she reports. But the developer interrupts her, saying that there is no point in going that far. The man stood up and pointed out to the woman what she had said. There is no point in worrying about such ineffective players. Besides, Pagma's successor is a weak class in combat. The developer frowned. A heavy thought came to him as if he remembered something. The girl, noticing this, immediately asked what had happened, but the man refused and only said that he would leave for the day. In the military power management building, the same thing can be heard several times. Mr. Shin Yeonwoo. A heavy hand falls on the boy's shoulder. As if waking him from sleep, this man is addressing him specifically. It was the old man who pointed out that this was not the first time the boy had been called. He should collect the money for the morning's work, while the irritated man in uniform at the table, as if hinting, suggested that everyone hurry up and go home. Yeonwoo jumps up, apologizing profusely and does what he was asked to do. The old man and the grandpa step aside, discussing the guy's terrible appearance and the fact that he stinks. They are clearly embarrassed by the fact that he is a gambling addict. He hears their voices through which mockery and vain judgments penetrate. They say that fate should lead a man to success but not him, and even regret that such a young soul was destined to become a failure. He sits thoughtfully, surrounded by stone buildings, his head hanging down in exhaustion. He looks at the crumpled green bills. It's enough for another round of the game, but it doesn't bring the same excitement as before. Realizing that the only thing he can think about is the game, a wave of disgust and guilt overwhelms him. But only because he couldn't get that treasured book for several hundred million won, because it could have changed his life. He spent an incredible amount of time in this city, but for what? To end up at -level 1? Cars rush past the guy one after another, but in this rush there is one treasured one, which we met earlier. An elite class machine from the developer Satisfy. Im Cholho was riding in serious thought. His attentiveness had clearly left him. His whole head was filled with only that special player. Despite the driver's distraction, the car fits into every turn quite successfully and stays level on the road. Smiling smugly, Cholho talks about the player's advantage, which is that no one considers him special, but the guy will have to prove the opposite himself. Meanwhile, Yanwoo was completely desperate, covering his head with his hands from endless bad thoughts. He can't be that bad. He needs to try himself in at least something else. Unable to bear these thoughts, the boy cried out, "Is there really nothing I'm good at?" He clenched his fists hard, hitting his knees hard, his voice filled with deep despair. The anger subsided. He unclenched his fists, where the already killed banknotes became even more rebellious than they were. With a heaviness in his soul, he exhaled. As if grasping at his only hope, the boy grinned, clearly ordering himself to play again. At that time, the developer noted to himself that the guy clearly had no sense of proportion, and that was his main advantage. We return again to Yanwoo's tall multi-story building. As usual for himself, the young man sits in his gaming chair, trying to justify his thoughtlessness with interest, because he has never played for the legendary class, and this is definitely his last game. As long as the capsule, as they call their gaming chair, remains in order, everything should go well, as if he had broken a friend's, as a sign of hope for her. Determination is the word that can describe him now. He is obliged to win back his money at any cost. A huge ball with 1,000 universes began to shine, from which many lands, still unknown to many players, flew out. A typical game loading screen appeared and a blue sign connecting to Satisfy came out with the usual sound. The sky is gray and rainy, just a little bit more, and it will definitely start raining. A dry old tree at the end of its life tries to stretch its tops towards him, hoping that heaven will allow it to live a little longer. A blue glow engulfed the gap in space. The portal began to increase in size, right in the circle of those very trees. The glow began to round out and take on shapes, and after a few moments the young man was standing on dry ground. Judging by the way the young man was turning his head from side to side, this place was completely unfamiliar to him. He thought that he had been driven out of the city. It's still Patreon, but the guy has never been here before. He just doesn't understand why they can't give him a break, why they banish him for a minor betrayal. With only a pair of shorts on him, the boy looked around and searched for anything he might need, especially a sign to at least know where he was. But then his gaze caught something that surprised the guy. Notes of hope crept into his mind. Something more like a termite mound stood in front of him. Among the monotonous desert and dry trees, it stood out the most. A brutal man, with his palms outstretched, surrounded by purple light, spoke roughly and in some unknown language. The radiance was pouring straight into the girl's young body. A crucifix on a stone cross, around which stood 4 men in long robes. She looked so doomed and exhausted. The stone statue behind burst into flames, the flames spreading right along with the rhythm of the spell. The statue resembled an animal, perhaps a dog, or maybe a dragon. Words of surprise spread across the clay walls. Our curious hero, of course, came in here, and what he saw clearly did not fit into his usual picture of this world. Another achievement that appeared above the player informed that in these parts this place is usually called Yatana Temple. Temples are only for players above level 150. It was clearly very dangerous for our hero with -1 level to be there. He understood this, so fear did not take long to appear. To make sure of his worthlessness, the guy decided to look at his characteristics, and of course, they were not at all comforting. His level was -1. Class, successor of Pagma. Title, the one who became a legend. Health and mana were full. Intelligence, agility, self-control, tenacity, nobility, insight were at the lowest rating. 1. Attribute points. 0. Weight, 3 and a bit out of 20. The card warned that the weight had been exceeded by 200%, so now the speed was reduced by 100%. And now Yanwoo was limited in using skills, so the risk of entering a weakened state had greatly increased. Seeing his weak characteristics, he realized that now he is no stronger than a small beetle. Apparently this is not a bug in the system. He is really at -1 level. However, there were also advantages. It was now much easier to get reputation points and make an impression. And as for items, he could now further improve them and use them. An action plan immediately appeared in the guy's head. He could already feel how green papers appeared in his hands because now, with such characteristics, it became easier for him to earn money. Iron armor immediately appeared on the guy's body as soon as he said one word. Equip. The player received Maymon's two-handed sword and Mengel's armor. It was a delight. Before the guy could only put on this armor at level 60, he needed 200 strength points for this. His new capabilities amazed him more and more. But apparently nothing comes for free, and immediately red signs informed the player that penalties had been applied to him for imbalance of characteristics. Additional effects had been reduced by 50%, attack power by 30, and defense by 20. But even with the penalties, the sword gave 200 attack points and 130 defense, which is many times better than level 1 items, which don't even come close to reaching that level. The guy seemed to be filled with this energy of blessing. He thanked every god he could remember. After all, the legendary classes are excellent to allow such high-class equipment. A minute of dubious thoughts completely destroyed all the delight. The silence in his head puzzled the guy, directing him to reasoning. If it's a level 150 dungeon, then everyone else in it is the same level? The game is trying to kiss him and kill him at the same time? A loud scream echoed through the walls. It was the girl over whom 4 sorcerers were leaning. It was completely unclear whether it was a cry of pain or fear. Since he is in the temple of Yatona, those 4 must be monks of Yatona. Apparently they learned to cast spells on this girl. One small scratch from them will kill our hero. Staying here for him is the same as dying. Just when the guy thought that he would simply hide from them, a heavy figure in a cloak appeared behind him. An atmosphere of impending horror emanating directly from him. A hand fell on his armor. A stretch and a familiar "you" flew from the monk's lips. The guy was completely taken aback. He still didn't know whether to hit him or run away. Apparently, the first option was more familiar to him. The sword cut through the air with a quick movement, causing the man to scream and step back. In a hurt tone, he urged the boy to calm down and asked if he really tried to kill him. Yanwu was surprised by the lack of a hostile reaction and lowered his sword. The man took off his hood. The light illuminated his face. It was very masculine. The sideburns merged with the beard. The hair was of medium length. It was a secret guard under the command of Count Steam. Doran. He noticed how the guy was hiding and realized that he was not one of the monks. The termite mountain was covered with dense catarrhs all over its surface. It stood out very much among the dry and some flowering trees. Yanwu realized that the young girl, the crucifix on the altar, was Count Steim's daughter, Irene. Doran confirmed the guy's reasoning, adding that she was kidnapped during a trip. Doran noted that despite the current situation, it was nice to have someone on your side. The guy looked at him completely uncomprehendingly and noticed another sign. She reported that now the guy signed up for the S-Class quest, Saving the Count's Daughter. Within an hour, he must save her and receive 3,000 gold. Doran was an ordinary NPC. Doran spoke to the guy respectfully, saying that fear blinds ordinary people. But Yanwu seemed brave to him, while Yanwu himself thought that this place had never been explored by players before. Wondering how such a weakling, how could he end up here, and how could he endure all this? He turned to the game, thinking that maybe it was because of an innate ability. But it was a self-control class ability. Points cannot be allocated to this ability. The probability of falling into an abnormal state was radically reduced. The recovery speed increased. All the gods must be on Count Stein's side, Doran rejoiced. The player, as our hero, will help him. He sincerely thanks Yona for helping in such difficult times. Yanwu was surprised by this and said in a straightforward tone that he was not going to help Doran in his mission. An awkward pause hung over them as they looked straight into each other's eyes, both caught. Doran tried again to awaken the warrior spirit in the boy by telling him to carry out this mission with him. But the boy was adamant and cut him off with a dry phrase, "I'm not going to," which made the whole situation even more awkward. Doran was very stunned by such an answer. Holding out his hand, he stutteredly asked the guy if he would really leave him alone to fight these black magicians. But the guy only said that it was not his problem. Although it was very painful for the guy to lose 3,000 gold, which in yen is about 3,600,000, he ended up here because of another S level. It would be stupid to do that. Doran was convinced that the guy was the one who could resist the dark energy. He himself would not be able to cope with it. He just begs the guy to help. Yonu is not a ceremony with Doran at all. No excuses, just the dry truth. Because in fact he is fine because of luck. Now he is at minus level 1. And if he fails this quest, then he will be at minus level 3. They did not stop arguing. Doran begged for help, but the guy clearly refused him, going deeper into the hall, trying to find a way out. Suddenly, a huge boulder, touched by one of the men, flew down with a loud bang. Both of them, caught up in the same thought, looked down at the stone. An expression of incomprehension reflected on their faces. The stone hit something soft, and to our guy's unfortunate surprise, it was one of the monks who had already noticed the attackers. Now the quest Saving the Count's Daughter was definitely activated. The guy was definitely not delighted with this news. He was clearly pissed off by this whole situation. Doran had been waiting for this moment, for which he had been preparing his signature phrase, "Now we're in the same boat." According to him, Yanwu was now also an enemy of the temple, but the guy still stubbornly resisted going on this quest. Then the man explained that now they would not be allowed to leave. The monks of the Yatan temple are fanatics who engage in sacrifice. They have a broken group, and they killed one of them. Taking out his knives, he gives his heroic speech, that this is fate and there is no point in complaining, so this fact should be accepted with dignity. He will dissolve the path for Grid and leave him, to save the girl. One of the monks shouted that these two men were blasphemers. They were harming the children of Yatan. At that very moment, a whole crowd of monks, armed from top to bottom, headed towards them. While Doran was taking the hero's position, the guy's head was filled with thoughts like, "Run, run, run!" There were too many of them. Yan simply couldn't stand up to such an army. At least that's what he thought. The monks shouted loudly, baring their teeth. Their eyes were hidden by red glasses, but if they weren't there, hatred would have been visible in them. What can I say? The guy was just scared. He clearly didn't feel anything else at the moment, but, as they say, the brain thinks better in stressful situations. Once again, he cries that he will die quickly, sitting down and covering his head with his hands. But at this time, the monk flies out from above, clearly not of his own free will. The guy looks at the trajectory of his fall and looks at the collapsed body in surprise, noticing a knife sticking out of it. Two more monks rush at Doran, raising their swords over him. In their opinion, he is the Antichrist, deserving of inevitable death. But the mercenary is not an ordinary one. It's not for nothing that he called himself that. He calmly dodges every attack of the monks, which they did not expect at all. Doran finds the monk's weak spot with his sharp gaze and runs right under him. By spreading his knives between his fingers, he catches the target. He must not make a mistake. That is his job. Two knives fly out of the palms right at the monk's head. From the strong blow, they fly several meters away from Doran, who is already looking for the next target. 5 knives, 5 hit targets, and again, one after another, the monks fall to the ground like heavy sacks, lifeless bodies blocking the empty road. The guy just watched. He was surprised by the mercenary's strength. He was very good at moving in such a narrow space. There was a chance that he would be lucky and the boy would survive with him. More shouts and orders to kill were heard from behind. A group of monks ran out. On the other side, the guy saw this and humbly realized that he might not be lucky. Doran turned to Yona. In his opinion, if they continue to fight like this, it will lead them nowhere. Doran was clearly hinting at more targeted actions. Doran, allegedly referring to the guy's desire to finish everything as soon as possible and not waste time on these small fish, pushed the guy, who was completely lost in bewilderment from what was happening. The push sent the guy flying down into the very depths of the termite mound. While they were shouting that he would simply die here, he wouldn't succeed, the mercenary jumped after him, not paying any attention to the monks. This man is clearly not as simple as he seems, because even this time he saves the guy. A light appears from his palms. He cast a levitation spell and paused slightly in the air. The guy almost kissed the ground with his face, but the spell saved him. There were only a couple of centimeters between him and the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Doran mocks the guy because he was surprised by such an easy spell. Apparently, he is very modest. But the guy rolls his eyes a lot significantly. This mercenary definitely has problems with communication. But even so, the guy is alive only thanks to him, which makes him smile, enjoying his living body while Doran is waiting for the guy to show himself, calling it the power that Yanwu hid. The mission to rescue the young lady began, and about 24 monks guarded the altar where she was located. "Kill all heretics" was heard everywhere in one voice. Everyone, as one, stood screaming, hands raised, violet flame burning in them. They call their actions the fulfillment of desires cheaper than the underworld. They are involved in dark magic, and if these two do nothing, it will be very difficult to leave there alive. Doran clearly thinks faster than the guy because he, not allowing the monks to complete the spell, launched knives at them like darts. There is no longer any doubt about the mercenaries' accuracy. They hit the target right on the head. The monks repeat the fate of those monks who got in the way of this Apollo before. The smartest of all the monks decided to say the most obvious thing. Doran was aiming at the spellcasters. The rest of the children of Yatan must kill him at any cost. But the man is not at all embarrassed by the crowd of running and constantly screaming monks. He takes his usual stance, taking out his knives. The guy finally notices how strong his partner is. He copes with these poor guys despite the fact that they are level 150. As expected, the guy thought that he didn't need to do anything and now he could finish the quest just quietly thanks to the NPC. He just had to support him. And no, the guy didn't run off to fight, as you might think. He just decided to shout motivational slogans at Doran, which of course distracted him. The figures surrounded the man, saying some kind of spell, the essence of which is that the man will become a doll with an empty soul. Flashes, screams, a strong wind, all this accompanied him. And Doran missed him. He didn't notice how the monks began to surround and read the spell. It caught him completely by surprise. The spell consumed him. His pupils rolled up. His body became weak. The one who was brave and strong a couple of minutes ago was already screaming from pain and devastation. The guy immediately took his words back. If you think about it, he had dreamed of becoming Yatan's servant all his life, like no one else. Overjoyed by such a victory, the monks cried out in delight, "This is what will happen to those who stand in their way. And, as is the classic, they will not leave our hero without attention." "I am Steinman's shadow, Doran," the man's angry voice echoes, purple lights interspersed with bright yellow ones. "He is a sword of darkness, and he will carry out his service to the end." His eyes lit up. Life was returning to the man. With one swing of his fist, he broke through the wall of black magic. This man is definitely cool. That's what the guy thought. He realized that this ordinary NPC is a hero, a strong and important character inside the game. The monks did not calm down. They completely lacked the instinct of self-preservation. They read another spell, trying to somehow influence Doran. He raised his knives like lightning. Rage was reflected on his face. Before us again is a mercenary full of strength who is ready to give his life for the Stein family. And those who try to attack this family in any way will never be given a second chance. 50 knives charged with electricity are sent straight to the monks. The monks are in a completely hopeless situation. Their chances of survival are decreasing exponentially as the knives get closer and closer. There's a loud crack, knives are falling, an energy shield has appeared right in front of the monks. But from their faces, you can tell for sure that they have nothing to do with it. The guy and the mercenary were also no less surprised. How did these small monks, who were not even able to defend themselves, manage to make a shield of such power? They are just lucky. Having solved one problem, another one immediately falls on them. Silence hangs over them, and their eyes try to find the approaching threat. The bold sound of heels bounced off the walls. A confident female voice was heard. They couldn't go any further. Her S-level quest was to protect this ritual. She was beautiful, a wonderful figure. A purple tight dress emphasized her wonderfully. Her long hair fell on her shoulders. Seeing Doran, she was amazed. She definitely liked that he was her opponent. The blue gaze was directed straight at the mercenary. The girl gently asked if he would allow her to fight him. Smiling softly, he introduced himself. Her name was Yura. This girl looked very strong, which cannot be said about our hero. Just a pathetic player with -1 level. Jan should definitely do this quest to become someone in this game. It will simply save his situation, adding a monthly living wage, the title of Viscount, cleanup, the circle of aristocracy. He will get a high status in a shortcut. This girl is simply a worldwide sensation. She appears very often on TV screens, and it is justified. Yura is a bloody witch, first place in the rating of black magic, and 5th place in the global one. Her bright blue gaze turned into the red rays of her weapon. She is very interested in fighting Doran himself, not killing Steinman's servant. But it is completely unclear what she is doing here, because being the master among all black magicians, Yura has single-handedly surpassed the standard characteristics of her class, thanks to her unrivaled ability to control magic. This girl is very strong. From her blow, both Doran and Yeonu flew to the side. The girl noticed the boy too. She turned to the boy to find out if he was the one who took this quest. This place became the perfect place for her to test her new skill in secret from everyone else, and all thanks to our hero. The guy's outfit left much to be desired, and the girl couldn't help but latch onto it so as not to humiliate the guy. This made the guy go into his thoughts. The level is really wrong and the leaders of the rating are on another level, but they are still here. Smiling self-confidently, the guy, as if seizing the last opportunity, pointed out to the girl that, in fact, he had a hero with him. It would not be easy to get around him. Waving her elegant staff and surrounding herself with red lights, the girl said softly that she was going to ask for a favor. It seemed that there was nothing in her voice except interest and stupid naivety. She needed an opponent to celebrate reaching level 230. Delight was what was added to her light head after these words. Doran lunged forward, pushing the boy aside and drawing his knives. There was no room for doubts and unnecessary thoughts here, so the knives immediately went straight to the center of the red lights, where the girl was. If you're even one step faster, The man paused briefly, squinting his eyes to see the target. "You can always win," he continued, the lights and weapons mixing with each other, interrupting, Doran rushing into battle straight towards her. She wasn't impressed. Typical heroic words before every battle. Everything as expected. But she clearly didn't like his agility, and with a powerful spell she caught his feet in the ground. The ground around him rose, sucking his feet in more and more. Doran only chuckled that such a weak spell would not catch him. The soil connected with his daggers and rose up. Now he had power over it, not it. Of course, he directed them at her, so to speak, returned the favor. A ringing whistle was heard everywhere where these daggers slid. She waved her hand, knocking away all the knives. Doran had already spent a significant part of his energy. It seemed that the outcome of this fight was known to everyone. The man was clearly offended by this. "My strength is too weak to deal with creatures like you." He was too rude in his expressions. After all, it is not flattering to talk so much about a nice lady. He figured out her plan. She attacked from a completely different side, from above. But now she is exposed, which will make it much easier for Doran to fight. A black energy ball appeared in the girl's hands, which seemed to suck in the entire atmosphere in the cave. Apparently, she's having a lot of fun, because she jokes that she is quite worthy of gratitude, because she will relieve Doran's body of the weight of blood. At this time, several black balls fly straight at the black man. Blood gushed out of the body. The balls sucked it in, and jagged wounds appeared all over Doran's body. Yanwu got it really wrong because his life is completely dependent on Doran's life, and he can't even help him in any way right now. Here it is, the very skill that she so wanted to try. It uses only 30% of her mother, but it is very effective, at least that's what the girl thinks. Doran certainly didn't share her opinion. Pillars of energy appeared from his hand. The blood slowly stopped moving. The energy came from the ring on his hand. It contains a strong energy that has protected the Steinman family for over 100 years. The witch was scared. She didn't expect at all that some family guard had a skill that gave unlimited protection. The skill of hypnosis. Yonu immediately ran up to Doran, asking him what happened and if he was okay. Doran's expression showed surprise. Somehow the man didn't understand obvious things. Therefore, he explained that these were the abilities of the ring. Its protection, although not ideal, was quite enough to repel the attacks of the witch and speed up his healing. Greed woke up in the guy, and he directly asked Doran to give him the ring, to which the man was clearly taken aback. In any case, this is not a world ring, so it's time to tell this little witch to retreat. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle will not be as pleasant as everyone would like. More knives are sent flying, cutting through the air and slicing through the red beams of energy. She reflects everything again. They are both strong. There is definitely a third person missing in their battle. Yura did not expect such strength from Doran. She hoped for a quick outcome of the battle. But here there was such strong resistance. Even if she uses Last Fort, they should not be underestimated. The girl frowned. Everything is not going as she wanted. While Yanwu was tossing and turning, he caught Yura's attention, but she doesn't know anything about this guy. For example, how strong he can be. 3 more monks appeared not far from Yonu, and he was really confused. He was powerless before them. These cultists are already very close. Will Sir Doran help him now? He has a lot of work to do. It is really difficult to repel the attacks of a crazy woman. The wand is a serious weapon, especially when it is endowed with magical energy. It contains a crystal, somewhat reminiscent of the amethyst we are accustomed to, and it is the one that absorbs all the magic. Yura didn't want to complete this quest with the help of an NPC. She was counting on a player like herself. Such a victory feels much more pleasant. But in any case, she did not retreat. The spell she began to read filled her magic wand with power. This is the most powerful spell that uses all the power of her mana. Such a spell should easily kill players above level 200, especially Doran. And Yura knows this for sure. Darkstorm is the name of this deadly spell. Dispersing into 1,000 fiery rays, pillars of black magic were directed towards the target in the blink of a second. It was huge in scale. There was nowhere to run, nothing to hide behind. A wave of dark magic would kill everyone who stood in its way, be it allies or enemies. "It's all over," flashed through Doran's head. He understood everything. Only a miracle or the enemy's pity could save them now. And this split second, in which the hurricane shortens the distance between them, lasts for them like hours, forcing them to think about all their mistakes. Unexpectedly for Doran, a boy appeared right in front of him. Apparently, he himself did not expect this from himself. The only thing that drove him was complete recklessness, which is quite typical of him. A huge explosion. The wave reached its target. Now there is no turning back. The entire room was illuminated by fiery heat and light. marks from the explosion scattered everywhere. It would seem that only they can cause great damage. What then happened to those who were in the very center? The fire died down, the smoke gradually settled. It was probably a bit too much for use inside the temple, Yura reasoned. But she had already done it, so there was nothing to regret. With a heavy step, she headed straight to the center, where the enemies should once have been. The smoke settled, and glimpses of completely clean and untouched armor began to appear. But was that even possible? Even the strongest hero would not be able to survive after this spell. Well, and apparently our hero and Doran considered themselves a great exception. Because neither of them had a single scratch, they were both surprised. They did not imagine that they could survive. Yura was furious. How could she not know that such a strong player existed? Who was this guy? How did he manage to survive? Her thoughts were filled with a ton of questions. She didn't understand anything at all. Who the hell dared to ruin her moment of glory? Although the guy survived, he only had 1 HP left. Even being able to withstand such a spell does not mean that he will be able to survive this battle, because the enemy is still strong, unlike him. The guy was tormented by questions no less than Yura. He was trying to understand how he was able to withstand a direct hit, and a fleeting thought made the guy realize everything. He recently acquired a new ability. A legend doesn't die that easy, which means that at low health levels he becomes immune to any kind of attack for 5 seconds. A blissful smile spread across his face. The very thought that he was still alive caressed his soul. Nothing worried him except that. Yura was still standing there in confusion. She thought that this was another small player. She would easily defeat him and celebrate her 230th level. This guy was also smiling. From her side, Yanwu looked like a typical self-confident warrior who could easily kill anyone, especially after he showed himself. His smile made her very nervous. How did this happen? Why was someone so strong fighting against her now? Anger turned into panic. Fear and rage merged into one. A storm of emotions sowed chaos in her head. Apparently, Doran was quicker on the uptake than both of them. He didn't care who this guy was, how he survived. He knew one thing, that now his goal was to finish what he started, to kill this girl. Using Yanwu's back as a launch pad, he pushed off from her, flying very high above Yura, drawing his weapon along the way. He mocked Yura, saying that the winner is always one step ahead, despite the mockery, anger, and hatred towards her were visible on his face. Doran's barb stung her. Trying to pay in the same coin in their verbal battle, all she could come up with was, "Is that all you can do?" She may be physically stronger, but she really could use some sharper phrases. Anger clouded her vision. It infuriated her how this pathetic old man could look down on her. Fighting off his attacks, she activated her crystal shield. Doran was not prepared. For some reason, he did not think at all that she might have another spell in her reserve, although this is very typical of her. Brushing Doran aside, she consoled herself with the light thoughts that she was almost finished. She just needed to finish off these two before it was too late. But the temple was empty. There was absolutely no one ahead. She was left alone in it. Being so strong, this guy just went out, thought Yura. She expected anything. Attacks, fights, but definitely not this. Doran, who somehow ended up behind, and the witch, both completely confused, said in one voice, "Who does he think he is?" Yanwu sat in the game capsule with a completely dead visible, his face conveying all the pain and disappointment of this mortal world. In fact, this strongest hero died. He lost 2 levels. Now he is at -3, the blue signs irritatingly reported this. But worse was the last sign, which said that he had already died twice in 24 hours. So now he was completely blocked from entering the system for the next 12 hours. Doran's audacity to use the guy's back as a pushing surface dealt him 1 point of damage. His last, insanely valuable 1 HP. The guy's life force became 0, which is imminent death. His expression at that moment simply cannot be described in words. No person in this world has ever endured so much moral pain. Yanwu had just been killed by an ally. If Doran had known how this guy was talking about him at that moment, he would never have wanted to even stand next to him. Yanwu was so angry at him. Yura remained standing stupidly in place. She did not understand what to do now. She was worried that in this game there was such a strong opponent, and he just came out without even hitting her. She was sure that this guy had given in to her. He had humiliated her, laughed at her strength. She would definitely find him and show him how strong a woman's anger could be. The next day, an unknown user amazed the entire Satisfy community. Yura from the Temple of Yaton. The guy continued to defame Dorn's name because he himself had forced the quest on him, and then killed him himself. The poor NPC fool who was not able to help the user. It's all Yura's fault. If it weren't for her, everything would have ended well. Images of a furious Yura with eyes burning like lasers appear in the guy's head. But it might not have ended well. Be that as it may, it is hard for the hero to admit. In this game, the strong destroy the weak. So a calm look at this situation should definitely judge everything. But this is absolutely not to be expected from our hero. He immediately began to write angry comments about Yura. He mentioned everything. He was merciless in his frankness, starting from the fact that she shamelessly interfered with his quest, ending with her character and the dirt on her nose. Yanwu is the biggest loser in the world. He himself admitted it, understanding everything perfectly, but even if so, Yura will not run away from his hatred for her. While the guy was busy inciting hatred towards Yura, another girl appeared in his room, who heard every curse word the guy addressed to Yura. It was a cute girl with a charming bob haircut, and as she approached Yan, she said, "Appa, have you finally gone crazy?" He certainly didn't expect such an unexpected appearance, and squeals of fear immediately spread throughout the room. This cute girl is Shin Sai-hei. She is only 17 years old, she's a 9th grader, and is Yanwu's younger sister. Looking at the garbage dump in his room, she reproaches him, because his whole room smelled terrible. Shin immediately began to clean all this up, but the guy actively forbade her to do this. She got up very early and was already picking on him. Having looked into the capsule and examined everything, she asked if it was really possible to make money in this game, to which the guy with a smug look began to dedicate her to the history of the game, told her that more than 2 billion players play here, and if you play seriously, for example, like him, then you can become successful. Yura, scum, interfered with a low-level player's quest. The girl began to read the guy's angry comments about the witch. He immediately began to justify himself in a completely lifeless voice. Realizing how stupid he looked now, he blamed only Yura for everything. He definitely had nothing to do with it. But the sister didn't even listen. She specifically told Yeon that she couldn't believe that her brother was doing such things. She was very disappointed in him, while he shouted excuses at her. This Yura even interfered in his life here, of course. She is the only one to blame for all the failures. The day came, the sun illuminated the whole city. The houses were empty, all the people were most likely already at work, in schools. Like Yanwu's family, his parents were working, his sister was at school, and he was sitting alone in front of the TV eating some ramen. The world news, Satisfy, was shown on TV. The presenter was an elderly grandfather. Kong Ming, he was at the scene of an emergency. Around him were the ruins of a temple. Every channel was talking about going around the game. It really became popular. If a guy can become famous in it, then he can literally sit on bags of gold, although now he can only dream about it. The news continued. The man was broadcasting directly from the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom. He was in front of the Yaten Temple. Last night, the temple was reportedly allowed. The reporter wondered what could have happened, but the guy already knew the answer. He recognized this temple. What he saw made him turn his food around. Our investigation helped us find out the name of one person, the grandfather continued. The boy listened. It was important for him to know who he would name now. Of course, the person the authors were responsible for this incident was Yura, a black witch ranked 5th overall. Judging by what was left of the temple, they assumed that a fierce battle had taken place there. The correspondent gave the floor to an eyewitness. It was a short guy with long bangs and weak armor. The eyewitness began to tell that after some small events, he was forced to run towards the temple from the monster, where he saw Yura using a strong spell against some guy. This guy was clearly a fan of Yura. He immediately mentioned that Yura is incredibly beautiful in reality, but the host showed to return to the topic. The guy became serious again. He remembered how something amazing and shocking even Yura herself happened there. She resorted to her strongest spell, but that guy didn't get a single scratch, the kid finished, remembering how cool Yanwu looked after such a strong attack. The presenter was surprised because this domain must have been one of the top players. How could this boy not recognize his face? He said with a doomed look that a stone fell on him while he was looking at Yura, because she was really beautiful, and he died. The reporter asked the viewers who this mysterious user was, which attracted the attention of the whole world, until the guy on the other side of the screen began to realize that he was famous. He immediately remembers his statistics. They remained the same. Except for his level, it only became lower. Harm such a user can be called the strongest. Of course, there were a lot of nice bonuses from this. Chances to create additional items, the probability of successfully using an item, and much more like that. But there were also penalties, so the guy shouldn't relax. But his main bonus was the passive skill, A Legend Doesn't Die That Easy, because it would allow him to escape from such a powerful spell. After the guy realized that he was now famous, The only thought that came to his mind was that he had to get rich that very second. He immediately grabbed the phone, saying that it was a miracle, no death is in vain, and other naive statements of an enthusiastic person. The phone call went straight to the consultation center. The guy wanted to share information with the world news, because he is the same guy from the Yaton temple. The other end asked for his username. Yeonwoo said proudly, "Grid," and in his head he was already imagining glory and applause for himself alone. But when he was asked to name his level, the guy wasn't even afraid of any tricks. He immediately told the truth that he had a -3rd level. Short rhythmic beeps were heard and the subscriber hung up. All the sorrow of this world fell upon the young man. He fell to his knees, powerlessly, simultaneously blaming Yura for everything. This girl had definitely ruined his whole life. The news reported that there was footage from the scene of the incident. The guy was distracted from his angry thoughts and looked at the screen. In the rubble, 2 figures of the Count's daughter and Doran were visible. The man was wounded and could hardly walk. Yeonwoo was very surprised when he saw them. How could Doran manage to save Irene on his own? Doran looked very bad, and from his tracks one could guess that the battle had been hard. Doran's torment ends. Tears well up in Irene's eyes. She no longer has the strength to hold him, and he falls to the ground. Yeonwoo remembered him as a good guy despite being just an NPC. A nice guy with a nice ring that Yeonwoo has been interested in for a long time. But he no longer cared. He turned away from the TV, preparing to take a little nap. A cute green-haired girl appeared on the screen. She was broadcasting that the user who had attracted the most attention in recent days was now in the news. A strongman began to appear in the frame. The correspondent asked him to introduce himself. He walked in quite confidently. His name was Katz. He was a level 203 warrior player. Hearing what was happening on TV, the guy remembered this Katz. He was the one who became famous for his idiotic behavior. They say that he is the son of the executive director of a large company. Katz's ranking rose sharply to 53rd place, and the reporter asked how he achieved such success. It rose 30 positions in just 3 months. Yeonwoo perked up. He jumped up, shouting out sentences of indignation because it took him years to get to level 70. This guy is Japanese, but right now he is filming on a Korean channel, where the first place in the rating belongs to Yura. Katz, looking into the camera, said with a smug look that now first place will be his. Yura's time is up. He will take a place in the global ranking and will dance on her grave. Yeonwoo wondered how he was going to jump from 53rd place to 5th place straight away. Even though he didn't like Yura, he admitted that she was very good at fighting. The red and black sword cut through the air, which Katz claimed was the secret to his victory. It certainly looks like a high-class sword, but in Yeonwoo's opinion, it's too simple to be a secret. The sword began to burst into flames, and Katsu began to look even more like an idiot with his proud appearance. See if I'm right. As if to say, he demonstrates the strength and power of his sword, it became covered in red lightning and fire. Yeonwoo wasn't impressed by the sword at all, it looked just awful. This is Katz's passive skill. Any weapon he picks up will transform into this form, and the more he attacks, the more his health will be restored. The girl cowered in fear as she stood next to the flaming sword. She had never heard of such a skill before, to which she heard in response that it was not surprising, since Katz himself had received it 3 months ago. Katz's epic and only class is the Blood Warrior, another hidden class. With just one skill, Katz has risen very high. Having become inspired by the idea of using his class for its intended purpose, Yeonwoo began to think about how he could do this. The bright blue sky illuminated the turrets and taverns of the small town. This city is Bayron. This is where our hero found himself as soon as he entered the game. Being an enemy of the Church of Yaton, he can no longer appear at the temple. That's why he was thrown here, according to his memories. He was here before, on Asher's quests. An elven boy in the crowd was shouting out an announcement that they were looking for a mage of level 130 or higher to go to the Mubaid ruins. Another man was recruiting players above level 200 for a raid in the Guardian of the Forest, where they go for blue orichalcum. All of them recruited players of level 100 and above, which was quite logical, because outside this city there were monsters of the same level. Therefore, a -level 3 player like Yeonwoo will be left alone to die of starvation, which is why he should find a more suitable city. A cart passed by him, and after assessing the safety, he came to the conclusion that it looked good. Approaching the coachman, Yeonwoo asked him to take him to the nearest safe town, and he recommended the village for newcomers, Vinstvon, but it would cost 10 gold. Yeonwoo was very doubtful about even having that amount, and rightly so. He saw that he only had 3 gold coins in his account, which was not enough even for a simple piece of bread. The coachman already understood what was going on, and in a dry tone ordered them to get away from him. Yeonwoo hasn't said anything yet. But the coachman already knows all the tricks and excuses. Yanwoo would like to say that he wants to lower the price because his mother is sick, but the coachman definitely doesn't believe this story anymore. He slides down the stone wall, accusing all people of being greedy for money and that he is doomed to die alone. Because of Asher, the guy became a beggar, and now he also has minus level 3 with a completely flawed class. He covers his head from the influx of these negative thoughts. But he stops at the class. He is Pogma's receiver. This means that he can create items. The expression of despair changed to a smile. If he creates them, he will be able to level up and get money at the same time. Finally, something good. He decided to refine his stats, hoping to find something interesting like Master of Blacksmithing, which increases all item stats by 10%. When he creates items, his attribute points and reputation also increase. He has already mastered the skill of Master and the first level of Legend. This is very good. And the best skill is Creation, which allows him to create items himself. He can create 3 items of equipment, the technology for creating which he has already mastered. If the epic armor class is so great, then the legendary one must be even better. Good thing our hero knows about it. He activated the legendary skill Blacksmith's Creation, wanting to create a 2-handed sword that would make hunting faster and level up easily. He was presented with a choice of materials he wanted to use, but he didn't really know much, so he just wanted something sturdy. He had heard somewhere about blue orichalcum before, and these memories immediately popped into his head. He was required to independently enter a drawing of his 2-handed sword, which he wanted to create, and then describe its characteristics. A stream of fantasy immediately pours out onto the canvas. The guy was drawing a cool, big, strong, shark-like sword, heavy but light, dark but shining. The attack power is more than 10 million. Meteorites will fall after each swing. There are no obstacles for him. He kills with one blow. The guy was directly immersed in his dreams, carried away by the work. So he drew his masterpiece of art, the curved lines emerging from the sword, which really did look like a shark. The guy stared at his drawing for a long time, and it was completely unclear from his face whether he was criticizing it or praising it. But in his case, obviously the second option, he really liked his masterpiece. The sword was like a shark and an anchovy at the same time. Automatic adjustments and corrections to the synthesis of characteristics, options, and materials began to be made. The game made automatic adjustments without the guy's consent, which is completely understandable, since he could make a completely absurd sword, but it was unclear where so many people and screens came from. The screens flew out of the limits. Blue light lit up everywhere. The guy carefully watched everything that was happening. Suddenly, the guy began to understand all the information. The automatic correction ended. He was completely confused. Even though it's a new model, is it such a cool effect? He wondered as the drawing appeared in reality. He felt like a real blacksmith. And now the sword finally appeared in his space. New, shiny, with a patterned design, vaguely reminiscent of a shark. The sword's durability was 1090, attack power 1820, defense 80, plus 50 to agility. All of this caused delight in the guy. The guy's said characteristics were taken into account, and there were also additional options, but the blocking of enemy attacks was still low, so the guy only had to find blue orichalcum from those guys who were heading to Forest Guardian. He immediately remembered them. They were completely different people, knights, warriors, archers, and they were all only level 200 and above, so the chance of getting into their group was incredibly small. Here the guy noticed the restrictions on his sword. The level had to be above 300, strength 5000, advanced sword skill level 8 or higher. All this was despite the fact that the highest ranked player was only level 250. Even if you put all the attribute points into strength, it was simply impossible to get 5000. And there is only one person alive today who has an advanced skill level, so reaching an advanced level, Yanwoo just made some trash with a single and rare skill, but it was in the form of a shark. Big, powerful, but unfortunately, trash. But these restrictions do not mean that Yanwoo cannot use the sword, because they do not apply to him. Everything should happen the same way as with his current equipment. Even if some further penalties are in effect, this sword will still be stronger than any others if the guy really succeeds. It's good that the guy doesn't give up, trying to see at least something good. Now all he needs is to get into the Forest Guardian group. The guy exhaled from these thoughts. These thoughts brought a confident smile to his face. Now it was time to leave. It was very difficult to survive on the front lines with a -3rd level. The guy approached the long-haired man who had previously announced recruitment for the group, but had received a curt refusal. He was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how to proceed further. The blockhead explained that they were only recruiting players of level 190 or higher. And judging by the guy's appearance, you couldn't tell that he was even level 60. Laughing coquettishly, the boy convinced the group that he was actually level 100, and that equipment wasn't as important as his weapon proficiency. An evil aura hung over the guy. The group was greatly offended by such words. Now they all think that he is looking down on them. Thousands of condemnations poured in towards the guy. This is clearly not at all what he expected. A voice from afar ordered to stop, and all the people turned in his direction. Someone from the crowd recognized him. It was a certain Mr. Regus. He was a guy with a very good physique. His clothes looked like they were equal since his torso was completely bare. He was telling the group that since they were only guarding the boss, all the other dirty work could be pushed off to Yona. People in the group began to whisper. Echoes of familiar words could be heard. They said that this was the Regus of the Sadaka Guild. Some did not even know him, and some were very delighted. Regus was at level 180, although the restrictions on his items are very strict. He has the first place in the martial arts ranking. His name is Mr. Taekwondo. This ranker looks so good, Yanwu felt a strong pressure of the injustice of this world. The long-haired man who was against taking Yona into the team began to prove his opinion to Regus that the guy was not suitable at all. But he didn't even listen to the end and, interrupting, said that a lot of people were needed to make it easier to clear the area. What a nice guy. Even despite his appearance, Yanwu thinks with a smirk. I understand what you mean, but can we convince the rest of the team? The long-haired man doubts. But Regus is already full of enthusiasm. He proposes a one-on-one match to test Yanwu's abilities, and if he can prove his control skills, the problem will be solved. Yanwu's expression changes instantly. I'm screwed, he realizes with despair. The man who was against accepting Yanwu into their ranks enthusiastically agrees to this decision and suggests starting immediately, without delay. However, the guy is already running away as fast as he can, only managing to shout that his plans have changed and he urgently needs to work on controlling his left leg. Regus is frustrated and trying to figure out why that guy ran away, because they would have definitely worked well together. Yanwu is no less upset. Everything didn't go according to plan, and now he will have to earn money for the cart first. Please name the created item. A game window will appear. Now Yanwu understood the point. Creation has a limited number of slots, so they should only be used in special cases. From now on, he will focus on earning money for the trip and learning the process of creating objects. This is just the beginning, he decides. To accomplish his goals, he will need a special place. After a short search, he finds a building with a sign that says Smith's Forge. However, the reception he receives there is far from friendly. The local blacksmith decides from the very first second that the guy is just making fun of him and looks down on all blacksmiths. He is sure that today's youth do not even know the basics of blacksmithing and only want to make money. Yanwu doesn't lose hope of persuading the man. The blacksmith replies that he is not the first to underestimate them. Smith believes that those who look down on other people and their property are all the same and have never done anything worthy with their own hands in their entire lives. Don't waste your time here and just fuck off, he tells the guy rather rudely. Frustrated, Yanwu goes outside and leans his forehead against the cold wall in despair. Because this was his only way to earn money for the trip. Is he just going to die in this city? However, almost immediately a blacksmith comes out after him, who felt sorry for the boy. Don't disturb the neighbors with your crying at my wall, go and chop me some wood, he says discontentedly. Another task sign appears, according to which the guy needs to chop 500 units of firewood, and for this he will receive 10 experience points and 20 bronze coins. The touched guy immediately agrees. It had been quite a while since he had normal quests, and now with just this quest he would be able to level up. But in this game, you can potentially fail even by simply chopping wood incorrectly. It's unclear whether the subject's assessment will help Yan. The guy decides to try, and his knowledge of the old axe reaches 100%. Now he has fully learned how to create it. However, he is confused by the fact that theoretical knowledge certainly differs from practice. The guy carefully examines the log, into the very middle of which he needs to hit. Having made up his mind, he abruptly brings the axe down on the log, cutting it in half. Yanwu is delighted that he managed to cut the log with just one blow. If he reaches 100% knowledge of the legendary item, he will become successful very soon. Yanwu decides that he will chop all this wood in an instant, but after 2 hours his self-confidence evaporates. He was only able to chop 150 pieces of wood due to his low stamina level. Gathering the last of his will into a fist, the guy decides that he must give it his all. He cannot delay at all if he wants to escape from this city. So you'll have to grit your teeth and endure it a little longer. A new notification arrives. He gains the legendary skill Toughness, which allows him to not get tired too quickly. It is not surprising that he immediately felt the disappearance of fatigue, and even seemed to grow a little younger. Now the guy is confident that he will succeed. He will definitely sort everything out. Some time passes. Perfectly chopped logs are laid out in neat piles. In the very center, a tired Yong was sprawled on his back. "You chopped 1,000 pieces of wood in just 6 hours?" The surprised blacksmith approaches him. "I am also a blacksmith, even despite my appearance," the guy replies. "It's just funny. How can such a weakling be a real blacksmith?" The man is perplexed. A new quest appears, according to which Yong must mine 80 units of iron ore, and the reward for completing it will be 55 experience points and will significantly improve the attitude of the blacksmith. If the boy successfully completes this task, the blacksmith will believe him. Yong understands that such a large amount of experience points will return him to level 0 again, so he happily agrees. Inspired, he heads into the mine. Already on the way to the desired place, he encounters the first obstacles, because a 30-minute walk took him 3 whole hours, and his energy is exhausted by the simplest movements. His level is minus, and he's also wearing level 70 equipment, so it's no wonder he moves so slowly. Yanwu approaches some miners he doesn't know and tells them he is here to mine iron ore for Mr. Smith. They look at each other in bewilderment because this guy looks too skinny. They are sure that the guy will only get in their way, and besides, they are too busy right now to deal with him. So the miners send Yona to the nearest corner and order her to repeat everything they do exactly. They are very unhappy that Smith actually sent this guy to them, despite the fact that they are too busy with their work to teach anyone. The guys plan to talk to Smith about this at the first opportunity and express their dissatisfaction to him. They both turn around in confusion, hearing some sounds right behind them. Their gaze is met with the spectacle of this puny fellow, quite successfully mining ore. Looking at him, you get the feeling that this is far from the first time he has done this. Since when is iron ore so easy to mine? One of them wonders. At this time, Yanwu feels like his body is about to break, but at the same time his mind is completely clear. Memories of Smith not believing in him and telling him not to waste his time here and just leave flash through his mind. This memory gives him the stubbornness to work until dark. Today he is more persistent than ever. The miners, who have been watching the boy all this time, admit that he is magnificent and they must apologize to him for their words. "He is special. I am sure that one day this guy can become a great miner," says one of them. Yanwu continues to work tirelessly. Today he mined 170 units of iron ore. "Persistence is my weapon," shouts the happy guy. Now Grid has reached level 1. This means that his characteristics, which were reduced to a minimum due to the loss of a level, have been restored. The basic stats of Pagma's heir have been applied. Now Grid is finally back to level 1. The guy looks at his stats and is surprised that usually a first-level character should have about 22 of them. But Pagma's heir has as many as 165, and if you also count the stamina that was created earlier and the additional points in unstoppability, then there are 182 of them. Also, he suddenly discovers 40 attribute points, with 10 points given out for each level, so it's unclear why there are so many of them. This is amazing, the boy thinks. When he returns to the forge, Smith says that he is extremely embarrassed because he treated such an outstanding person so rudely. Now the guy's closeness with Smith has increased by 60 points, and his reputation in the city of Bayron has increased by a whopping 200. Yona is overcome by strange feelings. The blacksmith asks him not to be angry and tries to hug the guy, but he breaks away with all his might. The guy asks Smith to recommend some things he could sell to earn money for the trip. Smith replies that he just had something prepared for him. With these words, he hands the boy the Jaffa arrow. The guy is disappointed because cheap consumables don't bring in much money. However, the blacksmith explains that this is an unusual arrow, as it is made of a fusion of Jaffa and steel. Its effect is to ignore some of the enemy's defensive skills, so it is indispensable in raids against such strong golems as, for example, the Guardian of the Forest. This changes everything, and the guy decides to try to evaluate her right away. Through the evaluation result, he learns that the price of one such arrow is 6 silvers, and its attack power ranges from 20 to 26 units. And now his knowledge is 89%, meaning he can skillfully use this weapon. If I improve my knowledge by disassembling the arrow, will I be able to understand how to make it? The boy thinks. Smith calls him to follow him to teach him how to create such arrows, and Yanwu wonders why the man's face has turned such a strange pinkish tint. The blacksmith explains to him that the ore must first be smelted in a blast furnace. Then, it is necessary to extract limestone and all kinds of impurities from the iron. By cooling the molten iron, he will get cast iron, which is not suitable for weapons. So to avoid this, you need to reduce the amount of carbon by smelting. Now the smelting process begins, and the blacksmith suggests that the boy try to do it himself, but warns that it will be difficult to calculate the correct proportion of minerals. But Yeonwoo decides to try anyway. He watched the blacksmith work carefully, and despite the fact that this game is quite realistic, knowledge is obtained here quite easily. Moreover, the guy has a class compensation effect, and these arrows indicate the direction and strength of the bellows. It took less than 5 minutes for him to heat up the oven. Pagma's air is sensitive to temperature, so he can measure the temperature in the furnace quite accurately. It's incredible that he sees a notification window with the exact temperature at the moment. He is confident that he will definitely succeed. And it turns out he is absolutely right. The task is completed, and he receives 80 experience points. His intimacy with Smith increases by 30 points, and he receives 3 Jaffa ingots. "You are beautiful and so sexy," the blacksmith shouts enthusiastically. The boy jumps up in fear and quickly moves away from the man. "You are not just talented, but it's as if Pagma himself was reborn." Smith continues to admire. "He didn't reincarnate, but got an heir." Yeonwoo grins to himself. The guy has leveled up again and is now on level 2. Next, the tips need to be made, so the blacksmith orders the molten metal to be mixed and heated and then poured into the mold. Once the metal hardens, the result will be a tip like this, and Smith and Yeonwoo will go to the anvil. While you're hammering the tip, remember to balance the backside and also sand the edges well, the blacksmith tells the boy. In the end, you have to place the tip on the arrow shaft, and to improve penetration, you have to get the weight balance right. The blacksmith wonders if the boy will be able to do it. Another sign informs us that the method for obtaining the Jaffa arrow has been studied. Now the guy is confident in his abilities. His knowledge of the Jaffa arrow has reached 100%. "The materials are free the first time, so get started and I'll keep an eye on you," says the blacksmith. Smith thinks that this guy is not ordinary at all, because he holds molten metal like a real professional. He then remembers that he forgot to teach Yeonwoo how to make arrow shafts, and offers to make them instead while the metal cools. "No need, I'll make them myself," the guy replies. Because of his 100% knowledge, he was given another way to obtain it. And all this time he was only observing, but he still improved his knowledge. This list is short now, but the day will come when it will be filled to the brim. Now he needs to straighten the curved parts and, after cutting, make the plumage using glue. The efficiency is impressive, thanks to his dexterity and the compensation effect. The blacksmith is amazed that the boy made them just after observing. However, he does not understand why he cools the tips, because they will not be strong, although they will become much harder. "Don't worry, I plan to toughen them up," Yeonwoo replies. The blacksmith is surprised that the guy even knows about tempering, but this is not usually done with consumables, because then there will not be enough time to create a large number of such arrows. The guy is convinced that if he makes them better, he will be able to sell them for a higher price. There is only one thought going through his head. Even if a non-entity like him can become successful, it is simply necessary to do so. He is obliged to make every effort to achieve his goal. "Now just insert the tip," the blacksmith commands. All he did all these days was work hard, and he never even thought that one day he would get so much pleasure from work. Yong finished creating the arrow, and now, apparently, the task should be completed. Breath of the legendary blacksmith is activated. Another notification pops up. The arrow in his hand is enveloped in a purple glow. "What's going on?" The guy screams in panic. He opens his stats to see what happened. His new unique skill is that when he focuses on creating an item, it will be filled with the will of Pagma's heir, and all the stats of the created item will increase by 5%, and there will also be a small chance of obtaining special stats. The Jaffa arrow now has an epic rating, and its attack power ranges from 35 to 42 units. "Epic?" Yeonwoo cries out in surprise. The task is completed, and all of the guy's stats are increased by 4 points due to the creation of an epic item, and his reputation throughout the continent is increased by 80 points. The guy is surprised to realize that he managed to create an epic thing and even raise his level. Just think that a guy who doesn't even look like an apprentice can make such a magnificent arrow. The blacksmith admires. Yeonwoo thinks that he wanted to make a sword, but he got an epic class arrow. And yet, among all the existing arrows, there is not a single one that would deal more than 40 units of damage. And what's more, sometimes it can completely ignore the enemy's defense. The guy thinks that the effect of his class is simply amazing, and it is probably better than most one-handed weapons at level 20 right now. Now it's time for him to hit the road. "I cannot keep these wonderful weapons, take them with you," the blacksmith tells him. The guy gets 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 Jaffa ingots. The boy thanks the man for taking care of him and thinks that the blacksmith probably gave him so much because of the high level of intimacy. It would be nice if we could live together, the blacksmith blushes, and Yanwu shyly asks him not to say such touching things. The guy thinks that this wait will definitely slow him down. Even though the gifts are good, the journey to the city will take a long time. In any case, he will be able to leave this place while he sells arrows. Wait for me, fighters, I bring you some interesting things, the guy thinks. At this time, the Tzedakah Guild had already arrived at the raid site. Without wasting any time, the team set about their mission. However, not everything went as they would have liked. The forest keeper surprised them, and there were many more golems than they expected. None of the weapons the boys had could help them reduce human losses. These monsters were strong and ferocious. Jishuka, the guildmaster, is determined to defeat these bastards. "Move if you want to live," she shouts to her comrades. Besides her, another member of the guild is Regas, whom Yanwu had encountered earlier. Toban, the same long-haired guy who didn't want to accept Yona into their ranks. And also Vantner, who is not inferior to any of them in strength. In the end, the guild manages to win. But unfortunately, many people died. Even though we killed the boss, these guys died from small fry, Jishuka says bitterly. The losses are too great. Now we need to find out what kind of loot they got and whether the amethyst shield they so badly desired is among it. Unfortunately, this time they only managed to get 13 units of black metal, 7 units of orichalcum ore, and only 1 unit of blue orichalcum. The amethyst shield, which has the lowest drop rate, has not appeared again, Regas says with disappointment. Vantner replies that they fought all day and came away with a loss, and the only valuable acquisition was the blue orichalcum. Toban, how many people died? Asks Jishuk. The man says with a distressed voice that while the main troops were fighting the boss, the number of golems increased, which became a huge problem and led to the death of 75 people. The girl realizes that the difficulty of these S-rank linked quests is much higher than they expected, and some measures need to be taken. The fourth raid has already failed to produce any results, and the value of the Guardian of the Forest is rapidly falling among the participants. At this rate, the quality of users in the next raids will decrease significantly. The Tzedakah Guild is mainly composed of high-ranking users, but due to their small numbers, their popularity is low compared to their ranks. The 17 members of the Tzedakah Guild had been together since the LTS game, and due to their small numbers, they always participated in raids with regular players. But even this method had its limitations. Tobin believes that without the amethyst shield, they will not be able to continue with the related quest, so for now, it is worth putting it aside and working on increasing their powers. "Let's not rush and wait a little," says Vantner. "Okay," Jishuka answers. The Tzedakah Guild is abandoning all raiding and focusing on leveling up its members and upgrading its gear, she cries out sharply. Those who don't get 15 levels in 3 months will die. And Regas, in particular, unlike the others, needs at least 20 levels. "You're unlucky, you know her, right?" Vantner laughs. Jishuka goes to buy a new weapon to replace the one he spent. She asks the seller to show her the Jaffa arrows. The situation in the guild is really dire right now. They could have lured people in at the very beginning of the game, but they won't be able to do that now, so they need to at least buy some arrows. What kind of idiot sells arrows for 3 times the price, she wonders, quickly scanning the list of offers. A regular Jaffa arrow costs no more than 6 silver coins. Are they epic class? The girl is amazed. These special arrows are truly epic, have great attack power, and ignore some of the enemy's defensive properties. Impossible, Jishuka thinks. She asked almost every blacksmith to make her such arrows, but no one could. The girl had never heard of arrows of such high quality, and with an ability that could be decisive in a high-level battle. Who could have made these arrows if it wasn't top 1 blacksmith Panmir and top 2 Steng? Is there really a blacksmith who could have surpassed them? How can I level up 20 times in 3 months? At this time, Regas complains to Vantner at lunch. "Whatever the case, I am ready to pay for the last piece of meat in your life," the man laughs at him. An announcement comes from the guild leader. Jishuka orders everyone to start searching among the blacksmiths for the person whose player level is lower than the skill level. But she did say to level up. Isn't the guild master being too frivolous? Regas is indignant, but they all have no choice but to obey. This player has a skill that will lead us to defeat the Forest Keeper. And if she is so confident, then we need to find that guy, says Vantner. The small team of elite players in this guild managed to reach the top 3 in each class in just half a year. However, feeling their superiority, they no longer accept new members. They may not be as well-known or influential as other guilds, but they have been noticed and will now have power in their hands. "It's us, the Tzedaka Guild," Jashuka says proudly. She believes that if this blacksmith is better than Panmir and Steng, then his level of craftsmanship and productivity are beyond imagination. The guilds of the entire continent will be thrown into chaos searching for this blacksmith, so they must find him first. Is this even possible? Have you heard the rumors too? A surprised voice of some guy is heard. Some powerful guild is looking for that blacksmith everywhere. Maybe he did something cool? He continues. This guy turns to Panmir, but he is lost in his thoughts and does not listen to him at all. He just saw the news about the epic arrow. This arrow was created by a craftsman with a high level of skill and productivity, but a lack of experience and reputation. Panmir is upset that even he is not called a master craftsman in the description, even though he was the first one to create an epic-level item. Meanwhile, Yanwu, the man who had everyone's attention, was busy destroying instant noodles. When will this labor exchange open? He yawns tiredly. After some time, the exchange opens. A young man with a folder in his hands begins to list the available tasks. The construction site of Xinwu's building needs 4 workers, and Yanwu raises his hand to agree, but gets elbowed in the stomach by a man standing next to him. This impudent man takes this vacancy for himself. Next, 3 experienced tilers are required, and again the guy tries to raise his hand, but he is not allowed to do so. What the hell? I want to make money too, so stop acting like this. The guy is furious and indignant. The following company is looking for someone who can install electrical cables, and they are promising 110,000 won per person for this job. The guy is not going to respond to this vacancy because he already tried himself in this business last year, and the losses from medical bills exceeded his income. Suddenly, one of the men grabs Yanwu's hand and raises it up, indicating consent. Everyone else pretends nothing happened, and the guy has to follow the labor exchange employee to the job. The next morning arrives. Yanwu tries to leave the house unnoticed, but he is not allowed to do so. "Finish eating tomorrow. Where are you going so early in the morning?" his mother asks him. The father demands that the boy sit with them a little longer. Yanwu tries to come up with a decent excuse because if he pays the interest on the loan, he will only have 9,221 left. "We'll give you money for the day's work, so take a break today," his father tells him, handing over some paper bills totaling 70,000 won. The guy sadly accepts the money because the daily earnings are now at least 90,000 won. His sister asks him to be grateful for what he is given, and says that she has prepared a bath for him so that he can relax a little today. The boy looks at his family, and the thought occurs to him that his father usually leaves early in the morning for work at the grocery store. But today, he was apparently waiting for his son to have breakfast together. "I have the most wonderful family," the boy thinks touchingly. But out loud he asks his father to pay off his debts. Immediately in response to his question, his father hits him in the head with a bowl of rice. Yanwu is back in the game again. After loading, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place. After paying off his debt, his savings account is at 0, so he has no motivation at all. He needs to get to another village quickly. The guy decides to see how high the price for his arrows has risen. What he sees deeply shocks him. The latest bid for 1 arrow is currently 72 silver. Yanwu quickly adds up the numbers in his head and realizes that for 99 arrows made in just 6 hours, he will receive a whopping 71 gold pieces, or 80,000 won. Now, he doesn't have to go to the labor exchange. Epic items have a 15% commission, so he ends up with 60 gold and 59 silver. If I can make money by making things, I might as well not leave, right? The guy thinks for a second. However, he quickly remembers the same blacksmith who offered to live together, and decides that staying in this city would be too dangerous. And Yanwu heads off to find the nearest free carriage. Already sitting in the carriage, the young man complains to the coachman that the fare was 8 gold and 90 silver coins, which is too expensive. "By the way, you said the village for beginners is called Winston?" he asks. The coachman replies that due to the high population growth, this village will soon receive city status, and perhaps the heir of the Steam family will become the new mayor of this city. A familiar surname, the guy thinks. Very soon, they reach the village. "Finally, I have arrived." The young man rejoices. He opens his card again to look at the statistics. It is stated there that when creating an item, the chance of receiving a bonus effect and the chance of enchanting the item are increased. It will also be able to equip all things, but there is a high probability of receiving penalties depending on the limitation of the item. In addition, there is a chance of increasing reputation and charisma, but at the same time, the weight limit is exceeded, the speed of movement is reduced, and the use of the skill is also limited, and the chance of imposing the weakness effect is as high as possible. In his inventory, he has several jars of medium potion, advanced potion, medium strength potion, Jaffa ingots, and Jaffa arrows. Arriving in the city, Yonu realizes that Winston is 4 times larger than Byron, and the streets here are much more lively. However, it is difficult for him to walk with such a load, so he needs to clear his inventory first. He needs to put all his things in some warehouse. Besides that, the guy also needs to evaluate Mengel's armor and Mammon's sword. And if his weapon and armor skill goes up, the penalty will probably be less. Now his mastery of the Mammon two-handed sword had reached 30%, and his mastery of the Mengel plate armor had reached 65%. Due to the improvement in skill level, penalties have been reduced, another sign says. Now his weapons and armor have had their attack power reduction and resistance reduction changed for the better. Great, at least that way, Yanwu thinks. Durability has decreased so he can increase his understanding by repairing items, but at the same time he also needs to save money now. Energy is needed to create items, so the guy decides to pawn the equipment and goes to the storage. The worker tells him that it will cost 30 silver pieces and 10 silver pieces for each item. Yan has to agree to these conditions, and he decides to first place the weapons and armor in storage. And he decides to keep the arrow as a souvenir. Now he is light as a feather and feels much better, so he decides to go in search of the forge. He looks at the people passing by and realizes that, judging by the equipment, this is a beginner's area. As he moves forward, he meets people of all different levels. After some time, he finally finds what he wants. This forge is simply huge. Apparently a blacksmith of an improved class or even higher works in it. Just right for me, Yanwu thinks. Another sign pops up with brief information on the Master Blacksmith technique. This is a master effect that will make blacksmiths of advanced level and above treat the wearer well. Without hesitating for another second, the young man opens the heavy door and goes inside. However, disappointment awaits him there. At first, Yanwu thinks the forge is empty, but then he realizes that it is not. In the corner, he notices a man with an empty bottle of booze, who immediately asks him irritably what he is doing here. "I want to create a best-selling item here. Could you help me?" Yonu asks hopefully. The man replies that this place has long since outlived its usefulness, because after the Miro company bought out blacksmith shops and trading platforms and began selling items at low prices, customers turned away from this place. This forge closed long ago, the man concludes. Yanwu is upset and is about to leave here to find another place to make items. "Hey, old Khan!" Suddenly voices are heard from the front door. "I told you to hand over this building to us, while we ask nicely." One of the 5 guys who entered the forge says rudely to the old man. The guy realizes that the situation is becoming dangerous and problematic. "Our kindness has its limits, so sign this paper already." The stranger hands the document to the blacksmith. Yanwu understands that this is a contract for the transfer of all rights to this building. And if this is the Miro company, then it is very influential. He doesn't know what's going on but decides to find out more before trouble starts. "You saw the contract, right? Are you a spy for the scanner company?" Suddenly, a stranger addresses Yan. The guy thinks to himself that such lawless people sometimes kill players. It seems that these guys are about level 35 and it is not worth fighting them yet, but rather to behave naturally. "In fact, I am not from here. I came here not knowing that the forge was closed," the young man answers. Old man Han says that these damn criminals want to destroy the family business that has passed through 7 generations. In response, the men demand that he watch his language, and as a reward for what they went through because of him, he will have to give them half the amount stated in the contract. He hasn't even agreed yet, thinks the young man, already heading for the exit. "Didn't your only son die of illness? Or is this his grave?" One of the men continues to mock. "How dare you say such things about my son with your filthy mouth?" Here's the screams of old Yanwu. The guy tries to convince himself to leave this place quickly, but he is not sure that the old man will be okay. And a quest called the Blacksmith's Fury appears. It is necessary to get rid of the henchmen of the Miro company and break the contract for the sale of the forge. The reward for completing this task will be an increase in Khan's resistance to alcohol and his maximum favor. And the skill, Blacksmith's Fury, will be activated. But if the guy fails the task, then in a few days Khan will die, and all tasks associated with him will disappear. This quest is a class skill, so it simply must be completed. The guy estimates his chances of winning, and remembers that he has a reliable skill, Patience of the legendary blacksmith, which will increase his health, defense, and agility by 200% for an hour. If the guy's health reaches the limit, a passive skill is activated, giving invulnerability for 5 seconds. But the problem is that he left all his equipment in storage and was left without any weapons. "Wait, but I have it!" The guy suddenly remembers. And this is an epic level weapon. This is the same Jaffa arrow, and now it will come in handy. Although it does little damage, it will still work if the complete disregard for defense works. Watch your language when you talk to your elders. Yanwu approaches the leader of this gang. Old Man Khan looks at the boy in bewilderment. There is a limit to everything, even if you are collectors, the guy continues. We left you alive, you madman. Just shut up and disappear. You won't do anything with just one arrow, one of the men shouts at him. However, the young man is confident in his abilities. Don't get cocky, you bastard, he shouts at the collector. The skill, Blacksmith's Fury, gives him 10% to attack power and 30% to attack speed for 20 seconds. The head of the collectors pulls his sword out of its sheath and attacks the guy. Yanwu manages to dodge the attack at the last moment. Since when did low-level warriors become so fast? He thinks. However, it has the advantage of a narrow staircase. Whose eye should I poke out first? Yanwu laughs. With angry cries, the collectors grab their weapons and rush after him. What will you do with your arrow? One of them laughs. However, the guy has something to surprise them with. Blacksmith's Fury is activated for the next 20 seconds. The amazed collectors looked at the young man with bewilderment. Their comrade had just died from a common arrow. Is this an ordinary arrow? Open your eyes, Yanwu shouts at them. He will definitely complete this task. Surprisingly, thanks to the increase in attack speed, he can hit twice as fast. Moreover, it was possible to finish everything in just 2 blows. A notification appears that he killed the bandit from Winston, and now his reputation is increased by 60 points. And he also becomes an enemy of all bandits and receives 4,300 experience points. Now Yanwu has risen to level 8. For killing a level 35, he received 5 whole levels for himself. His stat points increased to 110. These guys have high attack power, but weak defense, which means that, in order to defeat the rest, you need to invest points in strength and agility. There are 4 of them left, so the young man will have to use everything he has. So he puts 50 points into strength and 50 points into dexterity. There are only 10 seconds left until the end of the Blacksmith's Fury skill. Yanwu must try to kill everyone during this time. The guy's blow sends one of the men flying far to the side and hitting the floor painfully. Prague, are you okay? One of his comrades immediately rushes to him. I'm not gonna die here. And this guy just got lucky, he replies. But his attacks are very fast and we can't fight with big weapons on a narrow staircase, the leader says. Yanwu is upset that even after raising his stats, he still can't kill these guys. If you don't want to die, then surrender, the leader shouts at him. Even if you resist, it won't change anything. The guy understands that if they surround him, he will die immediately from the first 2 or 3 blows. But he has a backup plan. He has pretty low health and 0 defense, but if they surround him, he can kill them all. Until then, all he needs to do is take care of his health. He decides to activate the legendary stamina of the blacksmith to increase his health, defense, and agility by 200% for a full hour. Thank you for saving our time. I will repay you in full for killing my comrade. The head of the collector says angrily. Great, come on in, Yanwu thinks. Without further thought, he presses the skill activation button. Ready to die? The collector asks with a grin. And then a notification pops up that the skill could not be activated. Die, you bastard! Prague is already rushing towards him. What bad luck? Yanwu thinks as he jumps up and dodges the attack. It is vital for him to create conditions for the activation of the skill. Meanwhile, the debt collectors are attacking him en masse. Yanwu begins to lose health. His maximum health is 316 units. But in order to survive, he has to drink an average health potion worth a whopping 1,500 units. If he can't hold out, he will die. The collectors don't give him a second's rest. The blows rain down, each one taking away precious health units. He fights back instinctively, slashing and blocking, but there are too many of them. His movements become slower and more imprecise, and he doesn't have time to dodge the next blow. Yan received 200 units of damage. Now the guy needs to be even more careful and attentive, but the more time passes, the weaker he becomes. It seems the guy has no choice but to urgently drink a medium-strength potion to increase his strength by 50 units for 5 minutes. He drinks 2 bottles worth 10 gold each, which is about 24,001. We're squeezing him, the chief collector shouts. But Yanwu successfully dodges all of their attacks and remains unharmed. Yes, he is slippery like an eel, but let's see how long he can last. The men are indignant. They're all attacking together. Can't I do anything even with the reinforcements? Yonu panics. He needs time so that his legs can at least rest a little. The guy comes up with a brilliant idea to buy himself some time, so he stops and turns sharply to face the men. You thought it would be that easy? I don't want to kill you, so leave the contract and get lost, he says. Shut your fucking mouth. Do you know you killed Neil? We'll just kill you for this. The collectors shout at him in rage. Are you sure you really want this? It's not too late to save your life by stalling for time, boy. Stop talking this nonsense. The only one who will die today is you. One of the gang shouts at him. Just look at yourself. How are you going to kill us with a leg like that? Without letting him finish speaking, the guy suddenly pounces on the man with another attack. And this time he succeeds in killing him. Johnson! The others shout, watching in fury as their comrade dies. Who said you can let your guard down? Yanwu smiles. We are not close enough to have such deep conversations. A notification appears that he killed the robber and receives 4,000 points for this. The young man's level has been raised again. Now he is at level 8, and many of his stats have been increased. When creating an item, the chance of getting a bonus effect and the chance of enchanting the item are increased. It can also equip all items, but there is a high probability of getting a penalty depending on the item's limitation. In addition, the probability of increasing reputation and charisma level increases. The new blue plaque states that as Pagma's descendant, Yeonwoo inherited his will and technique, so he now has an ideology that is to use blacksmithing for the benefit of people. And based on this, he can never forgive the Miro Company and its minions who oppress the feeble old man, so it is necessary to help the blacksmith Han, who fell for the company's tricks and lost all his customers, as well as get rid of the minions of this company and break the contract for the sale of the forge. The next game window says that as a descendant of Pagma, when Yeonwoo concentrates on creating an item, his stats will be increased by 5%, and this is a rare opportunity to give his items special properties. The plus is also that the skill is passive, does not require mana, and is triggered if he tests his endurance. The leader of the bandits realizes that it was just a trap that they all fell for. Die, you chattering bastard, he screams. However, Yeonwoo is already level 11 and is not as weak as before. He confidently fights back the robber, hitting him with his arrow. You can hurt me more if you want, the collector tells him, but they won't let him die so easily. With these words, the remaining robbers simultaneously rush at the guy. Yeonwoo doesn't manage to dodge in time, and their strike hits its target. Young man, are you okay? Khan shouts to him in fear. I need time to drink another potion, the boy thinks. Running away again, you little bug? The robber attacks the boy. I'm totally screwed. I'm definitely going to die this time, Yeonwoo thinks in a panic. Now it's all over. And then the young man's gaze falls on the armor, covered with light fabric. He continues to resist and strikes Prague with another arrow. Bastard, it's useless to resist, the leader shouts at him. However, the young man has no intention of giving up. Such power. The robber is surprised, continuing to repel all his attacks with effort. Yeonwoo rushes forward with all his might, climbing up the stairs again. The head of the debt collectors is glad that the guy dropped his weapon because he was in a hurry. Keep talking, Yeonwoo thinks as he continues to climb higher. Khan, do you want to protect the forge? The boy shouts to the blacksmith. Of course, if you help me this time, I will definitely be able to protect this place. The old man answers him. Then I'll borrow them, says the guy, pointing to the armor. With these words, he holds out his hands, intending to put them on himself. But not everyone can use this equipment, and what you can easily put on is on another floor, the old man warns him. There is no need to warn him because he is finished. The debt collectors shout, having almost reached the young man. With a furious cry of die, they rush into the attack, but it looks like they're too late. Have you ever heard the phrase, fully armed? Yeonwoo asks them with a grin. With these words, the young man soars into the air, wearing beautiful armor and with a brightly shining sword blade in his hand. One movement is enough for him to finish off all the bandits at once. A new sign states that Yeonwoo has killed the bandits Prague, and Vale. And now his reputation in Winston has increased by 220 points. He has received 15,200 experience points, and his affinity with Han has reached its maximum. The quest, the blacksmith's fury, is completed and he gains a new level. What happened? Are you okay? The old man rushes to him in panic. Seeing the guy, he freezes in surprise. Old man, you know, this is amazing. Why did you hide this armor in a dusty corner? Yeonwoo asks, puzzled. This armor is called Valhalla. It is a unique item, and the requirements are level 250 and above. Its creator is a certain Albertino. The sword is named Dane's Life. It is also a unique item and requires level 250. You need to have a high level of sword proficiency to use it. Young man, do you really understand the value of these things? And have you even learned the name of the creator? The old man is surprised. The guy sheepishly agrees. The old man loses consciousness and falls. Apparently his blood pressure rose because he was an alcoholic. Since I've completed the task, It's time for me to stop being so curious. So let's move on to the next quest, Yeonwoo says, but doesn't hear a response from the old man. Related quests. The guy understands. He immediately begins to shake the old man, demanding that he wake up and give the next task before fainting. Very soon, the man who hired these bandits will find out that they have disappeared without a trace. Did they run away after getting the money? Mr. Valmont screams in rage. I'm sorry, it was I who recommended them. The man frightenedly justifies himself to him. The merchant should not suffer losses. Pay me for the advance in compensation for the failed order, the customer tells him. I don't have that much money, please just give me another chance. The man asks him in a panic. Bill, if you don't have money, then you just need to earn it. For example, your family members will be sold for a lot of money on the slave market, Valmont answers him. After this, the man orders the guilty servant to be taken away from here. Rabbit, what exactly happened? He asks his strategist. I don't know, sir. We are sure that they reached the forge, but after that they disappeared somewhere, he answers. Damn it, we must take over every forge in the village. Where is that old Khan? Valmont curses. 2 hours ago, an unknown young man carried him to the hospital, Rabbit replies, while thoughts race through his mind about how this arrogant and cruel man drove out his loyal subject, who had served him faithfully for 10 years. Doesn't this young man know anything? Valmont asks. We bought and sold these cheap weapons and made a contract just to get our hands on this forge. Now we finally got him hooked and we can't pass up this chance. Rabbit, you're responsible for everything. Sort this out. The character Yeonwoo Grid has already reached level 21 and has significantly increased his stats and skills. In addition, the chances of a fairly large number of effects have been increased again. The next system window shows what exactly the character Grid is equipped with and what penalties will be applied if the restrictions are not met. The sword, Dainsleaf, is the work of the great Albertino, the first person to receive the title of Master Blacksmith before the era of Pagma. And this blade is a copy, the result of his attempt to reproduce the mythical weapon. But despite the serious discrepancy with the original blade, this man still managed to restore some characteristics, and this sword was recognized as a masterpiece of mankind. The Valhalla armor is also the work of Albertino, and it is said that even Pagma himself was inspired by the man's works. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo returned to the real world. He was happy and contented as never before, and this feeling, like a warm light, penetrated every cell of his being, spreading throughout his entire being, and a smile full of genuine delight blossomed on his face. Today he reached level 25, having killed only a couple of bandits, and now he can continue the quest chain. If he can get that armor and sword as a reward, he will become a real billionaire. Dainsleaf and Valhalla are unique rank items, but they can be sold and their requirements are reasonable. The guy left Old Man Han in the hospital, so according to the quest, he'll be fine. Take care of your health, old man. My success depends on it too, the guy thinks. When Yeonwoo returns to the game, he appears immediately in the hospital. Oh, you've come? Khan cries out joyfully. The doctor tells the boy that he has lowered the old man's blood pressure, so now he can be discharged and will be fine if he stops drinking. It seems I owe you a lot now, says the old man. In difficult times, we must help others. You just need to pay a fee and get a statement, the young man answers him. I'm sorry, but how can I say it? I'm broke right now, Khan tells him guiltily. If you don't want to incur God's punishment, you must pay 1 gold coin, the doctor insistently tells the young man. I am truly grateful to you. Thank you for everything, Khan says to the guy. Thanks to this young man, he found hope, although he almost let down his ancestors by abandoning the work of 7 generations. Yeonwoo replies that it is everyone's duty to help, and now that Han has just been discharged, it wouldn't hurt for him to get some rest. If you had let them take your forge, the alcohol would have ruined your health completely, the guy says. If I hadn't been there when you fainted, you wouldn't have made it to the hospital on your own. Khan replies that, in fact, he would like to do something for his savior. Give me this armor, Yeonwoo insistently asks. Listen to me, I can't give them to you. The old man is nervous, not giving in to any persuasion. These are family heirlooms that were protected at the cost of my ancestors' lives. Please understand me, he says sadly. These are unfortunate objects. Since there was no one to wield their incredible power, they lay here for hundreds of years. But 130 years ago, one man discovered their value, and that man was Pagma. He was delighted with these objects, and when he first took the Dainsleif in his hands, he demonstrated his amazing skill with the sword, becoming one with the combat equipment, and the beauty of his movements was simply incredible, and his swings seemed to pierce the sky itself and cause lightning. My ancestor, Albertino, bowed before Pagma and asked him to take Dainsleif and Valhalla with him. And what? Pagma agreed, Yeonwoo asks. No, he refused, however, before leaving, He said that one day the rightful owner of these items will appear, the old man replies. How did you manage to equip them? I'll make a decision after I hear your answer. Well, you could say I'm like Pagma, the guy replies, while he himself thinks about how the continuation of the quest chain has finally appeared and he can't leave it to other players. No way! Does this mean you are Pagma's successor? The astonished old man asks. Well, yes, that's exactly it. Yunwoo smiles contentedly. Class quest. Pagma's successor has been created. A notification appears. Follow Pagma's ball. Mastery path and collect all the legends associated with it. But if you accept a legendary class quest, you will no longer be able to change your class. So you won't give them to me now? The guy is indignant. I need proof. Please understand me, Khan replies guiltily. If you really are Pagma's successor, then one day you will prove it. But for now, let's drink to our meeting. Hey, no alcohol, that's forbidden until I complete the quest. Yunwoo yells at him, taking the bottle away. They are distracted from their dispute by Rabbit, who came from the Miro company. Did you come here to replace the bandit theme? Yunwoo asks. Let's go down and talk, Khan suggests to him. I have been informed that you are unable to pay a debt of 600 gold pieces, says Rabbit. That is true. However, I cannot give you the forge, so return to where you came from, the old man replies. Actually, I'm here today to give you a chance. And if you hand over the forge to us, we'll guarantee you a high salary and the right to manage it, Rabbit replies. Are you asking me to become your company's errand dog? The old man is indignant. This has nothing to do with my work, it's all about protecting my family forge. I see they weren't lying about your pride, but if we shake your pride, will you change your mind? Rabbit asks. Let's have a competition. Your debt and the right to the forge are at stake. Our blacksmith against you. And if our blacksmith turns out to be better, you give up the forge. Yunwoo thinks that everything seems fair, but he's sure that they'll send a more skilled blacksmith than Han to the competition. Does this guy really think that they're idiots? If this happens, I will change my mind, the old man replies. However, my skills have become rusty from being idle for too long. So I will send my successor. Do you agree? I heard that you don't have any students, the company representative doubts. Here he is, my successor, says the old man, pointing his finger at Yona. Are you completely out of your mind, old man? Don't decide for others. The guy starts to get indignant. A notification appears that a task has been created. Production competition against the Miro company. You need to win the competition. For this, you will be rewarded with 500 reputation points in Winston and an increase in the trust of the city's residents. In case of failure, the reputation will drop to a minimum, and Khan's forge will be transferred to the Miro company. Expecting anything but this, the guy freezes in shock, his mouth hanging open in silent surprise. Do you accept the task? The system asks. Wait a minute, Yunwoo shouts in displeasure. His gaze froze on the line of the reward worth a whole 600 gold. Young man, if you have nothing to do with this, then stay away. You shouldn't follow the lead of this old man. The company representative is trying to put pressure on the guy. I'm in. And I'm going to destroy everyone, the guy replies with a sinister grin on his lips. Very good, then we will inform you about the place and date of the meeting soon. The man answers him. Old man Khan apologizes to the boy, but he simply has to protect his forge. Yunwoo asks him not to worry, because he would gladly sell his soul for 720,000 won. His stats have been increased again, but this is just the beginning. Another tablet says that if the guy can collect all the legends, he will become the true successor of Pagma and follower of his will. And at that very moment, he will be reborn as a legend. It is said that his swordsmanship can pierce the sky, and this may be the key to unlocking his skill that was not recorded in the rare book of the legendary blacksmith. Now, the young man needs to win the competition against the Miro company, but his condition leaves much to be desired. This is an A-class quest, a production competition. If the quest was related to battle, it would be impossible for a level 21 player to complete it. But I am a legendary blacksmith who forged an epic arrow, so it is not a problem for me, Yunwoo thinks smugly. I had some things left over from the store closing so you can practice on them, the old man tells him. Why didn't you ask the Lord for help, the young man asks. The old man replies that the Lord is part of all this and the company bribed him long ago. Isn't Winston part of Count Steam's territory? Why don't you go straight to the Count himself? The guy doesn't understand. I tried many times, but the Lord always stopped me at the exit of the village. The old man answers him upset. Don't worry so much. I will win this competition. You believe in me, right? Yunwoo smiles. Of course I believe. Thank you for your support. If only my son were alive and the same age as you. The old man sighs sadly. Stop crying. Everything will be fine. Just watch how good I am at blacksmithing. Yunwoo laughs. I'm too kind. It's not like me. It's probably because Khan is a gold mine for me, right? The guy thinks. Sometimes when I look at him, I can't help but feel that he somehow reminds me of my grandfather. Sometimes I catch myself thinking that their reserved manner of speech is surprisingly similar. For me, true pleasure comes from working with a person I like, whose company is not a burden, but, on the contrary, inspires and fills me with energy. At such moments when everything is falling into place so harmoniously, and the work is going smoothly, and there is a person next to me who is pleasant to be with, I am filled with a feeling of peace, as if the storm raging inside me suddenly subsides and gives way to calm. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and it seemed that the night, like a shaky dream, had imperceptibly come to its logical conclusion, and a new day was already very close. Maybe I should sleep for another half hour, Yeonwoo thinks, since he's been in the game for 2 days already. Khan is very different from the blacksmith from Bayern, he thinks rather strangely, but his skills are very good. I want to return to the forge and continue my studies, the boy thinks. Good morning, says Yeonwoo, entering his parents' kitchen. His mother tells him that he looks quite tired, to which the boy replies that if he had had eel for breakfast today, he would have had much more energy. Yeonwoo tries not to react to his father's jibes about why a guy without a girlfriend would eat eels, and tries to change the subject. How is Grandpa? He asks. What a reaction. His parents are surprised. Yeonwoo replies that it's nothing special, they just usually talk about him quite rarely, to which the parents tell the guy that his grandfather is fine and they could visit him all together next time. It's a great time to see him, the young man thinks. The next day at the marrow company. Why did you do something so senseless? A furious scream is heard. If Khan can't pay the debt, the blacksmith will be used as collateral, so why are you giving him a chance? Why did you make a deal with Khan? Valmont continues to shout furiously. Rabbit replies that things are going badly and people don't trust their company, so it would be much better to make friends with the people of Winston. Are you trying to teach me? This land belongs to me. I am the master here and you are an idiot. Valmont continues his hysteria. The company's strategist is confident that if this continues, it will be destroyed soon. The people respect Khan, and if we defeat him fairly, they will trust us again, he replies. We need to create the impression that we are giving him and his skills another chance, and in this way, we can improve the company's image and get new regular customers. That would be nice, Valmont thinks about his subordinate's words. What about our opponent? Will he be able to win? The man continues to doubt. Rabbit replies that, according to the information received, he is an ordinary young man with no reputation, and their company already has a person who wins competitions. Great, then let's destroy them, Valmont decides. Even against a man without a name, we will send the best. But we still can't relax, Rabbit is sure. At this time, there is also an active discussion of the upcoming battle in the forge. Really? This young man defeated Vale's gang? An old man is surprised. He looks like a nondescript greenhorn, he continues, surprised. Don't underestimate him. He's an amazing guy. Khan laughs in response. Yeonwoo gets angry and asks them to keep quiet. But then other people appeared, having seen the announcements posted all over the city. One of the townspeople brings a leaflet with an announcement stating that the Miro Company and the blacksmith Khan will compete for the rights to the forge, and if Mr. Khan wins, the company will forgive him all his debts and help him keep the forge, but otherwise the forge will be transferred to the company, and Mr. Khan will have the opportunity to remain its manager. Now the townspeople think that the Miro Company is much better than they thought before. By holding this competition, they pay tribute to Mr. Han and seem to be genuinely trying to get along with the people who inhabit this city. Yeonwoo thinks that even though these people sent the bandits, they might actually be a good company, and yet he feels like something is wrong here. Old Man Khan tears the announcement in half with wild fury. This company has seized our territory and is dictating its terms. Have you really decided to forget everything just because they sent a piece of paper about some kind of reconciliation? He screams in rage. The townspeople understand that this is a scam again and not the first time if you think about it. Yeonwoo is upset that he was almost deceived too. Excuse me, someone's voice suddenly intervenes. From what I heard, Marrow bought the residents' land. You weren't aware of Winston's development? Also, did they force you to sell them your land? Yeonwoo looks at the unfamiliar guy in surprise. He notices a green mark above his head, which means this guy is a player. After selling the territory, you were going to leave the village, but you decided to stay because you learned about the plans for improvement. This whole situation is caused by your personal interest and not the fault of the Miro Company, the stranger continues. What kind of nonsense is this? Did the company send you? Residents are outraged. I'm not here to fight because trading companies care about profit. And once you understand this fact, you can coexist with this company, the guy says. After all, a company cannot exist without residents. It seems he is right. If we coexist with them, it will be better for us. The residents begin to doubt. Their opinion has changed. Who is this guy? Yeonwoo wonders. Yeonwoo can't lose in this competition. What is your name, annoying guy? Asks Old Khan. I apologize for my rudeness. I was so carried away by my thoughts that I forgot to introduce myself. The stranger answers him. My name is Kura. He smiles shyly. Yeonwoo notices that the atmosphere changed in an instant, so who is he? You're right. Coexisting with a large trading company would indeed be a good idea, says the old man. However, the village of Winston is part of the territory of Count Steim, and there is a law here called the right of the people. The right of the people? Kura is surprised. People living in Count Steim's territory must be the first to be informed of the plan changes. The Count personally drafted this law, says Khan. The discovery of new lands in the north by pioneers has a great impact on nearby towns and villages. To be prepared for changes and to receive information in a timely manner is the right of people, so that they are in an advantageous position, and this is the will of Count Steim. So the problem is that the company directly ignored the Count's order, Kuroi understands. And the Lord must be held accountable for allowing the company to monopolize information about development plans. True, that is precisely the whole conflict, the old man agrees. You have convinced me, now I have to do something about it, says Kuroi. I heard that your appeals to the Count were blocked by the Lord and the company. The evil deeds of the Lord and the Marrow Company must be exposed, and I, Kuroi, will inform the Count of the situation in Winston. Here is our hope, thank you. The city residents rejoice. It's incredible how Kuroi did this, Yeonwoo wonders. He did not receive the task, but forced the townspeople to give it to him. Yeonwoo decides to catch up with this guy and find out what his secret is. Is that you? That statue from the forge? Kura laughs at him. Let's be honest, I'm sure Marrow Company gave you a mission. But why did you change sides? Yeonwoo asks, surprised. Kuroi opens the information window and shows it to the guy. It says that Kuroi betrayed the company for the sake of the city's residents, and now he needs to avoid punishment from the company and report the situation in Winston to Count Steim. The reward for completing the task will be the title Apostle of Justice, maximum reputation with the residents of Winston, and a gift from Count Steim. And he will also receive the skill Unbreakable Justice. What kind of unimaginable rewards are these? Yeonwoo thinks enviously. Tell me, how did you get them to give you a hidden mission? He asks the guy. Did you notice that I made them give it to me? I suppose I might tell you to mark the occasion, Kuroi replies. This method uses the degree of freedom in the game, and the idea is that I don't wait to be offered a task, but try to say words that will make people give it to me. I think this information will appear on various sites soon. Right now, only some of the early players know about it, so don't be upset. What's wrong? Kuroi looks at him in surprise. I'm one of the first players, Yeonwoo reluctantly admits. And you didn't know that everyone uses this method? You're so funny. Let's be friends, laughs Kuroi. Fuck you! Yeonwoo shouts at him in a rage and leaves the game. Kuroi is left alone. He got upset and left, the guy sighs. Well, I should hurry up too. There's no point in wasting time. I'm only level 127, even though I've been playing 18 hours a day since the game came out. The thing is, this guy's class is Orator. His strongest attack is Evil Tongue, and he has a much harder time leveling up than other classes. Very few weapons available, low health, combat power, and skills. And the most fatal weakness is the lack of an escape method. He needs courage to increase his attack and defense stats by 10 points. He can't become a ranker by relying only on his language. Now he needs to get through the castle gates to get to Count Steim. Good afternoon. I want to go out, he says to the guards at the gate. I am a normal traveler, so if it is okay, please let me pass, he says, thinking that these guards are quite strict and he should speak to them more politely. However, the guards continue to stand silently near the gate, not reacting to his words in any way. There was absolutely no reaction from them, which is quite ominous. They will not respond to your words because I have instructed them not to do so, a voice comes from behind. Kuroi turns around and sees Rabbit right in front of him. According to instructions, they were supposed to let you know when you would arrive, Mr. Kuroi, the man tells him. Kuroi is annoyed. Now he will need to use the skill Persuasion, and only if he can do it correctly, he will come out the winner. I came here to plan my strategy to persuade the residents. Isn't this the basis for creating a plan? The guy says as he activates his Persuasion skill. I expected more from you, Rabbit tells him. You failed to convince the residents, even though we made them doubt by distributing these leaflets. So could this be a betrayal? Kuroi realizes that for some reason his skill is not working. I've studied your skills, they don't work for me now, and I'm sure you understand why you're under arrest, Rabbit says. The guy understands that he will have to run because he cannot fail this task. However, he doesn't have time to take a single step. The guards stop him and do not allow him to escape. The guy thinks that he only has a knife with him and it's not a very good weapon, but he has no choice. However, with the next blow, one of the guards knocks the knife right out of his hand and he falls to the ground. As he thought, he won't be able to win with his strength and all he can do is run. Kuroi tries to leave the game, but for some reason he can't do it. Your resistance is useless. Don't you know we can neutralize your logout spell? Rabbit asks him mockingly. You will rise again if we kill you, so we will put you in prison. Take him to the castle dungeon, the man commands the guards. Now the task for the sake of the people of Winston has been changed to waiting. The system notifies him that he has been captured by Rabbit and will be imprisoned in the castle dungeon with no hope of escape. However, if he is patient, the Apostle of Justice, that the guy failed to become, will appear and save him, provided that he does not exit the game for 50 hours of real time. Kuroi freezes in indecision. He's not sure it's possible to stay in the game for a full 50 hours. He had already played for 20 hours straight once, but if he exceeded that time, the system would forcibly disconnect him and he would not be able to log in for another 6 hours as a penalty. Being locked in for 8 days and 8 hours of game time is a very dangerous task indeed. But he is a lonely guy without a job, and no one is around to stop him. If you put the game capsule into sleep mode, it will be able to hold out quite well. The guy can't miss the chance to complete an S-class mission. The task begins. As a reward for completing this task, he will receive the second class, Comrade of the Apostle of Justice. He will have a new characteristic, Courage, and also being next to the Apostle of Justice, all his characteristics will be increased by 20%, and he will also receive such skills as Unbreakable Justice and Sacrifice in the Name of Justice. The game capsule goes into sleep mode. From now on, the young man's brainwaves will be monitored to forcibly pull him out of the game if danger is detected. If his health is at risk, a doctor will be sent to him. From this moment on, it will be impossible to disconnect the young man's capsule from the power supply. If external influence is detected, a special employee will be sent to his address. This will be done to ensure the protection of the capsule. I beg you. If you help me finish this task, I will be faithful to you until the end of the game, thinks Kuroi. I'm waiting for you, Apostle of Justice. Kuroi's current level is 127, and this guy belongs to the Orator class. At this time in the company SA, the game Satisfy is a huge system, where absolutely every player actively changes the whole world. 2 billion players create 2 billion variables, and so in order to maintain peace, you can't allow bugs or errors. Please allow an emergency meeting to be called. A message comes to the group's leader, Lim Cheolho. I authorize the convocation. I will also come soon, he decides. Someone managed to activate the S-class quest, and the reward is the second class. If the player completes this task, he will be able to use the skills of 2 classes at once. But this will require spending 200 hours of game time in a confined space. Such a task is potentially dangerous for the player. The discussion of this issue will take place in the meeting room. This most difficult task was activated by a player from Mongolia under the nickname Kura. His real name is Damb Alambatar, and his age is 25 years. This is surprising because only 3% of Mongolians play this game. The company's employees discuss the problem, gathered around a large table. Moreover, this player's class is Orator, which has quite low combat power, yet he was able to reach level 127 by only completing quests. Director Yoon Sang-min. What does the Mongolian branch think about this? Asks one of the employees. Park In-hyuk, Mongolia branch manager, and other branch managers are also joining the meeting remotely. Will the player Alanbatar be safe? They ask him. The player's vital signs are currently being closely monitored, and he is ready to be pulled out of the game at any moment. And the Mongolian government has agreed to cooperate with the company. I have a proposal, says Park In-hyuk. This is potentially the first Mongolian player with multiple classes, and he could improve his skills quite a bit thanks to it. Considering the low gaming activity in Mongolia, the company will be able to increase sales with such news, and this is a great chance. Indeed, many have abandoned the use of the capsule, and it is very interesting whether this is connected with nomadic traditions or not. Are you an optimist? What if he fails this task and it ruins our reputation? Asks another employee. Don't worry about it so much, they tell him. The longer he stays in the game, the greater the chance of success, since the task is designed in such a way that it can be completed. Team Captain Yoon Na-hee, can you tell us the success rate of this mission? Yoon Sung-min asks. The girl replies that she has already uploaded all the necessary documents to the server, so now it is possible to view them. The man immediately logs in to look at the numbers, and there he sees something completely different from what he would like. The success rate is only 9%. Wait, the player somehow managed to get this hidden task. He cries out in bewilderment. The player will meet the mysterious Apostle of Justice in an underground prison, and when he hears about the events that took place in Winston, he will immediately free him. First of all, it is necessary to understand who will be the Apostle of Justice and help the guy complete the task, receiving a large reward in return, and it is also necessary to make sure that the players are as safe as possible, Director Min reasons, while the company president continues to search for information about the task. And just a second later, Director Min's monologue is interrupted by the president's loud laughter. Just look at these documents, he laughs. It seems like there is an unexpected variable, share task information. What? Min is perplexed. Kuroi shared information about the mission with only one person. However, he revealed this information halfway through, so the previous information is now outdated. And the player he shared with was Grid, Shin Yan-woo, who was currently busy drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Just think, the task only gave me 600 gold coins. The guy gets angry. Old Khan should have given this task to me. Why him and not me? I gave him the task only because he blurted something out despite the fact that I paid for the old man's treatment. He continues to be upset. Another helping of fish soup and more vegetables, please. He sighs and hands the plate to the woman at the checkout. Thus, he spends the whole evening and night falls unnoticed. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. I need to be quieter, the guy thinks to himself as he enters the house. You should have told me you were coming late. Do you know what time it is? His sister yells at him in rage. Why aren't you asleep yet if you have school tomorrow? Yanwoo answers. I was worried about someone spending all their time in the game capsule, his sister replies, already beginning to notice that her brother has gotten drunk. My sweet little sister, were you worried about your little brother? Yanwoo laughs, making her blush. Well, enough joking. I was just watching TV. Now get moving. Take a shower and go to bed. The girl replies. Is my little sister going through puberty? Yanwoo continues laughing. Shouldn't it be 0? At this point, the boardroom is perplexed. Maybe the supercomputer was wrong, and the success rate should be 0 rather than 9%, says Director Min. No, that can't be, Yoon Nahi tells him, to which she receives the answer that Min only said that to let off steam. He is behaving this way because the chances of success have fallen, the company's president explains. Now, the one who needs to know about Kuroi's situation is not the Apostle of Justice, but Grid. This Shin Yan-woo is just the worst possible option. He's still level 21, even though he's been given a legendary class. It's a shame that the legendary class went to such a guy, and even the hidden mission fell into his hands. This guy is a deadly poison for Satisfy. In that case, won't he fail this quest too? We lost such a chance to advertise the game, says the president. The only thing he did after getting the legendary class was craft epic arrows and get the class quest. So it's incredibly difficult to predict anything. But I think that because of his unpredictable behavior, these events will be quite interesting, he decides. There are only 3 epic classes in this game right now. Apart from the recently revealed Blood Warrior, information about the other 2 is still unknown to the public. The first owner of the epic class is unidentified, and the second is the 7th ranked player. That's why the community never stops arguing about what the other 2 epic classes are capable of and who the owner of the first one is. At this time, no less interesting events are taking place in the Akero dungeon of Steim County. Our group is the strongest. No, we are much better. The players' shouts can be heard from everywhere. But they didn't even lift a finger when I joined the group, the girl complains to her friend nearby. See that girl? Her name is Effeminine, and they've been hanging around her ever since she showed up, the girl's friend replies. I will join the strongest team. Can you demonstrate your skills? Says Effeminine. Of course, everything for you. Absolutely all the men around her answer her in one voice. The first team rushes to fight the approaching monsters. Destructive Fire Wave. 1 point gap. Lightning Strike. With all their enthusiasm, they defeat the monsters one after another. Stones fly in all directions from the blows and screams of monsters and players can be heard. They are quite mediocre. Effeminina is upset. Suddenly, the girl realizes that one of the players has used a whirlwind of madness. This looks absolutely incredible. Who did this? She doesn't understand. Here, her gaze falls on one of the men from whom this power emanates. It seems like he's leveled up quite well by now and is perfect against Piero, the girl decides. It's time for her to put her skill to use. Her ability is to duplicate a skill. She uses a level 3 Madness Whirlwind. This skill creates a whirlwind lasting 5 seconds, dealing 1,530 to 2,380 damage per second. The agility of objects caught in this skill's vortex will be reduced by 80%. This skill is available for one-time use, but the girl can save it and use it later. I hope we meet again, Effemina smiles. Will you join us now, Miss Effeminine? The man who has just used this skill addresses her. However, the girls had already disappeared without a trace. She prepared for 63 days without stopping. But now with this skill, she should succeed. She simply has to complete this S-rank quest. The girl needs to concentrate. The quest is called The Traitor of the Red Knights, and the gist of it is that Piero is a traitor who has seriously wounded Asmophil, so it is necessary to take revenge on this monster hiding in the Kesson Canyon. The reward for completing this quest will be the title, Agent of Retribution, but the penalty for failing the task will be 2 whole levels, and Asmophil's trust in the girl will be significantly reduced. The difficulty of S-class quests is incredibly high, and the enemy is an incredibly talented NPC. He should probably be stronger than most boss monsters. He is the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire. Was it Asmophil who sent you here? Asks Piero. I can win, my preparation is impeccable. The girl is confident. However, her self-confidence is diminished by the appearance of a bright flash of light. Tartan! Shouts Effemina. This is the strongest defensive skill possessed by the #1 ranked Guardian Knight Bump. Effeminina only has 9 basic skills. However, the girl can use skill duplication 3 times a day, and in 2 months, she had to find and copy the best skills used by top rankers. Thanks to this, the girl got herself 50 best skills. Sure, they can only be used once, but that's more than enough to complete the quest, she decides. She should be able to handle it because she is the duplicator, the owner of the very first epic class in Satisfy. With the counter barrier skill, she engages in battle with Piero. The man obviously underestimated his opponent. A whirlwind of madness, the girl shouts, not intending to stop there. However, the traitor will not die just from this, so she will have to use all her strength. Destructive Fire Wave, Light Mace, Tyrant's Majesty, Shadow Spear. Prelude to Destruction. Effeminina uses skill after skill without stopping, not giving Piero time to come to his senses. Is he dead? The girl asks herself, exhaling tiredly and stopping. There was no notification of the quest being completed yet, meaning he was still alive. The girl realizes that her mana is being spent incredibly quickly, but if she uses high-class skills, she should break the distance and restore mana. For this, the girl will need a potion. Suddenly, Piero appears right in front of her face, and Effemina realizes with horror that he is not even wounded. He uses a skill that can kill anyone. It can't be avoided. It's doomed to destruction, she realizes. All that awaits you here is inevitable death, Piero says calmly. No, I have to survive at any cost, the girl screams. The next skill she uses is Horror Projection, and the girl manages to use it quite successfully. How dare you come here, Asmophil? Piero runs away with a wild cry. Horror Projection is a powerful skill that places its target in an illusionary trap. Effemina saved this skill for the most unexpected situations. For a short time, Piero will be enveloped in an illusion of the battle with Asmophil, and during this time, she should use the respite to restore mana and continue the battle with him. Due to continuous use of skills, you have reached your limits. A warning pops up suddenly. She won't be able to use her skills for a while. All stats are reduced by 50%. This leaves the girl stunned and in despair. She doesn't understand how this happened because she had already almost completed the entire quest. Even so, while Piero is distracted by the non-existent Asmophil, she can try to do something, Effemine decides. But it's too late for that. Piero has already recovered. This monster is simply incredibly strong. The girl's characteristics as a duplicator are too low. She has no choice but to surrender. You have declined the quest, a notification appears. Quest failed. Your level has been reduced by 2. Asmophil's trust in you has diminished. 2 months of preparation were wasted, and she missed the opportunity to win an incredible title. But its effects were perfectly matched with her class. The girl is simply furious because it was a super rare S-rank quest. Are you by any chance Miss Arena? The girl suddenly hears someone's voice. I would like to ask you for something, the unknown man continues. If it's not too much trouble, could you complete our task? He asks. The quest has been created, a new game system notification appears. I'm already upset about Piero, and now he's here with his useless quest? The girl gets angry, and then it dawns on her. The reward for completing this quest is 1,500 gold and the title of Competitor. The man called her Irina, and out of the many alliances she worked with, she only used that name when she worked as a blacksmith. You are from the Miro company, right? I will help you, the girl answers. She accepted the quest, and now this company asks her to meet with the successor of the blacksmith Khan and defeat him in a blacksmith competition. But if she fails this task, then the level of her relations with the Miro company will drop to the minimum value. At this time, the blacksmith Han unsuccessfully asks Yeonwoo for forgiveness for giving such a unique quest to the first player he met. He believes that if Yeonwoo had received the mission and tried to leave Winston, he would have been immediately captured, since the Miro company is monitoring everyone in this village, while someone outsider like Kuroi would not arouse any suspicions among them, and therefore would be able to carry out the task without hindrance. "I cannot put my benefactor in danger," says Old Khan guiltily. "You're like a son to me. I'd end my life if anything happened to you." The old man continues, getting even more upset and starting to sniffle. "Calm down and let's get back to training," Yeonwoo says in a conciliatory tone. "The competition is in 2 days. Are you ready for it?" Khan asks. Yeonwoo is confident in his abilities because if he uses his skills often, his abilities improve significantly. It starts to work better and more efficiently. "You have created a rare item, all stats +2. Reputation on the continent +30, the new notification says. "You have created an epic item, all stats +4. Reputation on the continent +80. The characteristics stamina and agility are increased. This feeling of development is simply divine." Yeonwoo admires. The guy works with great enthusiasm, but sooner or later, all his strength runs out. Yeonwoo falls onto the bench, completely exhausted and powerless. "I wonder how much I've leveled up," the guy thinks, reaching out his hand and opening the stats window. However, its stats have only increased slightly, which is disappointing because it's very different from the progress that was made with the Jaffa arrows. But there's nothing to be done about it. Because of the Miro company, he doesn't have any quality materials, and even selling a few epic items won't help much. Yet, despite the stats, Yeonwoo feels like his skills have improved. And what's more, he managed to earn an additional 130 stat points by crafting various items. He definitely needs to invest them into agility if he wants to win this competition. But considering how hard he has it in combat, it's worth pumping up the other stats as well. Okay, 60 in endurance and 70 in agility, the guy decides. Now his stamina had increased from 52 to 112, his agility from 99 to 169, and in addition, due to the increase in stamina, his health had increased from 936 to 1,536. This doesn't look like the characteristics of a level 21 player at all. Yeonwoo is surprised. He realizes that they match the characteristics of a level 75 player, and this discovery is astounding. Moreover, his stats increase every time he creates a high-class item, which means he can use it to make up for his lack of combat skills. "Of course, I will have to work a lot, but I am already used to it." The young man smiles. At tomorrow's competition, he simply has to show everyone the results of his work. The day of the competition arrives unnoticed, and the central square of Winston, where it will be held, is filled with a huge number of players. Quite a few local NPCs also gathered here. "It's natural that they, as residents, want to protect the forge from the Miro company," says one of the players. "Grid, we believe in you. Show them your skills. Protect our forge." Shouts come from all around. But when they see Yeonwoo, many are disappointed because he looks like a newbie and has no equipment at all. So the upcoming competition begins to seem like a waste of time. "How are our preparations going, Rabbit?" Valmont asks, and is assured that everything is going exactly according to plan. "And now, let me introduce you to the main star of today's competition." A loud voice carries across the square. "Irina from Miro." Almost the entire male population immediately becomes inflamed with passionate feelings for the unknown beauty, and begins to shout slogans in her support with all their might. "Thank you for your support, boys." The girl smiles coquettishly and winks. Yeonwoo wonders if this girl could be the rival of the Black Witch Yura. The support she's getting is incredible, but I still have the locals on my side, the guy thinks contentedly. And then his gaze falls on those very local residents, and Yeonwoo understands that he will no longer receive any support. He squats down resignedly. "Mr. Grid, fate itself brought us together today, so please take care of me." Efemin blushes embarrassedly. "You're not my type, so stay out of the way, little one," he tells the girl irritably. "Isn't it rude to address such a beauty as me like that?" Efemin chuckles. "You do look cute, but little kids like you shouldn't be so arrogant calling yourself pretty," Yeonwoo replies. "What's wrong with him?" "No one has ever treated me like this before," the girl thinks irritably. She plans to humiliate this guy in front of everyone. Yeonwoo smirks and says that even her 20 years of age means nothing to a grown man like him. This girl is level 188. Her name is Efemina, and she is a duplicator. She failed the previous quest, which required her to eliminate Piaro to avenge Asmafel. Now her task is to win the blacksmith competition, and if she wins, she will receive 1,500 gold and the title of competitor, thanks to which she will unlock such characteristics as fighting spirit and luck, and a new useful skill dice will be unlocked. The theme of today's competition is dagger, and you have 3 hours to make it. The host gives the orders. If I win, I'll get a new title and characteristics, Efemin thinks. But the girl is a little nervous about the complexity of the quest, because it has the status unknown. Could this mean that her opponent's skills are unknown to anyone? Well, so be it. It won't change anything because my plan is perfect. The girl decides in the end. Once her opponent starts creating an item, Euphemina will simply copy their skill. If both opponents use the same skills, the luckiest one will be the winner. But in any case, the chances will be 50-50. Will I be able to win? The girl doubts. At this time, Yanwu had already started making the dagger. He has already started forging this dagger? The girl is amazed. But then she immediately reassures herself that she just needs to copy his skill. And after that, the winner will be the one with the better weapon. She owns an epic-grade Blessed Blacksmith hammer. Its attack power is 50 to 70 units. The probability of creating a rare item is 15%. And the probability of creating an epic item is 5%. It doesn't matter how good the item is, if I don't have the necessary skills, then it's useless, Efemin thinks. Therefore, her decision is the most correct in this situation. And the girl activates the ability Observe Skills. She focuses all her attention on the enemy. However, the girl is in for a disappointment. Did you want something? Asks Yanwu, who noticed her gaze. You cannot determine the target's skill because the skill observation level is too low, a notification appears. This is impossible. My observation of skills is at level 7. The girl is insanely outraged because already at level 5 she was able to copy advanced blacksmithing. Is it possible that this person has already become a master? The top blacksmiths have only reached the intermediate level of mastery, so how could my skill not work? The girl panics. Don't tell me he has an epic class too. She understands. At the moment, only she, Agnes, and Katz have been able to obtain the epic class. Then he has some unique class. The girl decides. If everything goes like this, I will lose, she realizes. Euphemina calls Rabbit and asks him to make sure that her opponent's mentor also participates in the competition. The man is extremely surprised that Euphemina is asking him to change the rules while the competition is already in full swing. He has no choice but to submit, otherwise they will lose. Something happened? Yanwu is surprised when he sees Rabbit talking to the host of the competition. Sir Han, please come on stage. Miss Arena wants to see you, the host calls out. She says that a student must perform together with a mentor. He continues. The crowd is incredibly surprised and admired by the girl's courage, because she will be competing alone against 2 blacksmiths at once. If they ask, then let's work together, says Old Man Khan. He is grateful to her for the opportunity to work with Yanwu, because he respects this guy as a professional blacksmith. Okay, let's ruin her plans, Yonu decides. Euphemina is extremely pleased that everything is going as it should. It was from Old Man Han that she would now borrow his incredible skills. This time, everything goes as planned, and the girl manages to analyze and copy his skill. Now she can use the 3rd highest level blacksmithing once, and since now the strength of both of them is equal, her opponent will not be able to change anything, even being a master. Now everything comes down to luck. Let's see who will come out the winner, Euphemina decides. Loud cries praising the girl continue to echo throughout the square. Euphemina turns around to see how things are going with Grid and Old Man Khan. They are still working on the outline of the blade. How sad, because I have already finished forging. She smiles. As long as luck is on her side, she will not lose. At this time, Yanwu receives a notification that the skill Legendary Forge Patience has been activated. Now his health, stamina, and agility are increased by 200% for 1 hour. So far, everything is going great and Old Man Khan's concentration is just at its best. Iron and fire, I feel their combination perfectly. Everything is just wonderful. Yanwu rejoices. The Legendary Forge Breath skill has been activated, the new sign reads. This is the moment when fire and iron come together. Yanwu smiles. Rabbit is watching the competition closely at this time. From his expression, it's easy to tell that he expected something completely different, and that Yanwu's success obviously doesn't make him happy. Unbelievable, I am so glad to be part of this event, admires Old Man Han. This is the horn of the Minotaur that we use to make the handle, and it costs a whole 10 gold pieces, did you know that? Yanwu tells him in response. They are interrupted by the enthusiastic cries of the crowd. Effemina has already finished her work and her dagger is ready. It is as incredible as its creator, and such a beautiful piece was created in just 3 hours. Yanwu doesn't want to admit it, but the dagger really turned out great, and the girl turned out to be quite talented. Should we now determine its characteristics? The host of the competition shouts at the top of his voice. After determining the characteristics, everyone will know that Effeminina has created a bewitching dagger of epic class. Its attack power is from 122 to 127 units, and it also gives an 8% increase to attack speed. This is a dagger created with grace and first-class blacksmithing experience. Its deadly beauty can stop the enemy's heart, because there is a possibility to bewitch the enemy. The requirements to use this beautiful dagger are level 100 or higher, dexterity of 200 units, and intelligence of over 30. Don't get distracted, concentrate on your dagger, Yanwu says to himself. Incredible, this is a dagger that can charm a person. Valmont admires. Old Man Han was also surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be able to compete with him in skill at such a young age. But that's nothing to you, right, Grid? Khan smiles. Of course, I just finished creating mine, Yanwu replies. It's a bit worrying, in case the audience gets a heart attack when they see it. The guy grins. However, his triumph is interrupted by suddenly opening doors. The guards, armed with strong, sharp spears, are already rushing towards him. Yanwu can't understand what's going on and what they need here at all. You are a villain, one of the guards shouts. We have received information that you are an accomplice of the criminal Kuroi, and we will arrest you immediately. What did you say? Kuroi was captured? Old Khan cries out indignantly. What a pity, Valmont grins. Khan realizes that it was he who set everything up and called the guards when he realized that he could not win. Why should I work with Kuroi? Let me go! Yanwu screams in impotent rage as the guards take him away. I've seen a lot of different things in 20 years of work, Rabbit thinks at this time, looking at the dagger made by Yanwu. But even Arena's dagger can't compete with such an object. Here we lose. We had to resort to such measures only because of that guy, because he created a truly amazing object, says Valmont, approaching him. We will lose public support if we declare a winner in this situation, Rabbit says. The audience is more than convinced of Arena's victory, or do you really think that I will refuse this forge? Valmont asks indignantly. He orders Rabbit to take the dagger with him, as they cannot allow its properties to be revealed. His name is worth remembering, because with such skills it would not be an exaggeration to consider him the greatest blacksmith on the continent, Rabbit thinks. At this time, Effeminina quietly approaches the dagger made by Yeon and is surprised at how incredible this object is, against which she has no chance. However, the audience is still on her side, which means the task was completed and it's time for her to collect her reward. Rabbit intends to keep his promise. Now her quest is complete. She receives 1,500 gold. The title, Competitor, the characteristics, Fighting Spirit, and Luck, as well as the skill, Dice. The Fighting Spirit characteristic means that the lower her health, the stronger the attack, and the more stable her mental state. And the Luck characteristic increases the likelihood that a happy event will happen to the girl. And that guy, it looked like he hadn't done anything to get arrested for. The girl turns to Rabbit. His personality was quite unpleasant for her, but she still wanted to know who he was. This guy probably didn't even expect to meet an ordinary person in a blacksmithing competition, Rabbit tells the girl. Your skill is terrible, but you move the same way as Han, which means you most likely have copying skills. Someday, Mero will be held accountable for all of its wrongdoing, so I want to leave this company and find another path to success. And Khan's forge can open it for me, all thanks to Grid's skills. Once he has enough connections and resources, his skills alone will be able to compete with medium and large companies. Even the best Begi merchant currently only has a small company. Is this Grid really that incredible? Effemin wonders. I have a proposition for you. Can you help me save this guy? Asks Rabbit. Is this a quest? Effemin is surprised. The new task is called Rabbit's Plan. She will need to help the man save Grid and destroy the Miro Company and Lord Winston. The reward for completing it will be 5,000 gold and maximum closeness with Rabbit and the inhabitants of Winston. As soon as this Grid appeared, I immediately managed to get a title and an S-rank quest. This is not bad, and I simply have to help. Effemin decides. Now, has everyone gotten their due? At this time, a question sounds in the forge. Since Kuroi has been arrested, the locals decide to take action right now and not leave all the solutions to the problems to Grid and Kuroi alone. Let's protect our future. This time we will gain freedom with our own strength. The villagers, led by Old Man Khan, shout. Suddenly, An arrow flies straight into the back of one of the residents. "I knew about this uprising," Valmont grins as he enters the forge. "Bastard, you rigged the results of the competition, and now you want to take the entire village for yourself. Aren't you afraid of the people's wrath?" Khan shouts at him in rage. "Sir Philipson, what do you call this?" "A lord should not feel fear, am I right?" Valmont asks one of the guards. "Just leave the forge and surrender. I want to go and rest as soon as possible," he tells the residents. "You are demons," Old Khan replies. "Arrest the rebel leader Khan," Valmont shouts. At this time, Kuroi is still sitting in the dungeon, having long since lost track of time. "Someone please let me out," he whispers quietly with the last of his strength. Kuroi's ECG is too unstable. If this continues, we will not be able to guarantee Alambatar's health. The company office is worried. If they don't get him out of the system, the situation will get out of control. 48 hours have passed in the real world, and now we should focus on helping him complete his quest, says Park Yoon-hyuk, manager of the Mongolian branch. "It's too dangerous because his potential savior grid has been arrested. Or do you want to entrust the fate of our company to a player like him?" The rest of the staff is indignant. The chances of his survival at the moment are only 9%. However, due to the arrest, he became much closer to Huroi, so there is still hope. Park Yoon-hyuk answers them. Even in such a hopeless situation, he still feels that something is bound to happen. This guy may be a low-level player, but his tenacity is commendable. There are only 2 hours left. Grid will definitely do something. Let's give him a chance. At this time in the dungeon of Winston Castle, tell us who Kuroi has messed with. Screams are heard from the dungeon. "Bastard, if you don't answer, we'll kill you," one of the guards shouts at Yona at the top of his lungs. "I don't know. Kill me or are you too weak?" Yeonwoo yells back at him. It doesn't matter how exactly, but he simply has to die. If he becomes a prisoner and loses the competition, then Khan will not be able to bear the pain of losing his beloved forge. But if this guy kills Khan, then he will be able to be reborn and return to the old man. "Now kill me," Yeonwoo thinks. The second guard calms his comrade down, preventing him from killing Yona, because he knows that people like this guy have immortal bodies and killing them is pointless. "Just put him in jail and he'll tell us everything later," the man says. Yeonwoo understands that this is very bad, because if he is put in prison, Han will definitely be in danger. And besides, being locked up, he will not even be able to play. "I'll tell you everything. Just take off this gag," Yeonwoo decides. But he can't voice his decision because of the gag in his mouth. "Don't let him out until he starts cooperating with us," says the guard. And Yeon is taken to prison. The guy tries to say that he agrees to cooperate, but the guards don't understand him. Suddenly, a notification pops up that a new quest, Apostle of Justice, has been created, which requires saving Kuroi in 7 hours, and the reward is a title. Yeonwoo remembers that he had already seen such rewards in the very quest that Kuroi showed him recently. The guy doesn't understand how it's even possible to complete this quest if he's in a dungeon, and the penalty for not completing it is simply terrible, because he'll lose 2 levels, get the title Coward, and his intimacy with all NPCs will be significantly reduced, as will the likelihood of receiving new quests. "I will never take this quest," the guy decides, but it turns out that it is impossible to refuse this task. 3 hours pass while he thinks, but no one comes to his aid. "I haven't won a cent in my 26 years of life. I should have understood what was behind the legendary class." Yeonwoo is upset. He is sure that the goddess of fortune has turned away from him forever. It was all the more unexpected for him to hear someone's voice quietly calling him. A feminina creeps along the dungeons looking for where exactly Grid was hidden. What is Arena doing here? Although what difference does it make? She is my last hope now, Yeonwoo thinks in despair. Where is this shameless guy? He hears the girl trying unsuccessfully to find him. There are only 2 hours left to complete the quest, and the guy needs to somehow attract her attention and help her find himself. So out of desperation, he begins to bang his head against the iron bars of the grate. The sound attracts Efemina's attention. After a short time, she finally finds his prison. "You scared me, but the main thing is that you're here." She rejoices. "Wait a little. I'll get you out of here," the girl says to Yeonwoo. And unexpectedly for him, she pulls out the very dagger that he made at the competition and gives the weapon to the guy, saying that he managed to do something amazing. Now I see that she is a very smart and kind girl. Yeonwoo is happy. "However, I have a condition," Efemine interrupts his joy. She asks Yona to make her a ball that can store as many spells as possible. Yeonwoo doesn't understand why she's asking him specifically, since he's never made such magical items before. What difference does it make? Let it be as she wants. In the end, it is he who decides. And also, don't call me a child. I have a name and it's a feminina, So call me that, the girl continues. So Irina was a pseudonym? Yanwu is surprised. Finally, the girl voices all her conditions, releases him, and gives him the dagger. But why do you need to save me? And how did the blacksmith even get in here? Yanwu asks, surprised. I'm not a blacksmith, the girl answers him. I am the owner of the hidden class duplicate, and I simply copied Han's skills during the competition. She smiles. A hidden class? But there are only 3 people who have it. Yanwu is amazed. Why would you reveal your identity to me if you used a pseudonym before? He doesn't understand, and the girl explains that now everything has changed and they have become partners. But you also have a hidden class with at least a unique rating, right? Ifemin asks the shocked guy. How did you know? Is it possible that you liked me? Yanwu answers, making the girl angry and blush. I don't know what class you are, but you should fight at full strength, Ifemin tells him. Otherwise they will kill us, the girl finishes, looking at the crowd of guards quickly approaching them. The girl had already managed to count them, and there were at least 100 guards. So she needed Yeon's help so that they could survive. I only have a dagger, how can I help you at all? Yanwu panics. He looks at the stats and sees that it is a perfect dagger of a unique class, with an attack power of 242 to 264, with built-in skills of wind strike and fast movements. In addition, there is a possibility of instantly killing the target. Was he really that good? Yanwu is amazed. This item is created by you. You have reached 100% understanding of the item. A notification appears. You do not meet the requirements and penalties will apply. The attack power of the perfect dagger is reduced by 20%. However, half of the effects inherent to the item will be available. It's so cruel to be fined while being the creator of this item, which upsets Yanwu. Wasn't one of the conditions the highest level of dagger mastery? But you are a master blacksmith, not a killer, so how did you do it? Efemine is indignant. This child seems to have already looked at the description of the dagger, and now seeing her confused face is really cute, Yanwu thinks. They're coming! Efemine screams in panic. Yanwu barely manages to dodge the first blow, watching as the blade flies past his head and hearing the whistle of the air being cut. And only by a miracle does he manage to avoid being wounded. Little brat, you should have warned me about this, the boy scolds. Without wasting a second, he enters the battle with fury. His body tenses, concentrating energy, and, shouting a battle cry, he uses a new skill, Wind Strike, releasing a powerful gust of air that can knock the enemy off their feet. The blast wave from the new skill hits the guards, and several of them are sent flying far away, crashing into walls and falling to the ground like broken toys, bruised and disoriented. Are you going to watch like this, Efemin? The guy starts to get indignant, noticing that the girl is only watching the progress of the fight. My only goal was to free you. Now I can rest. Besides, my skills are very expensive, she replies. Don't be greedy in such a situation. The guy is indignant. He only had 1 hour and 25 minutes left to complete the quest. I don't have any time, and I won't be able to deal with them all, he thinks in a panic. Efemina, don't be stubborn. There is someone else we must save. Someone else? The girl is surprised. But I already saved the old man Han on the way here. Was he arrested too? Sure, thanks for that, but the one we have to save is another guy and his name is Hura, Yanwu says. I've only met this guy once, so I don't know all the information about him. I don't want to waste time on a stranger, it's quite a chore, Efemine says tensely. I don't want to participate in this either. Just listen to me, you impudent child. Yanwu explodes. Didn't I tell you? The girl begins in a calm voice. Don't call me a child, she finishes in rage. Spear of destruction, cries Efemine. The wave of her power spreads out like an invisible wall, and a significant portion of the guards turn to dust, their bodies flying apart as if they were struck by some unknown, all-consuming force, leaving behind only smoke and debris. A sudden flash of blinding light from her skill floods everything around her, momentarily blinding and disorienting her, and leaving her eyes dancing with colored spots for a long time, reminiscent of the recent blinding sight. Life leaves the guards so quickly that they do not even have time to realize that death is approaching, and in an instant their eyes freeze and their bodies fall to the ground, without even having time to make an attempt to defend themselves. Be careful, she's dangerous, the others scream in panic. To create such powerful magic without preparation? It can compete with Yura, Yonu realizes. I'll close my eyes this time because we have someone else to save, but I'll be very glad if you don't call me a child anymore, Efemine says, threateningly. I have committed a terrible sin, ma'am, Yanwu giggles tensely. How much longer are we going to walk here? Isn't the 3rd floor the last one? The guy gets indignant after a while, when he and Efemina are going down another staircase. A new notification warns that there is only 1 hour and 10 minutes left to complete the quest. "Are you sure that Kuroi is not above us?" he asks the girl. "I checked the first and second floors while I was looking for you, and there wasn't a soul there. Besides, there's no need to worry because the person who told me about the 4th floor is trustworthy." "But which way should we go now?" the guy asks when he sees a huge number of different stairs appearing in front of them. "They've gone down lower, faster, let's catch up with them." The guard's cries can already be heard. "Let's check this route first." Yonu decides in a flash and is already heading towards the chosen staircase. How could such a beautiful flower grow in this gloomy place? At this time, Ephemin admires the unknown plant. "Wait, don't touch him!" Yonwoo shouts at her. "Look, they're all connected." Luckily, these traps are visible to the naked eye, so they won't be dangerous if you're careful. Literally a second later, an axe blade flies past his face, just a centimeter away, miraculously not hitting him. The girl behind him, who accidentally activated the trap, laughs maliciously. "Be careful! How can you be so absent-minded?" Yonwoo doesn't understand. Before he can finish this thought, he is again attacked by another trap. Turning back, he sees a happy Epheminina with a banana in her hands. "Grid, there's another flower here." A second later, she screams again, and this again activates another trap. "Ephemin, be reasonable. How many times do I have to tell you that these are all traps?" Yonu shouts at her in rage. "We need to activate them to ensure our safety when we retreat, and that's what we should have done in the first place. And if you don't even know about that, then why should I listen to you?" The girl suddenly answers him seriously. "Found them. They're here." The cry of one of the guards is heard. Yunwoo suddenly jumps down somewhere, bypassing the stairs, and leaving all the soldiers to Ephemin. "I have no armor, so I will be useless in battle. Destroy them with fire magic or something else, and the search for Kuroi will be on me," he shouts to the girl. How selfish this guy is. Ephemina has never been so outraged. "If I use fire magic in a confined space, we'll get fried, idiot!" She screams in rage, and Yonwoo asks her to at least hold out until he gets back. If she's a duplicator, then that means she can copy other people's skills? Usually, it takes a long time to activate high-level magic, but she can use it instantly. That's cheating, he thinks. But thanks to her, he doesn't have to worry about those soldiers. "I'm counting on you, little one," Yonwoo thinks. The girl uses the skill Ice Queen's Breath, but the soldiers continue to move forward despite this incredible magic. "It would be easier if I used fire magic, but then the whole dungeon would blow up." The girl gets upset. She still has 11 skills left over from the quest with Piaro, so she won't lose to some ordinary soldiers. But the problem is that among all these people there are no 5 Knights of Winston. One of them has disappeared. Let part of the group track him down. One of the soldiers gives the order to go look for Grid. At this time, the girl uses the Sword of Light skill. How strong is this girl? The soldiers scream in rage. "Please come back quickly," Ephemina mentally addresses Yang. She only has 10 skills left and she won't be able to hold back this army. "It's been almost 50 hours in the real world. Someone save me? I can't take this anymore." A scream is heard in one of the dungeons. It's Huroi's voice. Yonu understands and hurries in the direction from which the sound comes. "Because of him I have to endure this torment." He is angry. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man in armor appears on the guy's path. "This is Leo, one of Winston's knights. I know you escaped from prison. And if you have a connection with Kuroi, then you must know why I am here," says the knight. Yonwoo laughs that everyone he met before could only bark. But in fact, the guy understands that things are bad, because the knights are at least level 180. "It seems that you cannot keep your mouth shut," the knight replies. "I'm going to have to teach you some manners. Why did I provoke him?" Yonwoo immediately regrets his actions and uses the skills Blacksmith's Fury and Fast Movements. For the next 20 seconds, his attack power and speed will be greatly increased, and for the next minute, his agility and dodge rate will also be increased. Filled with rage and battle lust with a wild, hate-filled cry, the knight rushes into the attack, his eyes burning with fire and his body tense to the limit, ready to crush anyone who stands in his way. Yonwoo didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Using all his skills and agility, the guy at the very last moment, barely in time, with great effort blocks the attack and his muscles tense to the limit. But he understands that this knight is too fast, and without the dagger skill Fast Movements, he would have been finished long ago. "Insult me and block the attack? Some blacksmith decided to humiliate my dignity?" The knight is outraged to the very depths of his soul. "I'll have to fight at full strength," he shouts in rage. "Prepare to meet your death." The man continues and strikes again. Now Yonwoo has received 17,300 points of damage. But since his health reached the minimum mark, the skill, A Legend Does Not Die So Easily, was activated, so he will be invulnerable to any attacks for the next 5 seconds. What is this incredible power? I need to drink the potion immediately, the guy decides. However, suddenly the knight stops abruptly for some reason. And then Yanwu realizes what happened. He remembers how Efeminina warned him that if he used fire magic in a confined space, he would definitely get fried. This knight used the skill Dust Explosion and destroyed himself. It's just the difference in our skills. Yanwu laughs contentedly. It's impossible, Winston's knight only manages to say before he dies. Yanwu defeated the knight and received the title of Night Killer for this, and also picked up the prison key. This guy is now level 45. At this time, Kuroi in his dungeon had already lost all hope of salvation. The silence that had fallen over the room was suddenly broken when the door opened smoothly, almost silently, and a figure entered the room, causing him to flinch in surprise and become wary. The bright light blinds his eyes, which have become unused to it during his time in captivity, and he does not immediately understand who exactly is standing in front of him. "I was planning to beat you up," says Yanwu, who entered the dungeon. "But you look like you're going to die," he finishes, puzzled. The quest is completed, a sign appears. "So you are my savior," smiles Kuroi. Now Kuroi has received the second class, Comrade of the Apostle of Justice, and a new characteristic, Courage, has been opened. He has also learned new skills, Unbreakable Justice, Sacrifice in the Name of Justice, Steel Will, and received the title One Who Overcomes Difficulties, and also opened a new characteristic, Perseverance. "The quest is complete," says the sign already at Yanwu's. He receives the title of Apostle of Justice. He has unlocked a new stat called Courage. All other stats get a boost of 10, and he has now learned a new skill called Unbreakable Justice. And his reputation in Winston has reached its maximum value, as has his intimacy with its inhabitants. "Mr. Grid," says Kuroi, dropping to one knee, "my name is Dam Alanbatar. I am a descendant of the Blue Wolves, and I will be faithful to you. Having accepted the title of Companion of the Apostle of Justice, I will follow you and someday repay you." What's wrong with him? Has he gone crazy? Yanwu thinks in surprise. A duplicator is someone who is able to copy skills and gain the benefits of each class, and may seem like the best class out there. With the right combination of skills, a duplicator can single-handedly take down a boss or become a one-man army. However, he can only copy 3 skills per day and only use them once, and he only has 9 basic skills that cannot be used in combat. And the duplicator also has horribly low physical abilities. Based on this information, a duplicator with a large number of skills can be considered the strongest in the game. But when all abilities are exhausted, Efeminina will become absolutely helpless. It's unbelievable, she single-handedly destroyed several hundred soldiers. One of the guys in armor is indignant. "The elite knights are still alive? I used all my skills, but they don't know about it. So they are afraid to attack me," Efemin thinks tensely. There was a massive explosion earlier, and since Grid hasn't returned yet, it can be assumed that he's dead. Although, even if he managed to save Kuroi, why am I so sure that he will return here? The girl ponders. What should we do if that guy Grid escapes? One of the knights asks another, to which he receives the answer that the Lord's Guard will be waiting for that guy when he leaves, and that they themselves should worry about that girl now, not Grid. "It's a shame to say it, but let's join forces," says the knight. "I won't be able to hold them back, I'm finished." Efemin understands. The remaining 3 skills have a fire attribute, and if I use them, I'll just kill myself. "Seize her!" The knights shout and rush to attack. I shouldn't have trusted him. Why did I even get involved in all this? The girl thinks in despair. She realizes that she can't cope at all. Feeling trapped, she realizes that she is being attacked from 2 sides at once, with no way to retreat, and her heart sinks as she realizes how vulnerable she is in this situation. The girl understands that she needs to use at least some basic skill, and she tries to use her own powers, but all to no avail. The knights realize that she has weakened and can no longer resist. "It turns out I worried for nothing," one of them laughs. "This is retribution for all the dead soldiers," he shouts. "Nothing personal, okay?" The knight continues, already raising his sword over Efemina's head. "We're not done yet, and I have a chance." The girl continues to resist. If she is unlucky, she will die. The girl decides to use the dice skill, but does not have time to do so. "Self-proclaimed proud knights attack a girl. How terrible," says Yanwu, who suddenly appeared. "Grid, and I already thought you left me." Efeminina rejoices. "You should have come a little earlier," she says, with a slight reproach in her voice. "If he is here, then has Leo, the rising star of the north, been defeated?" The knights are amazed. "I have no idea what stars you're talking about, but I met this guy named Leo, and you know, it was too easy to beat him." Yanwu grins. Did you think I couldn't do anything to you? Monsters and NPCs tend to avoid opponents that are 30 or more levels higher than them. But if they're that scared, how high of a level is this guy? Ephemin wonders. He's just a pathetic blacksmith. One of the knights is perplexed. After defeating Leo, he became much more confident in himself, and we had better be extremely careful with him, says another knight. If you don't want to end up like that knight, then you better get out of here, okay? Yonu asks. At first I thought he was rather pathetic, but now I see that even knights are afraid of him, thinks Kuroi. He must have an unrealistically high level. Mr. Grid is simply incredible. How cool, they were so scared. Yanwu mentally rejoices. You will be destroyed. Not by me, of course, but by Ephemin. Yan continues to rejoice in his thoughts. Don't come any closer, bastard. Stay where you are if you want to live. The frightened knights shout at him. This is bad, we have already reached the stairs. One of them understands. Wait, don't be afraid. His strength can't be that great, scolds the other knight. Are you sure? Euphemina, show them what you're worth and destroy them with your magic, Yanwu says proudly. You know, maybe you can deal with them yourself? The girl says, smiling awkwardly. I can't defeat them, Yanwu says, dumbfounded. And while his mind refused to accept reality, the knights, without slowing down, like an angry storm, were already rushing straight towards them, sweeping away everything in their path and leaving not a second for reflection. How dare you ignore us? I will bring you to justice, pathetic criminal, one of the knights shouts. Yanwu realizes that these guys are incredibly fast and strong. Why did he provoke them in the first place? The next moment, Hura suddenly appears right in front of him, shielding Yona with his body. Kuroi! The boy screams in fear, seeing how the knight's sword hits him right in the stomach. However, nothing terrible happens. The sword simply falls out of the knight's hands and with a loud clang of metal falls onto the stone floor. With a sharp cry of pain, the man grabs his dislocated wrist, his fingers convulsively squeezing the sore spot, and his face reflects a grimace of unbearable suffering, and beads of sweat are visible running down his temples. Are you okay? Yonu asks Huroi worriedly. The guy replies that he is fine and there are no problems, because the whole point is that he used his new invaluable skill, Iron Will, which provides complete resistance to all attacks for 10 seconds. How did he manage to block this attack with his body? Ephemin screams in confusion. Mr. Grid, you both need to run, Kuroi cries out nervously. I'll hold them off, he says, thinking about how he wants to repay these two for saving his life. Let's go, Epheminina, while he helps us, Yanwu shouts. Kuroi, hold them off for as long as possible. I hope we meet again in the future. Bastards, we won't let you escape. The guards are indignant. You'll have to go through me first. Kuroi shouts furiously and activates the Evil Tongue skill. Now the stats of his opponents are significantly reduced thanks to this skill. And now my new skill, Kuroi thinks. Feel it! Unbreakable Justice! The guy shouts furiously, attacking his opponents. This skill deals damage equal to 300% of his physical attack power. In the tense silence that foretells an approaching storm, the knights freeze in anticipation of a powerful attack. Their motionless figures like stone statues, contrasting with the internal tension that is about to burst out. And then Kuroi's fist hits one of them right in the chest. However, nothing happens. As expected, a useless skill for a speaker like me. Kuroi laughs nervously. So you were bluffing? Tie him up and take him into custody. The knights scream in rage. Since the quest is over, I can safely exit the game. And it looks like Lord Winston is finished, Kuroi thinks, allowing himself to be roped. He did everything he could and now he can finally rest. Mr. Grid, good luck, the guy thinks before passing out. Meanwhile, Yonu and Euphemia are already approaching the exit from the dungeons. After some time, they finally find themselves free. We finally got out of here, the guy shouts joyfully at the top of his lungs, to which Epheminina asks him to shut up, because they are still in enemy territory and shouting so loudly is just stupid. Now they need to somehow get out of the castle, because if the knights remaining below contact the Lord's guards, they will not be able to do anything and will end up locked up again. The air is so soft and warm and everything around is so green. Meanwhile, Yanwu admires in a fit of wild joy. I told you to shut up. Listen to me, or you'll die, got it? Euphemina yells at him in rage. Even in such situations, he behaves like a child, and the way he treats me is terribly annoying. And yet his class is much better than mine. The girl thinks upset. And those guys, are they enemies? Yanwu asks, pointing at the approaching soldiers. This is the Lord's Guard. Ephemin understands. I can't believe all my knights were destroyed. Lord Winston Baron Lowe screams in rage. It's all because you wouldn't shut your mouth. Euphemina gets angry. If I let them go, the locals will definitely report me to Count Steam. We can't let that happen, Baron Lo thinks. Stop these rebels. He gives the command to his soldiers. Femin, stop them. You can do it, right? Yonu asks hopefully. Is he seriously going to continue pretending to be weak? The girl gets angry. Since we are no longer in a confined space, she can use her remaining skills. Therefore, without a second's hesitation, the girl uses the skill Demon King's Firetail. The Baron's soldiers do not understand what is happening and where such a girl got such enormous strength from. The blow falls on them with such a crushing force that they do not have time to protect themselves, and their bodies, like rag dolls, fly in different directions, and only dust and fragments of their armor remain in the air. So powerful! The Baron is amazed and thrown aside by the blast wave. My entire guard was destroyed in one blow? He looks around the battlefield in disbelief. I feel uncomfortable, having used all the skills I have accumulated, and all because of one guy who likes to bother people. Femin is indignant. But thanks to you, I was able to vent my anger, so thank you, Baron Lo. Now show us the way out of your castle. This woman is so scary, you shouldn't provoke her. But still, who made her so angry? Yanwu is perplexed. They will be free very soon. We finally got out. Yanwu rejoices after just a few minutes. Great job, Rabbit greets them. Rabbit from Marrow? Yanwu is surprised. How glad I am to see you. Thank you for coming to save me. The Baron rejoices. Right, I forgot that he works for Marrow Company. Is this the end? Yanwu gets tense. Are these the ones you called for help? They look strong, says Effemina to Rabbit. She also collaborated with the Marrow Company, so why did she save me? Is this really a trap? Yanwu continues to not understand. What's going on? It'll be hard for me to stand up to them if they're all against me. My stats are pretty high for this level, and I also have 4 titles with pretty good bonuses. There are 10 fighters standing there. The only good thing is that their equipment is not very good. However, I don't have armor. I have to spend my stat points to increase attack and defense. With these thoughts, the guy puts 150 attribute points into strength and 90 attribute points into endurance. Even if I can't win, there are no other options, the guy decides. Although Grid was nervous after increasing his stats, he didn't know that he had become incredibly strong. The total number of attribute points for a level 45 player is 500, but Grid already has 1,300. Moreover, once he equipped the perfect dagger, he immediately became stronger than a level 100 fighter class player. But the experience of fighting incredibly strong opponents made him very insecure. That's why the guy himself doesn't understand how strong he's already become. Now his only thought is that he must win, even if it leads to his death. Rabbit, what are you doing? Shouts the Baron. What are you talking about with this worthless cur? Hurry up and let me go, he commands. I am no longer a member of the Miro Company, and I am now here to take revenge on Valmont and you. So follow my instructions, Rabbit replies. Why do you, a worthless merchant, behave like an apostle of justice? Baron Lo shouts in rage. I'm a salesman, so I always look for the benefit in my actions, Rabbit calmly answers him. And now I choose Mr. Grid. With your skills, you can create incredible things, but you can't reach your full potential on your own, he tells Yan. I ask you to join me, and together we can create a company that will be many times larger than all existing ones, and I am ready to put all my experience and skills on you. So, that's why he saved me? Yanwu thinks and decides to ask why Rabbit decided to rebel against the Lord and the Marrow Company. Because our cooperation will begin in the Khan's Forge, the symbol of Winston, and we need to destroy tyranny to win the trust of the inhabitants, the man answers. Let's hurry up, we need to hurry and finish all this, Effemin urges them. Don't worry, I'll do everything myself and let you know the details after I deal with the company. I promise I will make you the richest man in the world. Wait, did you forget about my order for a ball with a unique rating? Effemin interrupts their dialogue. No, I remember. But you will need to find the materials and production method for it, Yanwu answers. And the girl, with bewilderment in her voice, decides to clarify why he suddenly became so obedient. Because I always keep my promises, Yanwu firmly answers, mentally rejoicing that he will now have a free production method. Then I'll let you know when I find something, Effemin decides. It was fun. See you soon. The girl smiles goodbye. Is it really over? I'm so tired, it's time to quit the game, Yonu decides. I have found a gold mine, which is owning a small or medium-sized company, he reflects happily. Finally, I will become rich. It looks like Mr. Grid was afraid of you. Did something happen inside? Rabbit asks Euphemina. He's not afraid, he just likes to fool around. The girl laughs awkwardly in response. This guy has enough strength to defeat one of the Lord's knights in a fair fight, she says. But the blacksmith can't be that strong, can he? Rabbit doesn't believe it. Pagma. Here he is, the one who fits these requirements. The man understands. Considering his blacksmithing skills and strength, it's obvious that he's Pagma's successor. I never thought I would come across the work of the legendary blacksmith's successor, and creating a large company now does not seem like just a dream. However, his ideas were not destined to come true. The Miro company experienced the actions of Effemina and Rabbit. After this, the actions of the company and the Lord became known to Count Steim, Valmont, and Lowe were sent to the fort. A little later, they were executed by order of the Count. However, during these events, Rabbit was sent to prison for 10 years because he could not predict that Count Steim would be such a strict person and would not forgive anyone in the company. Although I was able to save my life and even take part in the life of a new legend, once the tyrants were driven out, Winston recovered fairly quickly. That's how the team of a beautiful lady and a novice blacksmith brought peace back to Winston. One of the townspeople tells this story to the local children. Such an interesting story, the unknown girl tells him. This is for telling it to me, she says with a smile and hands the storyteller a few coins. I haven't met you before. It looks like you're new here. The man is surprised, gratefully accepting the coins. We will see each other more often from this day on. The stranger answers him. Please tell me some more interesting stories. The story returned back to the events at the Yatan Temple, the man continues, because Count Steim appointed his daughter Irene as Winston's new lady. At this time, breaking news about the game Satisfy appears in the real world. The second class appeared for the first time in this game. I just got word that it's a Mongolian player, which is very surprising considering there aren't many users there. The UK representative is surprised. Say Group is trying to rule the world with a game, we should stop people from playing. Chinese representative is outraged. In Japan, they are confident that the next second class will be received by a player from their country. The Japanese representative is confident of this, even though the game developers and most of the users are in Korea, because they have no other outstanding top players except Yura. Therefore, their chances are 0. In Korea, they talk about how the second class increases the number of weapons available for use, as well as all skills and characteristics. In addition, the second class player also receives 2 additional attribute points with each new level. 2 extra points. But that's cheating. The player who got the second class is incredibly lucky. I envy him so much. Yanwu weakly protests. Evening gradually approaches again, and twilight falls upon the city. It's time to stop going to work, Yanwu confidently declares to his family at the table. You'll be lazing around all day again, his father shouts at him angrily. How can you be so selfish at such an age? You are my brother, but I find you pathetic, the sister thinks sadly. You still have debts, so don't tell me you've decided to participate in some kind of financial pyramid. His mother scolds him. That's not the point. I just play as a blacksmith and can sell the things I create for money, one incredible merchant said. That will help me start earning as a company director. Yonu happily explains to his family. A spoon immediately hits him in the forehead. So you just want to play? Did I understand you correctly? The father shouts. Brother, if you could earn money right in the game, would you have so much debt? Face it, the sister quietly tells the boy. But I got the legendary blacksmith class, so everything will change from now on. Yona tries to convince them otherwise. Stop talking nonsense, tomorrow you'll go look for a job, the father says in a tone that does not accept any objections. Nobody listens to me, it's so upsetting. Yonu is sad. As I thought, the problem is money, he reasons sometime later. I need to earn their trust to stop working. Okay, it's worth accepting Rabbit's offer, Yonu decides. With the knowledge of the second person in a large company and Khan's forge as my base, I will be able to achieve good results. And then, finally, I will be able to convince my parents. With these thoughts, Yanwu dives back into the game. Grid, you've come. Old Khan rejoices at him. It's so peaceful here now. It's good that we've sorted out all the problems. The old man rejoices, and Yanwu immediately asks if Rabbit has come. Khan understands that the guy is not yet aware of everything that happened and says that he has something. This is a letter from Rabbit. At this time, Rabbit, already in prison, reflects on the fact that he was ultimately not forgiven for the sins he committed during his work in the company, and therefore all plans for the future business were not destined to come true. He is confident that Grid, with Khan's skills and his own, can become the richest man in the world. And Rabbit hopes that one day stories of his exploits will be known throughout the world. Count Steam said he couldn't pardon Rabbit, says Old Han, looking at Yona with sympathy. Rabbit was therefore imprisoned for 10 years. Don't be so upset because I also have a favor to ask of you, Khan says with a laugh. I want you to manage this forge. I think you have enough rights to do so, after all. You protected it from the Miro company. Khan smiles. What? Yonu asks, amazed. I am already too old for such work, and I will be very pleased if my place is taken by Pagma's successor, continues Old Khan. He wants to give me his forge? Can an NPC hand over his business to a player? Yanwu thinks. I'll believe you if you sign the contract, he says to the old man. The Khan answers him with consent. Here, are you satisfied? He hands the young man the signed document. You have received the position of heir to the forge. Another game window appears. Is this a dream? If I work hard, I can become the owner of a forge. Yunwoo rejoices. Are you ready to become the owner of the forge? Let's start our training, says the satisfied Khan. Meanwhile, at the auction house. They are not here. I don't see them on the list. A female voice is heard. Why can't I find them anymore? These special Jaffa arrows I bought. If we imagine that blacksmith makes 1,000 arrows each time, could it be that he was recruited by another guild? This is Jishuka, and every player nearby can't take their eyes off her in admiration. Get out of here before I kill you, she says loudly to the most overly persistent guys. Turning away from them, the girl opens her guild chat. Listen carefully. If you do not find this blacksmith by the end of the month, you will be subjected to hellish training. Jishuka is angry. I want to try this workout, Regas responds enthusiastically. Stop talking nonsense. We haven't recovered from the last one yet, another guild member complains. Jishuku doesn't care that they have too little information. She is convinced that her guild simply must find this blacksmith, even if it is impossible. We must get it if we want to become stronger, she says confidently. Regas, do you like training? Then send me your location, the girl smirks. Vanter connects to the chat and joins the discussion. Why did you sleep for 7 hours? Your place at the top was taken, Jishuka yells at him. Leader, do you know anything about the village of Winston? Vanter asks. There was a competition between 2 players to produce items. One of the items created was an epic dagger, crafted in 3 hours. Jishuka understands that this is the same blacksmith because even the top blacksmith Panmir cannot make such a beautiful item. Everyone, head to Winston, Jishuka in command. The one who comes last will die. At this time, one of the players gets a game window with the notification, you killed the poisonous walker and received 534,500 experience points. The limbs of defeated monsters are scattered all around the battle site. The entire battlefield is littered with a huge number of dead bodies of terrible monsters. The player has no intention of stopping. You killed an armored walker. You received 617 experience points, reads another sign. The man wearily drops to one knee, ending the battle. This is the 3rd epic class Blood Warrior. The attack power and abilities of this class are specialized in hunting. This player, Katz, is level 216, ranked 40, and is the 2nd son of Japan's top conglomerate named Jin. However, his ranking, which had increased at a tremendous rate due to the effects of the epic class and his efforts, had not changed over the past month despite his long hunt. Why can't I get to rank 1 despite all my efforts? Are my abilities really that insignificant? I just don't believe it. The guy thinks to himself. My older and younger brothers have achieved great success in our battle of successors. I can't lose to them in the game too. I need to get ready. I need to go to the hunting grounds with higher level opponents. I have enough money, so I need to stock up on potions to level up even faster. The player is wearing Great Sorrow armor, with a unique rating that returns 10% of the damage received and increases all stats by 5% when durability falls below 100. On his hands are the Black Wind Gauntlets, which also have a unique rating, adding 5% to attack speed and 10% to accuracy. I can't find high-level gear on the marketplaces. What do production class users even do? Katz is indignant. These lazy and useless blacksmiths. A month later, Rubezhny, the capital of Steim County, Efemina was also deep in thought, standing near the auction house. It seems like I won't be able to find the method to produce the magic ball, she says sadly. Finding a production method for high-level items was too difficult, so she couldn't find anything at all for the entire evening. The girl received 6,500 coins, but she had nothing to spend them on. At some point, she decisively stops, sensing something is wrong. She looks up, noticing the slightest vibrations in the air. It's annoying, but now it's also unpleasant, Efeminina thinks. Show yourself, I know you're there, says the girl. Thanks to my class, my detection abilities are quite high, but I am being watched even when I didn't reveal my name and remained a secret ranker, she thinks in confusion. I told you to get out, Efemine repeats discontentedly. The man following her is just as perplexed. How did a simple blacksmith discover my disguise? The boy thinks. This is Faker, a member of the Tzedakah Guild and the #1 assassin. Don't fool yourself. It's already clear to everyone that you've been noticed. The guy receives a mocking message. Our guild, Tadaka, will lose its reputation because of you. It seems that you have completely lost your grip after becoming the first among the killers. The other members of the guild laugh at him. After receiving information about the production competition, our entire guild gathered here, the boy thinks with displeasure. Thanks to eyewitness testimony, we were able to quickly find the winner, this rumored blacksmith named Irina. I will meet her myself. Don't let this girl go before I arrive, Jishuka ordered them. Faker planned to follow the girl until the guild leader arrived. However, Irina managed to spot him despite all the level 7 camouflage. With confusion and anger on his face, Faker notices that the girl has gone on the attack. The bright light of her power blinds and tears away all disguise. So you have discovered us. All members of the Tzedaka Guild understand. Stop following me like perverts, the angry girl screams. Without wasting any time, she uses the skill Angel Cry. How can a blacksmith use high-level magic? Faker doesn't understand. Is it possible that she is not the blacksmith we are looking for? The guy begins to doubt. This is a trap set by a guild that is also looking for the creator of the special Jaffa arrows. They want to deter us with false information. The production competition was rigged for this purpose, and our Sadaka guild was trapped. You managed to catch us this time. Now tell me the name of your guild. He shouts irritably to Effemina. Why do all the men I meet these days turn out to be psychopaths? The girl sighs. First you were watching and now you're negotiating. How annoying you are. She screams and uses the lightning skill. Such power and without preparation, what kind of nonsense is this? Faker is perplexed. But it won't work on me. Effemina panics and realizes that her skill didn't work against this guy. He calmly passes through her zipper and approaches the girl. Having reached her, the guy attacks quite successfully. Effeminina thinks that this is the first time since receiving the duplicator class that another player has been able to hit her. This guy is very strong. As if to confirm her thoughts, the stranger soars into the air and several doubles appear around him. This is the end, Faker shouts to the girl. However, this attack of his unexpectedly turned out to be unsuccessful. Effeminina uses one of her accumulated skills again. In just a few seconds, she deals with each of the doubles with lightning speed. You destroyed all my clones in one blow? How is that possible? Faker screams. Meanwhile, the girl summons the ancient royal knight. Familiar? Faker is perplexed. How did she summon a familiar without even being a summoner? That just can't be right. With these thoughts, the guy rushes into an attack on the new enemy. What a terrible power. The knight is the worst opponent for a killer like me who uses disguise. He gets angry. I can't fight him properly. We must attack his mistress. Let's see how good your magic is, he thinks, pointing the weapon at the girl. These are exploding throwing knives that are sensitive to magic. Die, Faker thinks with a grin. His satisfied expression instantly disappears as the girl calmly repels the attack and remains unharmed. Killer skill? But how? He's shocked. I collected many high-level skills while searching for the production method for the magic ball, and right now I am at my strongest state, Effemin thinks. Her familiar deals another blow to the enemy, throwing the guy's body far to the side. Don't fight alone. We'll help you, Faker, his guildmates shout at him in panic. But even with their help, nothing works and Effeminina remains unharmed. None of them can even approach the girl because of this familiar Dragon Claws. The girl shouts out a new skill. The faces of the Tzedaka Guild members express extreme shock and disbelief. None of them expected such strength from a simple blacksmith girl. Fear is clearly visible on each of their faces. The next blow throws them all even further away from this unusual girl. Faker, unable to hold on, falls backwards, hitting his shoulder on the ground with a loud, painful groan. She's maintaining the advantage against 4 rankers. That's just impossible, he thinks, as if she were all-powerful. We can't even dream of such power. What a shame. That's all the guy can think. Another blow from Effemina smashes everything around to pieces. A few seconds later, there is dead silence on the battlefield. Jishuka approaches the battle site, but she is too late. The girl and her comrades realize that everyone is already dead. Who were they fighting anyway? Jishuka wonders. She single-handedly took out 4 guild members, including Faker, and this girl used all sorts of skills from a variety of classes, says one of the guild members. It looks like she has a hidden class. How dare she do this to all of them? As the strongest guild, we can't just let this happen, Jishuka says angrily. Find this girl immediately and I will destroy her. Hey Grid, want to take a break? Old man Han says at this time. Don't you get tired at all? He doesn't understand. It seems like I've been working here for the past month and thanks to that I've managed to understand something, Yanwu thinks. First, if I do the same item multiple times, I won't be able to gain much experience. Secondly, There are two conditions needed to create high-quality items, such as using high-quality materials or spending a lot of time and effort. Thirdly, when you work with heavy ore, agility ceases to play an important role, because what is mainly needed here is high strength and endurance. Should I take a break? Yanwu wonders. But my stats and stamina aren't a big problem because just by creating items, all my stats increased by 30 points. The guy's production skill, legendary blacksmithing, finally received a new second level, and now the parameters of all the items he created will be increased by 12%. In addition, each crafted item will also be increased by a certain amount depending on what class it belongs to: rare, epic, unique, or legendary. Legendary Blacksmith's Breath is also increased to level 2, and thanks to this, the parameters of all created items will increase by an additional 7%. The problem was that even after creating 73 items and spending at least 6 hours on each of them, Yan only managed to create 3 epic items. The only legendary thing here is my failure. The guy thinks sadly. Well, at least I got that list of production methods. There are several dozen recipes here that Khan passed on to me as his successor, and I still remember how difficult it was for me to learn even one production method from him. Thinking back, I wonder where that girl is who went in search of a production method for the magic ball. This way, I can get materials and a recipe for at least a unique item. And even despite her character, this girl gives me pretty good support. Wait, what if my item has a normal rating? This witch will simply destroy me. What should I do? Is this Khan's forge? As if to confirm his thoughts, he suddenly hears, "Are you the blacksmith, Khan?" The next question sounds. Despite his fear, it was not Efemin who stood at the threshold of the forge, but 2 players unknown to him. "It's me, Khan. What do you need?" An old man comes to the rescue in time. "Were you the one who took part in the competition with a girl named Irina last month?" Strangers ask. "Is she really a blacksmith? I need to know your opinion as a witness," one of them continues insistently. "Your question is rather strange. This girl is not just a blacksmith, but an incredibly talented blacksmith. But why are you asking me about this?" Old Man Han is surprised. Was Miro the only company involved in this competition? Was there another party? The stranger continued to ask them questions. Why are these guys acting like this? Yanwu thinks tensely. Yes, Khan is an NPC, but he has feelings too. Who gave you permission to talk to him in that tone? Yanwu cries out indignantly. Who are you? Don't interfere in our conversation. The stranger starts to get even angrier, and Yanwu indignantly replies that he is a worker at this forge. Should we bring him a gift to ask him a question? The stranger starts shouting. Calm down, he's just a newbie. You've become so impatient since Faker and his team were defeated. The man's comrade calms him down. Sir, we just want to know more about Aaron. Didn't your successor take part in the competition? Perhaps he can tell us something? The man continues in a peaceful tone. We only met once. How do we know anything about her? Old Man Khan asks. They haven't realized yet that I am his successor, Yanwu realizes. Let's go. If they don't know anything, then we should ask someone else, the man says to his friend. And don't come back anymore, you uncouth assholes. Yanwu shouts after them, and old Han calms him down, asking him to look at what happened from the other side, because this competition has become the hottest topic of discussion. Yanwu's crafted items have become quite popular lately, and many visitors now come to Han's forge to purchase items. Selling items here isn't such a bad idea, Yanwu thinks. Working in a forge and dealing with customers is too much for him, and auction houses or online stores require huge taxes. Compared to them, Old Man Han doesn't ask for anything in return at all, and if Yanwu continues to work here, he can get rich pretty quickly. But this class only produces normal items, and this game system is just terrible. Yanwu is indignant, and very soon an unusual letter arrives at the main building of SA Group, namely, at the operational department. Dear Sir, Madam, I am a legendary blacksmith, so why can't I create legendary items? In the last month I spent in the forge, I created 73 items, and not a single one of them was legendary. You are the one who controls the probabilities in this game, right? Am I right? Do you want me to go crazy? Do you want to fight? Stop doing this. But the probability should increase when his level increases. Why does he behave like that then? The boss reading the letter does not understand. It's simple. He has a legendary class, but he doesn't know it, his assistant answers. But it's still understandable why he thinks we're manipulating his chances, because making just 3 epic items out of 73 is terribly little, the man says. This is what is surprising in this situation. Such results suggest a bug or manipulation. His assistant thoughtfully answers him. Even with his legendary class, this guy is a real bad luck magnet. At this time, Yanwu mentally calculates his profit. From selling level 60 weapons and armor, he only earned about 1,000 gold, which was quite little. And this is for 5 or 6 hours of work every day, that is, working without rest. I could get much more. He is perplexed. But why? Why don't my mother and father want to change their minds? If I want to surprise them, I need to sell them something more expensive, that is, the perfect dagger. But so far there is no one who has the necessary high level of dagger mastery. Since no one can use it yet, I won't be able to put it up for sale in the store, which means I'll have to go to the labor exchange again. The guy gets upset. The guy's thoughts are interrupted by a leaf blown by the wind right into his face. Yanwu removes the paper from his face and reads it. He holds a flyer in his hand, assuring everyone who registers for their magnificent capsule room on September 10th will receive a lifetime discount of 30% on admission. Is it today? This is it. It dawns on Yona. Entrance costs 601, but this discount will make it much less. I'll be playing in the capsule room in the morning and afternoon, and at home in the evening. The guy runs as fast as he can to meet this amazing discount. From today on, this workplace will be mine. He rejoices. From now on, I will forget about the labor exchange. This day will be the day I become a full-time blacksmith. At this time, there was a real stir in the forge of Old Man Khan. Do you have any gear made by an unknown master? Buyers persistently ask. One of them tells his friend that mid-level users can't buy these items because they always run out quickly. They are a little pricey, but their performance is 20% better than any other gear of the same level. He raves. Excuse me, Sir Khan. Where can we find that master? We want to order from him. Another customer is straining himself. The old man is confused because he is not allowed to tell anyone about this. Even though Grid spends all his time and effort on producing items, the quantity of his goods is still very limited, and he doesn't want anyone to know his name. From that day onwards, many players asked Old Man Han the same questions. However, none of them even suspect how things really are. None of them could have imagined that the newbie working behind Khan was the very blacksmith they were all looking for. At this time, Yanwu holds another forged item in his hands with hope. I play 15 hours a day, visiting capsule rooms during the day. Thanks to this, the number of items I produce has doubled, the guy thinks. And today is the day of salvation. I made this armor exactly following Khan's method. It cost me 483 gold, which is equal to 20% of my savings, making it my most expensive item. I spent 20 hours on it because I didn't want to get a normal rated item again. So I'm counting on you. Please be legendary or at least unique. The guy rushes to check the rating of the item he just created. Delicate plate armor, with a small chance of repelling piercing blows, says the open characteristic. Rating: epic. This is the end, the guy thinks furiously. This rating is higher than the maximum possible for my production method. Amazing. Old Man Han is amazed. How much can we sell this for? Yonu asks, upset. Hard to say. We could put it up for auction and let the knights bid. I've seen one incredible suit of armor on parade before, but it wasn't nearly as good as this, says the Khan. Put it up for auction? The guy thinks. Since blacksmith's breath and blacksmith's skill were used during the creation of this armor, its characteristics are 30% higher than others, and this is not counting the additional options. And although most knights are level 180th and above, the characteristics of this level 120th armor will still be able to attract their attention. It's a good opportunity. You'll have to come to the castle to sell it. But there won't be a tax this time. What do you think? Old Man Khan asks. If there really is no tax, then I'm in. I've been at the forge for a while, so it's time to freshen up, so let's put it up for auction. Yanwu decides. Since there are still 2 days until the auction, shouldn't you do something else? Han suggests, and the boy happily agrees, hoping that at least this time he will be able to create a legendary item. 2 days later, on the day of departure, don't be upset. It's amazing that you decided to make ordinary objects, Old Man Han tells the boy. Take this badge. Without it, you will not be able to participate in the auction, and it will also free you from additional assessments. You have received the Successor of Khan badge, the system notifies. It can help as long as you have hope for the future, says the old man. Hope and luck are two things that have never existed in my life. The young man answers him sadly. See you later, Han. Although the purpose of the auction held by Winston Castle was to find good equipment for the knights, it was also used to find blacksmiths with incredible skills. Many blacksmiths gather in this castle every year, hoping to be chosen and gain the rights to supply items to the Lord himself. There are so many blacksmiths here, both players and NPCs. I guess I can look for workers here when I become a blacksmith owner, Yanwu thinks. The auction will start soon. Please provide your items and choose the minimum price. announces the girl organizer. Looks like it's starting. I'll put out platinum armor first, Yonu decides. And also the epic mittens made at the last minute. Simple gauntlets of epic rating add 4% to attack speed and 8% to accuracy. The problem is the minimum price. I can't sell them if I set the price too high, but how high can I make it? The guy wonders. Suddenly, a blacksmith named Steng approaches him, guessing that this is the guy's first auction and deciding that he could use some help. Where did I hear his name? Trying to remember the boy Yanwu. I can't decide on a minimum price, he replies. And Steng immediately asks, didn't the mentor tell him the price of his items in advance? Mentors usually tell the price in the message and write down the reward for this quest, the boy explains. So you're auctioning off your mentor's items, not your own? Yanwu understands. I can't bring my work because the quality of the goods displayed here is very high. However, my mentor's skills are incredibly good. Look at this rare level 190 sword. Steng happily shows. It seems like he usually needs to do NPC quests to get production methods, but it's so nice to see this kid so happy and excited about a rare sword. Yanwu thinks to himself, smiling warmly. May I see your master's items, please? Steng asks, his eyes pleading. This is a bit inconvenient, but anyway, can you tell me the standard price of level 120 defensive equipment? Yanwu answers him. The guy is terribly upset by the refusal and replies that the price of ordinary items is, on average, 300 gold. What about epic items? Yanwu asks the boy. Your teacher was able to create an epic item? Even if their options are not that good, epic items have a value of 600 gold for gauntlets and about 1800 gold for armor. Steng replies, amazed. Yanwu realizes that even if he takes into account all the expenses, his earnings will be equal to 2 million won, which is incredible, because this is only his first week of playing in capsule rooms. At this rate, he'll be able to pay off his 10 million won loan. A little tense at the expression on this strange guy's face, Steng reminds him that the starting price needs to be set already. Okay, I've put the items and their prices up. Now all that's left to do is wait, Yanwu thinks. Now, take a look at the last item in today's auction, the auctioneer announces after a while. Is this the last one? There was nothing impressive at all this time. Dissatisfied voices are heard in the hall. These items only spoil Lady Irene's honor, but there are villages all around here, so nothing can be done about it. The quiet conversation of customers can be heard. It's good that at least the last item is good enough. The ward of the blacksmith Razvan brought us a long sword that harmonizes with magic, the girl announces. Thank you. We've been waiting for this for so long. People in the hall shout, I'll buy it. And since it's the last item, I'll give you 1,000 gold right away. Forget about it. I'll buy it for 1,150. The shouts of the arguing buyers are heard. At this time, one of the workers approaches the manager. Dear knights, please calm down. We have another item that was put up late. The hostess says to the visitors after a short conversation with this girl, Mr. Grid, wake up. At this moment, Steng is shaking the tired guy who is dozing off right in the hall. They're announcing the results. The boy tells a sleepy yawn. The knights have high standards, says the hostess leaving the hall. 110 items were put up for sale today, but unfortunately only 6 of them were sold. Only 6? The blacksmiths are surprised. Mrs. Clarissa's necklace sold for 453 gold, Mr. Grizz's armor for 189, and Mr. Piglet's potions were bought for 15 gold each bottle. Mr. Stang's long sword was sold for 1,900 gold. My teacher's sword got a good grade. He'll be so happy, won't he, Mr. Grid? Stang is happy. Ask him yourself, boy. Yanwu growls at him furiously. He's a good guy who did a great job, and I'm so jealous, he thinks irritably. And lastly, Mr. Grid, are you here? The girl asks. The manager wants to meet you, so please follow me. Me? But why? Yanwu doesn't understand. Please follow her. You're sure to get a good surprise. Steng encourages him. A good surprise? Yanwu wonders. They go into the manager's office, and the interior of this castle is quite bizarre. Sir, I have brought Mr. Greed to you, the hostess says happily. Please sit down. You have imitated Khan's work perfectly, and it is amazing considering your age. This is the castle manager speaking. I've heard rumors of a heroic blacksmith circulating about you in Winston. An extraordinary personality with incredible skills. Khan has trained you superbly. It's all because of my skills, not his, Yanwu thinks irritably. We will buy your items for 5,500 gold, and we would also like you to make equipment for our soldiers, the manager continues. Yanwu freezes in shock, not having time to swallow his tea. The calculations are already going on in his head. The income for which I would have to spend 73 days at work, I received in just 1 week, he thinks enthusiastically. However, There is something more important than the money received. Our forge is so busy that we won't have time to make equipment for all the soldiers, he tells the manager. Even though high-level equipment takes longer to produce, it brings in much more income, so it's worth refusing his offer. The guy ponders. I understand. Even creating one item can take a lot of time and effort. Then please create equipment just for knights, the manager asks. However, the items created must be better or on par in quality with the ones you brought today. I understand that this is a difficult task, so I will increase the payment by an additional 10% of today's price. You can refuse this offer, but if you accept it, you must perform at the highest level. I'm not an idiot to take on such a task for a few extra coins. I sometimes get ordinary items even after 20 hours of work. Yanwu grins. I'm definitely going to fail. Who in their right mind would take on such a task? Manager deal, reads the new sign, demanding that Yanwu fulfill his part of the item-making deal he made with manager Vladi. A dumbfounded Yanwu leaves the building, not understanding how he managed to accept this task, because as a penalty for failure, the deal will be terminated and all additional quests will be destroyed. I need to start working right now. The guy panics. Since I managed to craft 3 epic items, it's not an impossible quest. Each of them took 20 hours of my time, so I have every chance of completing the quest in a week. Yanwu remembers how happy that boy Steng was for him, and he didn't even say goodbye to this child. In any case, the auction was a success, Yonu decides. From today, I am rich. For the past few months, Count Steim has been meticulously tracking down and eliminating the followers of the Yatan Church, a dangerous group of religious fanatics who sacrifice young virgins because the Count's daughter was kidnapped by them. And during her rescue operation, the Steam family's strongest warrior, Doran, was killed. However, the situation in northern Winston suddenly changed. Suddenly, a certain girl appeared. It was that same bloody witch Yura who appeared on the battlefield. Her mission, the 8th Servant, is to save the troops of the believers from the servants of Count Steim. This is a priceless SS-ranked quest. I must definitely complete it to become the 8th Servant, Yura thinks. She didn't like the feeling of helplessness she felt when she met Agnes, the owner of the epic class and the 7th seat in this church. This witch is planning something. Understand the wars of Count Steam. Stronger! I have to become stronger! The girl repeats mentally with every step she takes. To take its rightful place at the top, she attacks. She must complete this quest to avoid receiving a 5-level penalty and minus 1,000 faith points. Sometime later, at Winston Castle, Lady Irene receives the sad news that 412 warriors were killed and 5 knights were seriously wounded. There were only 150 enemies. The girl screams in rage, hitting her fist on the armrest of her own throne. Do you mean to say that 1,000 soldiers, including knights, were defeated by such a number of opponents? Based on the reports, there was an incredibly strong man there, and we believe it was one of the 7 servants. The servant reports obsequiously, falling to one knee. The girl looks sadly at the pendant clutched in her fist. She will definitely avenge Doran. Reorganize the composition to strengthen it. Irene in command. A sturdy longsword that grants 220 additional attack power. This is a normal ranked weapon that Yanwu made in his attempts to complete the quest. It may be ordinary, but it is still a magnificent sword, Old Han consoles him. Are you kidding? He has an average rating, the most average, Yanwu shouts in rage, thereby frightening the old man. I only have enough money for materials for 7 swords and I just destroyed one of them. To complete this quest, I need 3 epic swords, which means every other sword I own now has to be epic. The guy screams in panic. But if you sell this one, you can still get 800 gold, the old man reassures him. But in response, he hears that 950 were spent on materials. You spend 20 hours to create one single item. Such hard work will definitely be rewarded, believe it. The old man does not give up. I think you're right, Yanwu sighs. However, the next sword again turns out to be of normal rating. You're a liar, Yonu shouts furiously at Old Man Han. Moderators, stop manipulating the possibilities. I will file a consumer rights lawsuit against you, the guy screams in despair. This is too bad for the legendary blacksmith, now I only have 5 tries left. Unique or legendary, funny joke, considering that even rare ones appear only occasionally. Calm down, concentrate. The guy calms himself down throughout the next period. In impotent rage, he makes a normal sword again. Whatever happens, he decides, getting back to work. A week later, on the table in front of Old Man Khan, lie 2 epic, 1 rare, and 3 common swords. You're 1 epic short, but even so, you did a good job. He praises the boy. Yanwu is busy making his final sword. I'm fine, my thoughts are clear, because it's the end for me anyway. He smiles tiredly at the old man. How can Pagma's heir show his weakness? Khan doesn't understand. This is my last blade. The chances of getting an epic rating are just 0, Yonu thinks sadly. My last sword. There is no need to regret what you have done. You just need to take a break. Suddenly, the newly crafted weapon blinds the guy with its brightest shine. What's wrong? Stop shining like that. You're just an ordinary object, he thinks, puzzled. Night had already come into its own, and if you looked outside, you could see several bolts of lightning flashing in the sky. A blinding light pours from all the windows of the forge, illuminating the darkness. Yanwu holds the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands. What's going on? He panics. I've already given up, so just leave me alone. Sword of Excellence. Legendary ranking. A notification appears. This weapon has maximum durability and huge attack power. It adds 6% to attack speed, 10% to attack accuracy, and also 10% to defense. By creating a legendary item, all your stats have increased by 25%. Your continental reputation has been increased by 1,000 points, and you have also received the title of one who creates only legendary items, the new plaque reads. Yanwu still looks at his weapon in confusion, afraid to even move. He turns to Old Man Han to see his reaction. Khan is no less shocked, and it seems that his heart is about to give out under such stress. With an awkward groan, the old man faints from an excess of emotion. Old man, don't die! I haven't completed my quest yet, Yanwu cries out desperately. At this time in the castle, Lady Irene again receives the sad news of the death of the second group. Her people believe that it is one of the 7 servants of the church again. So, the success of the capture will depend on whether they can defeat this enemy or not. However, we need reinforcements. We cannot set out right now, the lady's subordinate explains. We have no chance against them now, but despite this, one day I will definitely avenge Doran, says Lady Irene. The girl goes to the window and notices a strange boy on the street, splashing around in the fountain. I found the money, Yonu shouts happily. A gold coin. The first time I find money on the street, he rejoices. Lady Irene, are you there? Another man enters the room. This is Manager Vladi, and Lady Irene is glad that he has arrived so promptly because they have a very strange person in their garden. Have you noticed him yet? This is Grid. You need to meet him urgently, the manager tells her. Grid? Irene is surprised. The man accepted an order to make swords for knights after the last auction, the manager explains. He is also one of those who stopped the tyranny of the Miro Company. Blacksmith from Rumors. I planned to meet you, but some circumstances delayed me. The girl smiles. Just give me the reward already. But where have I seen this girl before? Yanwu thinks. Please look here. This is a sword made by this blacksmith, says Lady Irene's manager. As you can see, this is simply an incredible weapon. This sword has simply amazing power, Lady Irene. How much are you willing to pay for it? I clearly remember you saying that the better the item, the higher the price will be, Yanwu says hopefully. An incredible sword, the lady thinks. Sir Phoenix, if you have this sword, will you be able to fight the 7 servants? She asks. With such a sword, I can defeat them. The knight cries out. Well, in that case, there is no need to hesitate, Lady Irene decides. Manager, please buy this sword. The price is your choice. Your name is Grid, right? We should meet more often. Yanwu looks at the girl's neck in amazement, where a ring hangs on a string. Where have I seen him before? He wonders. What's the difference? In any case, Winston's new lord is quite good. I like her flexible and strong-willed decisions. Yanwu remains seated at one of the tables, awaiting the manager's decision. Please be quicker. I'm tired of forging items for you, the guy grumbles discontentedly. And don't try to fool me. I had to spend 1,000 gold on each item. We will buy this sword for 220,000 gold, the manager answers him. Yanwu freezes. We came to this price because we decided to make this sword a family heirloom for the Stein family, the manager continues. He is a little frightened by the lack of reaction of this blacksmith. Is that not enough? Winston's annual budget is 170,000, so this price is the maximum we can offer you. That's 264 million won. I'll still have 250 million left when I pay off the loan. Yanwu counts in his mind. Maybe if I put it on the online marketplace, I can get even more? Although no, there is no one who can meet the requirements of this sword yet, so I will just sell it to the manager. He decides. 26 years of my life have been lived for this day. Now I can come to the alumni meeting in an expensive car and in premium clothes. Time to confess my feelings to my first love. Once again, spring has finally arrived. Okay, I'm ready to sell it for that price. He calmly answers the manager, trying not to show his joy. As a sign of sincere gratitude, the man also gives him blue orichalcum, which is a very rare ore. This is the material needed to create a total failure, of which I need 15 pieces. The guy rejoices. Great, then let's finish our deal, the manager smiles contentedly. The quest is completed, and now Yanwu receives the status of honorary citizen and the promised reward. This is a status that the authorities award to outstanding residents, and works created by the honorary gentleman will be sold within the city at higher prices and will also be exempt from all taxes. Bonus? Yanwu is happily surprised. Now I don't have to pay taxes when I become a blacksmith owner. That's just amazing. Thank you for everything. I can't wait to tell my family. Yanwu rejoices and leaves the game. I've become rich, the guy thought on his way home. But it turned out that in fact, he had suffered huge losses. Although there were no players who met the sword's requirements yet, many users should reach intermediate sword skill in the next few months. Considering the quality of the items on display at the venue, his legendary item would be purchased for several billion won. This event was the beginning of his new life. I'm home, Yanwu shouts joyfully. Mom, Dad, say he. From this day on, everything will be fine. However, upon entering the room, the guy realizes that something has happened. Why are you all so gloomy? He asks, puzzled. Father became loan's guarantor for 800 million won, his sister answers. There is no need to worry, says the father. And his voice, although it sounds with notes of comfort, cannot hide his concern and anxiety. And his gaze, full of sadness, does not rise from the floor. And he feels how fear for the future of the family fetters his heart. If we sell the house and use the savings, we can raise at least 400 million won, the father continues, his words muffled, his voice full of bitterness and sadness, barely audible, and his gaze, dull and joyless, sliding across the floor. There is no forgiveness for me, he says quietly, and his face, as if petrified with grief, is motionless, and his gaze, dull and full of pain, is directed at the floor, and he feels how hard it is for him to admit this. I can't even believe that our strict and stubborn father was so downhearted because of loan's guarantee, Yanwu thinks sadly. We'll have to use the money we've put aside for university and your sister's wedding, the mother says sadly. Forgive me, Seihi, she worries. Aren't I also part of our family? Yonu says indignantly to his puzzled father. I don't have to go to university, I'll also help you by working part-time, Seihi says, comfortingly to her parents. No way! I will personally make sure you finish your education, father shouts. It would be bad if she went to work while being the top student in school, Yonwoo thinks sadly. I will earn money. Seihi, don't worry about anything and continue your studies. The whole family looks at Yonwoo screaming in surprise. After a short pause, the father begins to assure that he will look for a job starting tomorrow. The mother supports him, convincing him that she will also get a job in a restaurant. And Seihi does not lag behind her parents, planning to go to work part-time in her free time from school. Don't look down on me. I managed to earn a lot of money in the game, more than 200 million. Yonwoo shouts at them resentfully. What? The family looks at each other in amazement. It's time to take responsibility for my relatives. I will save my family myself, Yonwoo thinks. At this time in the castle, Lady Irene gives the knight that very sword of superiority. Captain, take this sword and defeat the army of Yatan, the girl commands. I, Phoenix, swear to return victorious and to defend the glory of the North and Count Steam. The knight answers. Forward! Bring me the head of one of the 7 servants, Lady Irene cries. Even though there are only 150 of them, they have a member of the 7 servants on their side, so we can't allow him to destroy our troops. This time we will mobilize 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers, because when we have so many warriors on our side, we simply must win. Do not be afraid. I, Phoenix, the strongest knight of the North, will lead us all to victory. The man shouts to his army. The filthy pagans are back again, Lady Yura, one of the church followers tells the girl. We should sacrifice them to the god Yatan, and if you oppose them, our troops will gladly support you. The members of this sect, including the highest-ranking 7 servants, are terribly disgusting and self-confident, Yura thinks. But despite such a vile quest, I cannot refuse. This is too good an opportunity to get a hidden class like Katz and Agnes. With this thought, the girl dives down, showing herself to the eyes of the Northern Army. You have finally shown yourself, sinful servant. Today your evil deeds will come to an end. The knight shouts to her. The girl understands that he mistook her for one of the 8 servants. But this is not so important. The most important thing for her is to complete the quest. Great God of darkness, show your powers to this world, she screams. Here the girl's silhouette is enveloped in shadows. The knight watches what is happening in amazement. I have to protect the believers, Yura thinks. She immediately uses the skill Dark Storm. She managed to destroy about a quarter of this army at once. However, that same knight is somehow still alive. Impossible. He managed to block the storm of darkness? Yura is shocked. The girl has to use a diamond barrier to protect herself from his attack. "Don't even think that you can harm my subordinates," the knight shouts at her. "Your opponent is me." Phoenix uses the skill State of Superiority, instantly destroying the girl's defense. A diamond barrier that could withstand a boss monster was destroyed by a single attack from a knight? Yura thinks in disbelief. This is impossible! Meanwhile, the knight casts a black magic spell Hell on the girl, which puts its victim into a state of fear and horror. In response, the girl directs her next attack at the knight's horse. Phoenix didn't expect her to attack his faithful horse. Yura panics, thinking that none of her attacks worked. Phoenix uses the skill State of Superiority, and all of his stats are doubled for 2 minutes, and he gains resistance to all status effects. While using this skill, the user loses control of themselves, and after use, they cannot move for 2 seconds, and their magical and physical defense is reduced by 30%. I've felt this before, this helplessness, Yura thinks, and these thoughts, like sharp fragments, pierce her consciousness, and she feels how horror and despair paralyze her. She understands that this feeling is very familiar to her. She remembers that same blacksmith. It was he who made her experience that terrible feeling back then. With painful clarity, the girl understands that now, in front of this powerful knight, she can do nothing to oppose his strength, and her weak attempts to resist seem ridiculous, and her strength is exhausted. Further struggle is impossible. Her strength is exhausted, her body refuses to obey, and she feels how darkness is consuming her, and she understands that she has lost. 17 days ago, Yura's faith reached 100,000, and she heard the voice of the god Yatan in her head, promising to bestow his power upon her if she prayed. She has to become stronger. She needs strength to fight against people who can resist black magic, and she will definitely cope with it. At this time, Yeonwoo's family looks at the amount of money in their son's account in shock. "Have you become a participant in some underground business?" The father cries out in fear. "Brother, you didn't sell your organs, did you?" "Show me your belly," Sister Yeonwoo screams. "I was able to get them in the game. Just believe me and use them finally." The guy gets angry, realizing that it is difficult to comprehend that their unemployed son was able to earn such a huge amount of money in an instant. What pisses me off is the fact that after selling the Great Sword of Mammon and Mengel's armor, I was charged over 1,000,000 in taxes, Yeonwoo thinks. "My friend asked his son and he said that you need to be incredibly famous if you want to make that kind of money in the game." The mother is worried. "I also heard that there are less than 20 people in the gaming world who can earn that kind of money," he adds. "I've been nagging you for a long time about my views," my father says thoughtfully. "But if you really manage to make that much money in the game, then this can be considered a confirmation of everything you said earlier. I can only approve of your spending time on the game." Finally, I got their approval. Yeonwoo understands. "Thank you. We managed to overcome the crisis, so don't worry and do whatever you want, and your mother and I will return the 240 million won to you in the next 3 years, his father tells him. "Your father owes you a lot," the man sighs in frustration. Yeonwoo realizes that the remaining 600 million won is still too much of a burden for his parents. "No debts between relatives, father," he cries out. "It's time to pay them back for everything they've done for me. Of course, my debts will remain, but I'll finally be able to be useful to my family," Yeonwoo thinks resolutely. By the way, this is not 240 million won, but 240,800,000 won. "Enough," he tells his father. The next day arrives unnoticed. "From now on, I'll give it my all," Yeonwoo thinks resolutely. "I should use the remaining 20,000 gold productively. And if I get a normal item with high user requirements, I won't be able to buy it even if it has additional options. It would be ideal if I could get a high rating, but the chances of that are too low. I would have to create level 140 items, and in that case, even selling a normal item would be enough to cover the cost of it. Have you heard the news? The Yatan Church extermination team has been destroyed again." Suddenly, Yeonwoo overhears some passers-by talking. Sir Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, was said to have been seriously wounded. So these 7 servants of the church are incredibly strong. 7 servants? I heard about them from the conversations of the customers at the forge, Yeonwoo thinks. Are they really that strong? The guy opens his stats window to look at his progress. "My stats have gone up quite a bit after creating all these items," he thinks. "They are now even greater than the parameters of a level 60 warrior. And if I equip the appropriate items, I will be able to destroy level 100 monsters. How I wish I could hunt like in the old days. But I need to work to pay off all my debts." With this in mind, Yeonwoo returns to the forge and begins to work. Already here? I see you decided to start work early today. Old Man Han is surprised as he enters. Really? Not a bad mood. What are you going to do this time? I'll create a hammer. Because the durability of my current one has almost dropped to 0, the guy answers him. I noticed you've been using the same hammer all this time. Now you want to change it? Doesn't it mean a lot to you? The old man is surprised. It doesn't mean anything at all, Yanwu answers him. Are you completely crazy? The hammer is the most important item for a blacksmith. Old Khan shouts at him furiously. I thought you knew about this, since you are the heir of Pagma himself. Look at my hammer. When creating an object, it's not just the materials, effort, and technique that matter. This is a rare-rated excellent blacksmith hammer, with a 10% chance of creating a rare item. Its durability is 166 units, and its attack power ranges from 40 to 50. You study the production method and materials needed to create the item, and a game window appears. Now Yanwu has learned this production method and will be able to make a good hammer. With a good hammer, you wouldn't have to go through such torment, says Old Khan. Why are you telling me this only now? Yanwu yells at the old man in rage, and the old man asks him to calm down and try to create such a hammer. Unknown. Master's Blacksmith Hammer is an epic-rated item with high durability and good attack power. The chance of creating a rare item is 17%. The chance of creating an epic item is 7%. And only Pagma's successor will be able to use this hammer. Old Man Han was right. There are even additional options. And this hammer can only be used by me, Yanwu says thoughtfully. And you are quite unpredictable. Lately, my mood has been elevated thanks to you. The old man smiles. Anyway, Grid, I have a favor to ask of you. Today is the anniversary of my son's death. Would you mind going with me to his grave? Yanwu is taken aback by this unexpected and touching request, and his face expresses a mixture of surprise, sympathy, and awkwardness. And his heart is squeezed with empathy for the old man's grief, and he does not know how to react to such a proposal. But Yan can't refuse this grief-stricken man who seeks comfort in his presence, and he, with difficulty suppressing his own awkwardness, nods. And they, immersed in a heavy silence, go to the cemetery, and each step is weighed down by grief. This place gives you strange emotions. The atmosphere of the cemetery, filled with silence and sorrow, has a depressing effect on Yanwu, and he feels as if he has entered an alien, sad world full of lost hopes, and he tries to understand what the old man is feeling. Khan is the only person who accepted me for who I am, both in reality and in the game. He is my only friend, and I should fulfill his request, the guy thinks. This is the cemetery where all my ancestors are buried, and here is the grave of my son Oliver, says Khan. He was also a great blacksmith, and I think he could have become as great as Sir Albertino someday. But due to illness, he had to leave this world. It's been 10 years now, and I still miss him, and not a day goes by when the thought of swapping my life with him doesn't cross my mind. Oliver, do you see him? This is the heir of Pagma, the blacksmith, whose stories I have often told you. This guy saved our forge, and now we work together. Thanks to him, I stopped drinking, and I want him to be the one to inherit our forge. Listen, Grid, my son says he envies me. How good that I brought you with me. Yanwu looks at Old Man Han's sad face with pity, barely holding back his tears. The creators of this game should have made it more moderate. Why was it necessary to give feelings and emotions to NPCs? He wonders. Mr. Oliver, this is Yanwu speaking. Your father is my best friend, and I will turn your favorite forge into the best forge in the whole world. So look at me, along with this old man Khan. Grid, Khan says, touched. The gust of wind appears too suddenly and unexpectedly. The connection between you and Khan has strengthened, and a new notification appears. Suddenly, a bluish glow appears around the graves. The spirits of Han's ancestors, disturbed by Yanwu's influence on him, emerged from the ground. Han, look at this! Yanwu screams in panic. How did you manage to fall asleep at such a time, you crazy old man? Nice to meet you, heir of Pagma, friend of our heir. An otherworldly voice is heard. Rest assured, we are the ancestors of Khan, and we are here to reward your sincerity. Reward? Yanwu is surprised. 130 years ago, I witnessed someone pierce the sky, the voice continues. What is he talking about? Yanwu wonders. I was so amazed that I couldn't resist my feelings and captured it. One of Khan's ancestors speaks again. I drew what I saw on the northern cliff of the Keisan Canyon. This is where you can find Pagma's fencing. The quest Heir of Pagma has been updated. This is the first-class quest Pagma's swordsmanship in Keisan Canyon in southern Winston. The reward for completing it is Dainsleaf, copy. Now I remember this is that class quest, Yanwu thinks. Those drawings will help you learn Pagma's fencing. The voice of the ancestors continues its story. I hope you can become a greater being than Pagma, our heir's friend. Yeonwoo, with his head bowed, listens attentively to Oliver, and his gaze, concentrated and serious, does not move away from the face of his interlocutor and his tense body, as if preparing to perceive important information. I can trust you with my father, Oliver says as he appears, his voice filled with trust and hope, quiet but firm, and his gaze, full of anxiety and hope, seems to be begging Yeonwoo for support, and he shows that he does not doubt his strength and nobility. Of course, Yeonwoo smiles at him, and his smile, although tense, radiates a firm determination, and his gaze, full of deep concentration, expresses his readiness for any danger. He's in good hands. These words, spoken with confidence and calm, sound like a promise, and they seem to dispel the anxiety that hung in the air. The ghosts of the past, like shadows, melt in the golden light of the setting sun, and their ephemeral figures dissolve in the air like memories, and they seem to disappear from this world. Imperceptibly, as if in a dream, evening comes, and the sun, like a flaming ball, slowly sinks below the horizon, filling the sky with the colors of the sunset, and it, like a fiery curtain, separates the passing day from the approaching night. Finally, in the semi-darkness, old Han wakes up, his tired eyes slowly open, and he begins to realize the world around him. When did I manage to fall asleep, he wonders. Old people shouldn't sleep anywhere, Yeonwoo tells him. From now on, try to take better care of yourself. Why are you standing in such a pose? Old Khan asks, puzzled. Don't pay attention. Yeonwoo answers him sheepishly, quite frightened by the ghosts. Together with Khan, they return to the forge. What should I do now? Will he be glad to see me? Kuroi thinks, awkwardly frozen at the door of the forge. Or will he ask why it took me so long? It has been 40 days since Kuroi completed the quest Waiting. He spent a week in the hospital on the advice of SA Group, and was also given an offer to reveal his identity as a first user with a second class, and spent a week thinking about whether to accept it or not. Then he took a rest and returned to the game 3 days ago, and after learning his new class, he finally came to Khan's forge. Kuroi is here to meet Grid, his master. Mr. Grid! Hurrah shouts joyfully as soon as he sees Yona. My lord, it is I. Kuroi? Yeonwoo asks again, surprised. Yes, my lord, the joyful boy answers. Great, you idiot! Yeonwoo grabs him by the collar. Why did you tell the knights about me when we only met once? I was disqualified from the competition, locked up in prison, chased by knights and a horrible girl, and all because of you. Do you know how much I had to go through? Forgive me, sir. I am to blame for everything. Kuroi falls to his knees in repentance. Why does he keep calling me that? Is he nuts and all because of the time he spent in prison? Yeonwoo wonders, looking at the guy in front of him in surprise. Forget about it, just go away, he says. But the heirs of the Blue Wolf never break their oaths. Kuroi cries out to him passionately. I belong to you, my lord. It is very advantageous for the Apostle of Justice and the companion of the Apostle of Justice to stick together. If you are in a guild, let me join it too. I will follow you anywhere. Yeonwoo replies that he is not a member of any, and Huroi immediately begins to convince him to create his own guild, since so many people would likely join them because of his kind heart. I'm busy making items for my class quest, so just leave me alone. Stop spouting your nonsense and get away from me, Huroyu Yeonwoo says in a rage. But my lord, Kuroi whispers lostly. However, Yeonwoo is relentless in his decision, and at a fast pace he moves further and further away from the lost, frozen guy. Why does he consider me his master? Yeonwoo doesn't understand. The heirs of the Blue Wolf never break their oaths, thinks the stubborn Kuroi, hiding behind the nearest tree. Meanwhile, the clouds gather and a thunderstorm begins. Failures continue to haunt Yeonwoo. The guy hits his head on a hard rock, starting to see stars before his eyes. As he tries to eat, a passing bird brazenly snatches the food right out of his mouth. How can a man be so unlucky? I have to protect him. Huroi worries, watching him. While Grid was facing setbacks during his journey to find materials, the world of Satisfy was undergoing significant changes. The armed forces of the Yatan Church have seized lands in the north, and at the end of the fierce battle, the god Yatan showed his powers. This was the birth of the eighth servant. Yura broke through the Black Magician's limits, and her path came to an end. The influence of the Yatan Church increased throughout the continent at once. The minimum level of Yatan believers has increased from 160 to 170. If the Yatan Church continues to grow, it will become large and influential enough to establish its own country. It was necessary to stop the development of a pseudo-religion that posed a threat to others. And then dozens of nations united and created a military quest. Show these heretics the greatness of God Yatan. shouts the bishop of the Church of Yatan, first servant and black mage Talos. Destroy all followers of the Yatan Church in the north. At the same time, Count Steim of the Eternal Kingdom commands. This was the beginning of a great episode that would greatly influence the future of the continent. What happens if the Yatan Church creates its own nation? It was the biggest incident since Satisfy was released, and it caught the world's attention, the reporter says. Please comment on the current incident involving the Yatan Church, he asks the man sitting next to him. As you already know, the cause is the Eighth Servant. We also learned that this character is not an NPC, but a human, the man answers. The Eighth Servant. Is he a player? Only one person comes to mind, says the correspondent. Ranked 5th in the combined rankings, the Blood Witch Yura. Everyone should pay attention to her. At this time, Yeon receives a new quest. Suppress 25 members of the Yatan Church. This Yatan again? How many times have I seen this quest, the guy thinks. Although, what difference does it make? However, there were also players who did not pay attention to the world. Doing just one class quest could have solved a lot of my problems. I managed to make several rare and epic items from the ore collected over the last 10 days. And the only problem is that with equipment of this level, Kasan Canyon is still too dangerous. This canyon is one of the worst areas in the north. Its rocky terrain is almost impossible to navigate. What's worse is that the caves there are filled with monsters, at least level 160. This is one of Winston's forbidden areas. I died there more than 10 times while doing the Asura quest. My master has been acting like this for the last few days. Kuroi thinks tensely. What should I do? Should I offer to help him or will he get angry? Should I ask his permission before this conversation and should I help him at all? Stop! This is not an impossible mission because I have become much stronger than before. Yeonwoo continues to think. No, I don't have a chance. Maybe I should try after I reach level 150 or will that be too long? He immediately starts to panic. I want to be fully prepared when I get Dainsleaf. What should I do? Stop, fully armed? The guy freezes. Suddenly, a brilliant idea comes to him. What happened? Kuroi tries to understand. I'm an idiot, Yeonwoo thinks. A total failure is terribly absurd, especially after the 10 deaths in Kasan Canyon, when the world was in turmoil due to a war in one part of the continent. Now I know it like the back of my hand, and since I learned blacksmithing, I can create something. When the legendary blacksmith's creation skill levels up, the user will gain 3 new crafting slots. Now I can create an item that can withstand the monsters in the canyon. I can even try to make a complete failure, the Eternal Kingdom. Kasan Canyon, one of the 5 forbidden zones, is also a location with countless caves containing monsters of level 160. I had to die there a lot of times while doing Ashura's quest. But I'm still too weak at my current level, Yeonwoo thinks. But I don't have time to level up because I need to earn money to pay off my parents' huge debt. I have no choice but to use item creation. I need to make an item that suits the characteristics of Kasan Canyon. No need to worry about fatigue, because despite the rough terrain, I can recover thanks to my stamina. The only problem is the level 160 monsters that hide in their caves and attack travelers passing by. I need to create a Sword of Excellence level item. It is simply impossible for me to create another such beautiful item. Think, there must be other options? The guy's gaze falls on a flock of ants, calmly hurrying about their business. And then it dawns on him. Do I even need to fight these monsters? Yeonwoo thinks. You can just walk past them. Everything will work out if I use some kind of invisibility cloak, materials of camouflage items. What about the silver dragon scales? Old Man Han says in response to the young man's question. He speaks of a species of dragon that specializes in stealth. Their scales have a protective coloration that makes dragons invisible to humans, making them ideal for camouflage equipment. Not only are they incredibly strong, but they are also invisible, so how can I get their scales? Yeonwoo immediately asks. In general, I am absolutely sure that a person is not capable of melting a dragon's scales. Old Man Han explains a little embarrassedly. And Yeonwoo gets upset. However, among the camouflage items, the most famous is the invisibility cloak created by Kruger, who was a legendary tailor who lived about 200 years ago. The old man continues. Tailor? Kruger? He asks Yona in surprise. There is also material that can be used for camouflage items, adds Old Man Han. These are the sylph scales of the little air fairies, which also have a protective coloration. Dragon scale is so strong that it is classified as an ore, while sylph scale is so thin and strong that it is considered a cloth. Therefore, creating an item using this material is the work of a tailor, not a blacksmith. So these are clothes, Yeonwoo thinks. He goes out onto the balcony to be alone and think over all the information he has heard. What item do you want to create? The game system asks. A cloak, the guy answers confidently. What materials do you want to use? The system continues. Selfid scales, Yanwu replies. Sometimes blacksmiths have to use leather to create an item, and if I can't create things using that material, the system will immediately tell me about it. The guy thinks. Please create a design for the project. The game window informs him in time with his thoughts, and Yanwu realizes that he has succeeded. Okay, now I'll show you my skills. A regular cloak is so boring, so I'll add a hood. The guy is happy. Wait, then it will look like a priest's prayer robe. That's right, we need to add a convenient fastener to it. It looks better than I expected, and now I can become popular wearing this. A new notification window asks Yona to describe the required characteristics of the item, and he freezes in confusion. After all, this time we can't go overboard, as we did with total failure. The number of slots available for crafting items will now be reduced by 1. The process of adjustment begins, and the guy hopes that this time he will get something really useful. Automatic correction completed. Now Yanwu can finally see what he's got. He managed to create a unique rating item that added 30% to movement speed and increased wind resistance by 20%. This is a cloak created by a legendary blacksmith, and when worn, it will activate invisibility which will disappear when attacked by an enemy. Unbelievable, this is not a simple object, Yanwu thinks. The materials used to make it are quite simple, just 20 sylph scales. Yanwu decides to give the item a simple name, Zip-Up Sweatshirt. Old Man Khan's loud laughter echoes throughout the forge. Hunting sylphs? If you're not an elementalist, you won't even be able to see them, so how are you going to catch them? Stop laughing at me. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Yanwu shouts furiously. I've come up with an object for which I can't get the materials, he thinks, frustrated. Let me finish. There is a way to get sylph scales without even seeing them, Khan replies. You just need to hunt the frost orcs that live in the northern mountains, because they have a sixth sense that helps them notice and hunt sylphs, collecting their scales and keeping them for themselves. And even if these orcs are weak against fire, they are still stronger, bigger, and smarter than normal orcs. Orcs are one of the weakest creatures. As long as I can resist the cold, it won't be hard to defeat them, Yonu thinks happily. I need to prepare special equipment. I need production methods for cold-resistant armor. Old Man Han advises him to use the skin of a giant brown bear. Since I have an epic hammer now, I can at least get rare equipment, Yonu decides. I'm sure of it. So isn't it time we got started? The next day, when the sun was already high in the sky, Brown Bear insulated armor has a good resistance to cold of 15%. However, she is vulnerable to blunt attacks and has a completely normal rating. Yanwu becomes more and more enraged by his failure. Despite using the best materials and spending 20 hours on it, it turned out ordinary. He is indignant. I even used my epic hammer? Am I the embodiment of the ordinary or something? Okay. There's nothing to be done about it. I need to concentrate on other subjects. Let's do it! The old man supports him with a chuckle. Time flies when you're working. The day of the hunt finally arrived, and Old Khan reminds the boy again that the frost orcs are incredibly strong, so he should be very careful. Your training was just the beginning, and by the way, how do you like the new gear? He asks. Yanwu wears a regular rated giant brown bear insulated hat that adds 5% cold resistance. The guy has a giant brown bear-padded cloak draped over his shoulders, adding another 5% resistance. With these items, Yanwu looks quite impressive. On his hands, he wears insulated and functional giant brown bear gloves of rare rating, adding 15% to cold resistance. And finally, on the guy's feet are the epic-rated incredible giant brown bear boots, which add 2% to movement speed and 20% to cold resistance. One rare and one epic, this gear isn't that bad, says Yanwu. However, the joy of receiving equipment is spoiled by fines. Significantly reduced performance of all items. All items equipped on Yona give him a total of 60 points of defense and 60% cold resistance, and are a set. Yanwu is a little surprised. Did you teach me the production method of the kit? He asks the old man. Not really. I create individual items as I work on them. And you managed to choose the perfect proportions, which is why the set came out, Khan replies. I just followed the production method step by step. Maybe I got the kit because I'm Pagma's heir, the guy thinks. So, my weapon will be the perfect dagger, and all weak monsters like orcs will be easily destroyed. Old man, I leave the care of the forge to you. This was Grid's first hunt, and he was well prepared for it. Only he didn't know yet that the probability of a sylph scale falling out was less than 1%. If you look at the characteristics, you can now see many new items, such as a zip-up sweatshirt that makes its owner invisible, or insulated giant brown bear armor with good resistance to cold. The giant brown bear insulated hat is a perfect match for this armor, even if it's a normal rated one. And even a regular insulated cloak of a giant brown bear with little resistance to cold will not be superfluous in hunting orcs. Even more helpful are the giant brown bear insulated and functional gloves, as they are of a rare rating and have quite good characteristics. The incredible boots of the giant brown bear is the only and therefore most valuable epic rated item in this set. Yeonwoo sets off for the snowy plains of the north, confident in his abilities. Walking through the soft snow, the boy realizes that it is hardly cool here, and all this thanks to his new equipment. Most players would freeze to death here within minutes, but Yeonwoo barely feels the cold. Now it's time to start the hunt. Right in front of him is the camp of the frost orcs. These low-level monsters are so stupid that they can't even use bows and arrows. It will be easier to destroy them than to take candy from a child, the boy thinks in anticipation. With these thoughts, he slowly approaches the monster's camp. What's wrong with this man in leather? The orcs wonder. Is he crazy? One orc asks another. I see you're communicating so well that you didn't even notice me. Uncivilized animals? Yeonwoo grins. I have perfectly matched armor and weapons. Give me the sylph scales, or you will meet your death here, he loudly declares to the frost orcs. Instead of an answer, the first arrow flies straight at the guy. She flies literally a couple of centimeters from his face. Yeonwoo's eyes widen in surprise and confusion. Arrows? Why does an orc use a bow and shoot so accurately? He is amazed. The boy remembers Old Man Khan, who warned him about these creatures. Did I screw up again? The guy thinks, dumbfounded. However, he still decides to enter the battle. Without thinking, he uses the quick movement skill. This increases his agility and ability to dodge attacks for 1 minute. However, even this hardly helps him dodge the arrows flying at him. How can they be so accurate, shooting from 10 meters away in this wind? It seems their skill and strength are simply terrible, he thinks. Stopped! Are you out of arrows? Suddenly, instead of arrows, the young man is attacked by a hammer from an orc who has quietly approached him. Shut up and die, you insolent creature, the monster roars. And up close they are much bigger, you have to be careful, Yeonwoo thinks. He decides to use the wind slash skill to make his attack more effective. This skill will deal 60% of his attack power. Confident in his abilities, Yeonwoo strikes. The orc screams in fury and pain. This skill can even damage NPCs in armor. That orc must have a hard time. Yeonwoo is happy. But before he can fully experience the triumph, a battle axe flies at him again. At the last second, the guy manages to dodge the blow. This monster is much faster and stronger than he expected. That bastard, that hurt! The orc is angry. Wasn't that enough? But he doesn't even have armor, so how tough is his skin? Yeonwoo is amazed. Why is this NPC so strong? Even if their strength isn't much different from mine, it's still impossible to kill them all before dawn. I need to use skill combinations. The guy quickly jumps to his feet and rushes forward, clutching a short dagger in his hands. Without stopping for a second, he activates another skill. This is the Blacksmith's Fury. The skill only lasts 20 seconds, but it increases attack power by 10% and attack speed by 30%. The tension of the fight grows with each passing minute, like a crushing weight, and fatigue, like poison, begins to penetrate Yeonwoo's muscles, and he realizes that he needs to act decisively before his strength finally leaves him. With difficulty holding back the trembling in his hands, Yeonwoo, having gathered his last strength, once again performs the wind cut, and his blade, as if cutting through the darkness itself, leaves behind a glowing trail. Thanks to the boost my attack worked, he finally opened up, Yeonwoo thinks happily. Farewell! He cries out and uses a critical hit. The frost orc stops in bewilderment, looking at the guy with glassy eyes. Yeonwoo dealt him 923 damage, and due to the accuracy of the hit, the orc is now subject to the bleeding effect. I killed him, Yeonwoo exhales. But the hope that flared up immediately goes out, like a candle in the wind, and the guy's joy turns out to be deceptive. With an even more furious, heart-rending cry, full of hatred and indomitable power, the monster, like a maddened beast, pounces on him with a new, even more devastating attack. Is he okay? But how did he manage to survive? The guy doesn't understand. Fragmentary thoughts swarm in his head, and he is overcome by shock and disbelief. He doesn't understand how this is possible and begins to doubt his own strength. You have received 1,005 units of damage. the system notifies. No, my attack worked. He has so much health, Yanwu thinks in a panic. With each attack of the monster, a burning pain flows into the young man's body, and his strength melts away with every second, and he feels that he will not last long. It hurts, you stupid orc, he screams in impotent rage. The boy realizes he needs to use the potion. He uses a medium potion to restore his health, and the bitter taste of it burns his throat, and a wave of warmth spreads through his body, and he hopes that it will help him hold on. Now it will be a battle of attrition, Yanwu realizes and rushes into battle. Over and over again, he takes damage and uses a health potion to recover. With every sip, with every can he drinks, burning his throat, he returns 1,500 units of health. But this is only a temporary reprieve, and he knows that the monster will not give him a break. However, despite all his efforts, he still takes more damage than he inflicts on this damned orc, and his health bar is inexorably falling, and he feels that his strength is leaving him with every second. The boss monster's attacks become more and more furious and dangerous, and each of them, like a hammer blow, falls on the guy, and he barely has time to dodge and block them. The guy, not having time to react, again receives 720 units of damage, and his body, pierced by pain, flies to the side, and the world before his eyes begins to fade. Another sudden and insidious blow from the monster, which he does not have time to reflect, falls on him and takes the breath away from his lungs. With a cry of pain, Yanwu flies back several meters. The young man hits his back with a dull thud against the rough bark of the nearest tree, and feeling the pain pierce his spine, he slides down it, exhausted. Another hit, and his body is pierced by unbearable pain, and he feels his bones cracking, and he again receives over 900 units of damage. The system warns the guy that he has less than 10% health left. The guy clenches his teeth in despair. The potion's recharge time is a full 7 seconds, and he has catastrophically little time. The orc looms over him, raising his axe, his vicious breath burning the boy's face, his eyes full of hatred and contempt. Yanwu understands that this is the end for him. Suddenly, a bright light pierces the darkness. A portal opens in the air, and an unearthly glow emanates, and Yanwu feels his body fill with energy. The passive effect of the title Apostle of Justice has been activated, the system says. The guy freezes in confusion. Apostle of Justice shows courage and strength while in danger. Notifications continue to appear. The boy's eyes, wide open with amazement and suddenly flaring hope, shine like stars, and he feels a surge of energy and confidence, and he understands that he has a chance to survive. The Apostle of Justice is harder to kill until his opponent is dead. Isn't that the same title I got when I saved Huroi? Yonu remembers. I didn't know that the Apostle of Justice had such an effect. Now I definitely can't blame Kuroi. All of Yanwu's stats increase by 30%. And with a look of excitement on his face, the young man rushes back into battle. At this time, the rest of the Frost Orcs begin to wonder why their comrade is taking so long to deal with this man. After a short discussion, the monsters decide to go and see what's going on. What the? They are surprised when they get to the place. He's dead. This man killed the captain, the orcs say, dumbfounded. This is impossible. How did he do it? You've received 266,000 experience. A new game window appears, and now Yanwu is firmly on his feet and his level has increased again. The guy completely restored all his health even after just one defeated monster. Impossible, this man is completely fine. The Frost Orcs continue to be amazed. Kill him! Let's avenge the captain! Yanwu decides to use this opportunity to level up. Without thinking twice, he uses the skill Unbreakable Justice, and an anticipatory smile lights up on the guy's face. This skill deals 300% of his attack power. 3 days pass unnoticed. It's so cold in this north, Kura shudders with cold. Should I have prepared more equipment? Old man Han told him that Yanwu had come here to hunt the Frost Orcs in the mountains to obtain material for items. How could I let him go alone? My deepest apologies, my lord, now I will have to punish myself. He gets upset. I need to check the items. I have 50 fire cocktails to fight these monsters. And after receiving the class Partner of the Apostle of Justice, I can use the sword and shield, which are not available to the orator. But will I be able to fight against an orc with just this? I hope I'm not late. Since the orcs fight in groups, even my lord Grid may be in danger. I'm coming to you, my lord. Kuroi runs as fast as he can to the supposed battle site. But there, he sees only a huge number of defeated monsters, whose bodies are scattered all over the earth. What is this bloody mess, the guy wonders. These monsters are level 120. I'm not sure that after such a battle my master remained unharmed. My back! Kuroi hears a painful groan. Kuroi? You again? Jan says to the guy with displeasure. He's fine. He managed to destroy the orcs with just that little dagger, Kuroi thinks admiringly. Here it is, the power of my master. Please forgive me for leaving you, my lord. He falls to his knees before the boy. After some time, Yanwu decides to look at the changes in his characteristics and opens the status window. He is already at level 83, and he managed to get the last 38 over the past 3 days. I reached the level I had with the warrior class in 3 days, although those who buy expensive equipment reach levels 100 in a month, so it's quite normal. Anyway, why does he keep following me? Yanwu wonders, casting a displeased glance at the happy Huroi who is following him. Is there something funny here? Why are you following me with that smile on your face? He asked the guy, puzzled. I'm just happy, because I felt so bad about you going off to fight the orcs alone. But now I see that you're doing a good job, answers Kuroi. Why was he worried when there was no reason to be? Yanwu doesn't understand. I hunted frost orcs for 3 days and killed about 80 of them, but only got 3 sylph scales. Why are you frowning so much, my lord? Kuroi does not understand the reasons for his sadness. I'm annoyed because I didn't get what I wanted, and you call me my lord every second. Why do you even keep following me? Yanwu screams in rage. I follow you because you saved me from that prison cell and got me out of a quest that had me spending 50 real-time hours in a dungeon, answers Kuroi. What nonsense. How can a quest make you spend so much time in a dungeon? Yanwu doesn't believe him. In response, he hears that the whole point is that the reward for completing this quest of such high difficulty was receiving the 2nd class. So, you were the first Mongolian to get 2nd grade? Yanwu suddenly realizes. Why did you get such a reward? I also faced a lot of troubles while saving your life, Yanwu shouts angrily. Please calm down. Although this class looks attractive, it is aimed at serving its master, explains Kuroi. Of course, the title of Apostle of Justice isn't so bad, but it pisses me off that he got his 2nd class at the expense of my suffering, Yanwu thinks. You bastard will protect me until you die, got it? He says to Kuroi with a vengeful smile, grabbing him by the collar. Where are you heading now? There are no more orcs at the entrance to the camp. Kuroi speaks and Yonu explains that he needs 20 more sylph scales. I couldn't gather enough here, so I'll have to go into the camp and kill some more orcs, he says. But this 3-day hunt has made me so angry that if I don't get a sylph scale after killing another orc, I'll just quit the game. Without finishing their sentence, the guys freeze in front of the entrance to the cave. Right in front of them, a monster of incredibly huge size appears. This is the leader of the Frost Orcs, a field boss of level 140. Without further ado, the leader immediately rushes into attack. Yonu and Hura quickly dodge the monster's powerful attack. Why is such a monster hiding here? Yanwu screams in panic, and Huroi replies that it is because it destroyed his village. This is bad. This orc is a high-level field boss, but all is not lost, Yanwu thinks. Stop him, Kuroi, so that I can escape from here, he shouts. After all, this guy's class is aimed at helping. I'm saved, Yanwu thinks happily. But the joy instantly fades when he discovers Kuroi running next to him. What are you doing? I am your master. Go and stop him, Yanwu shouts at him. We don't need to run. My class is Justice Apostle's partner, and if we stick together, our stats will increase by 30%. He answers him. I'm level 138, so we can fight him off. Yanwu understands that this is true, because back then in the dungeon, this guy was quite strong. Okay, let's do it, Yonu decides. However, all the drops will be mine, since this orc appeared because of me. Kuroi immediately agrees. You created a group. The item distribution was set to Group Leader. A system notification appears. Okay, time to start, Yonu decides. Group Leader. Grid, level 83. A notification pops up and Kuroi looks at this window in shock. How did you manage to kill all these orcs with such a level? He shouts in confusion to his master. Are you really one of the 3 owners of the epic class? My master is so cool. Enough talk, we have work. Yanwu smiles at him. I'll leave the boss to you and take care of the mobs. He is truly amazing. His actions are impossible to predict, admires Kura. I have to live up to his expectations and show your devotion. Provocation attracts the enemy's attention. The Frost Orc boss attacks again. Right now, my lord, shouts Kuroi. I've never seen anyone swear more than me. Yanwu smirks. He uses Blacksmith's Fury and Unbreakable Justice. Wind Slash is the next skill he has prepared for these monsters. With a battle cry, he rushes into the attack. He had learned to use a stunning combination of these 3 skills during all those days spent hunting in these mountains. Quite quickly, he gets 2 more sulfide flakes. 2 whole scales out of 11 orcs, that's just great, the guy thinks happily. Now we need to go and help Kuroi kill the boss. This guy clearly needs help. The duration of the provocation skill has already passed, Kuroi says confusedly. You should have said it earlier. Yanwu, who had already rushed into battle, shouts at him. Again, he takes quite a lot of damage. What? I'm getting damaged by some wind currents? He's getting damaged. Gusts of wind sweep the young man off his feet, preventing him from attacking. I dodge him. I can't counterattack. It's so annoying, Yanwu thinks. This is the first boss monster I've encountered. Will I be able to defeat it? The legend does not give in to fear so easily, the system informs. Okay, I'll have to give it my all to win. Kuroi now, he shouts. Yes, my lord, the boy answers. He uses the skill Unbreakable Justice with lightning speed. Gathering all his strength, the guy attacks the monster from behind, attracting its attention. The Frost Orc boss growls angrily in pain. Yanwu realizes that this guy uses exactly the same skills as he does. Together they deal new blows to the embittered orc. Yanwu, like Kuroi before, uses the skill Unbreakable Justice. He uses Wind Slash right after. Kuroi hit the monster in the face and now his legs are unprotected, Yonu realizes. Let's do it together, he shouts to his partner. Yes, my lord. He agrees without hesitation. This attack should be powerful enough to deal significant damage to the monster. When enraged, the Frost Orc boss lets out a painful cry. We can beat him, Yonu encourages. Even though Kuroi irritates me, he is good at coordinating with me, he realizes with surprise. However, despite all efforts, the monster still remains alive, and its vitality seems unnatural, which makes Yan anxious and he begins to doubt the success of their plan. His huge, sinewy hands, like steel pincers, still grip the hilt of the weapon tightly, and he is ready to unleash all his fury on them, and he does not intend to give up. And it seems as if even their combined, coordinated blows, filled with rage and determination, did not cause him any noticeable damage, and the monster's skin seems invulnerable, and this discourages the guys, and their hope begins to fade. Our blows were weak? Yanwu thinks with anxiety and bewilderment, starting to feverishly analyze the situation. His skin is thicker than we thought. He shouts to Kuroi, trying to drown out the roar of the monster. With a furious cry, the boss swings his arm again to attack. His blows are like hammer blows, powerful and fast, and almost impossible to dodge, and the guys have to make incredible efforts to survive. Why is he so fast? Yonu exhales in horror, and time seems to slow down. He realizes that the monster is superior to them in everything. It occurs to him too late that they won't have time to dodge another attack. Die, you worthless insects, the orc roars. His next blow, falling with monstrous force like a blast wave, in a split second throws both guys in different directions and their bodies fly into the air. A fountain of scarlet blood explodes, and crimson drops like a scattering of rubies fly in all directions. With a painful groan, they both fall onto the cold, hard ground. You've taken 5,000 damage. A new notification pops up. I have less than 20% health left, Yanwu says in amazement. Kuroi passed out? His health is below 10%. Usually players get knocked out for 3 seconds when they lose 40% of their health in one hit. But I don't have that because I'm immune to all debuffs, like Pagma's Air. But Kuroi is now completely defenseless, and the boss of the Frost Orcs is already preparing for the next attack, and every second counts. Without a second thought, Yanwu, overcoming pain and fear with desperate determination, rushes straight at the monster. Some time passes, and every second seems like an eternity, and a tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the roar of the monster and the ringing of steel, and Yanwu's fate hangs in the balance. Groaning heavily, Kuroi opens his eyes and his head feels like a fog, and he tries to remember what happened, and his body responds with pain with every movement. Stop sleeping, get up quickly, Yanwu shouts at him. Don't tell me that you took his blow for me? Kura is amazed. You can't die by your own will because I'm the leader of this raid. Yanwu answers him. My lord, Kura cries out in amazement. Why are you sacrificing yourself for me? Instead of empty talk, it would be better to provoke this bastard for at least a couple of seconds, Yanwu whispers to him, with the last of his strength. He needs to drink the potion. Activates the skill, A Legend Never Dies So Easily, which makes Yanwu immune to all types of attacks for 5 seconds when his health is low. Not only did I fail to protect you, but I also set you up, my lord, Kuroi says, upset. I have failed you. Stop talking nonsense, distract him. His axe is about to hit you, Yanwu shouts. You may drink the potion in peace, my lord, replies Kuroi. Please don't worry about anything. I will always protect you. With lightning speed, the boss monster unleashes its attack, and the power of its attack seems inhuman, and the air around it seems to be compressed. Yeonwoo is sure that even if Huroi had tried to block this attack, he still wouldn't have survived. However, at the most critical moment, when it seemed that all was lost, something strange and inexplicable happens. Even the fierce orc boss, whose rage knew no bounds, suddenly freezes in bewilderment, and his evil eyes widen in misunderstanding, and he feels that something has gone wrong, and he is losing control of the situation. "I cannot give in when the enemy attacks my master," Kuroi says decisively. The skill, Steel Will, has been activated. For 10 seconds, this skill provides complete resistance to all attacks. At this time, Yeonwoo quickly drinks his potion. He remembers that last time, Kuroi also blocked the opponent's sword with his body to save him, and he can't figure out what kind of defensive skill this guy has. "I don't have to worry about the miss because it's just huge," says Kuroi. "Try this." With a furious cry, the boy launches a firebomb straight into the monster's face. "That's right, firebombs!" Yeonwoo screams. "Frost orcs are weak against fire. This is a very good move." Kuroi tirelessly continues to bombard the orc with firebombs. And now, finally, persistence and tenacity bear fruit, and the first crack appears in the orc's armor. And this means that their tactics are working, and victory is near. "My lord, it is time to unite," shouts Kuroi. As one, both players, full of determination and fury, simultaneously pounce on the wounded orc, their blades flashing through the air like lightning. Yeonwoo feels jubilant and relieved that this time their combined attacks finally break through the monster's defense. This orc is definitely taking damage. However, his body is too resilient, and he is much more resistant to fire than they thought. "If we don't deal him mortal damage, we ourselves will become dead," Kuroi thinks. "He can't move because we fried him, now he's just a piece of meat." Yeonwoo rejoices. "Stand still, I will grant you a quick death." "My lord, do not stand still. He still has enough strength to attack." Kuroi screams in panic. The monster grins evilly. "What?" Yeonwoo turns around in surprise. Before he can understand anything, the orc's huge paw is already flying straight into his stomach. He is slammed straight into the wall, and the guy exhales convulsively. "My lord!" Kuroi shouts to him. "Bastards!" The frost orc boss grins. A large, bright red ball lights up in his huge paw. "What is this?" Kuroi doesn't understand. The monster squeezes the ball in his hand tighter. A satisfied grin blossoms on his face. "This is bad, something needs to be done," thinks Kuroi. "I'll tear you to pieces," the orc roars. "Die!" the orc shouted, raising his weapon above his head. But the orc boss doesn't have time to strike. "Since you are capable of thought, you cannot be considered an ordinary monster," Kuroi tells him. "But even so, you had to understand that I was much more dangerous than he was. This is a skill that can destroy you." "What are you doing?" Yeonwoo shouts, not understanding anything. "There was no need to use this skill before, but now I have no other choice," Kuroi answers. His health bar suddenly decreases. All his health disappeared in an instant. Yeonwoo is amazed. This is a sacrifice for the sake of justice. Without a second's hesitation, Kuroi delivers his blow. The orc, stunned and disoriented, blinks in confusion, as if he doesn't believe what's happening. However, the very next second, like a bolt from the blue, Kuroi's crushing blow, filled with despair and hope, reaches its target, and the monster understands that it is all over. This strike, like a bolt of lightning, pierces the darkness, and its power and accuracy are simply incredible, and it seems to be woven from righteous anger and the desire to win. He definitely dealt fatal damage. Yeonwoo rejoices. The orc, shaking with his entire huge body, lets out a terrifying cry, full of pain and rage, and this cry echoes throughout the surrounding area. With the last of his strength, Kuroi raises his head to look at him. The stunned orc has to strain hard to stay on his feet. But nevertheless, he manages not to fall. He regains his balance and roars in triumph. "As I thought, this is not enough," sighs Kuroi. "My lord, you must finish him off. Now everything will not be as before," he screams. "Isn't that so? What is he talking about?" Yeonwoo is surprised. Kuroi, with hope in his voice and a weak smile on his face, promises that now everything will become clear, and gathering his last strength, says, "Exit." But the monster's axe, whistling through the air, is already flying straight at Kuroi, sweeping away all hopes of salvation in its path. Yeonwoo, stunned and helpless, has no time to react, and his body is frozen in terror as he sees the axe approaching his friend, and he can't do anything. The orc boss's weapon reaches its target. Kuroi clenches his teeth from the bright flash of pain. "I leave it to you," he whispers helplessly. "My lord." The system notifies that a group member named Kuroi has died, and the orc stops, satisfied. Yeonwoo calls out to him from behind. "I didn't understand what Kuroi was talking about," Yenu begins. But I know that it was all done for me. In a rage, he rushes straight at the monster again. Now we need to aim at the weakest points of this monster. The guy examines the orc's body with his gaze to find the most vulnerable places. Having decided on the location of the strike, Yunwoo uses a wind cut. The orc growls in pain. The damage he takes has increased? Yunwoo understands. He remembers Kuroi's sacrifice for justice. It was a skill that completely exhausted his health. Could this lower the boss's defense? However, the orc has no intention of retreating. Even though he has one foot in the grave, his punches are still dangerous. I need one last attack to finish him off, but I'm going to die now, Yonwoo thinks tensely. It looks like the orc boss will win this time. But before Yonwoo can finally give up, hope appears. The Apostle of Justice shows his strength at critical moments. All stats are increased by 30%. The time for charging Unbreakable Justice is over. With renewed strength, Yonwoo attacks the orc and uses this skill. The entire space around is again filled with the sounds of battle. The orc raises his weapon for another blow, but it immediately shatters into pieces from Yonwoo's attack. The guy exhales tiredly. The monster in front of him freezes without any signs of life. A second later, he falls to the ground like a motionless, dead lump. You have destroyed the Frost Orc leader. A notification appears. It doesn't immediately dawn on the guy that it's all over, but the monster is actually truly defeated. And when he realizes this, a bright smile lights up on his face. The guy throws his head back and screams jubilantly. It was his first successful boss raid. Reflecting on what happened sometime later, Yonwoo realizes that even though the raid was successful, he still had not collected the required number of scales. Then he decides to at least recount all the items dropped in battles. In front of him is the Frost Orc Chieftain helmet, with a unique rating, which adds 10% to health and reduces critical hit damage by 20%. And when assembling the entire set, it opens up the ability to control all the Frost Orcs. Red Lightning Ball summons red lightning from the sky, increases the attack power of the item struck by lightning, and gives the item the lightning attribute. In addition, on the table in front of the guy are 2 Blessed Weapon Enhancement Stones, 3 Blessed Armor Enhancement Stones, and 7 Sulfide Scales. The orc skin is useless, so Yonwoo decides to throw it away, and the rest of the items can be sold for a very high price if they are put up for auction. But it was a big surprise to receive the Blessed Enhancement Stones. If the enhancement with a normal enhancement stone fails, its rank will drop by -3. But if it happens with this stone, the rank will only drop by -1, and these stones are worth 12 times more than normal ones, about 1,200 gold. High-level players only use these stones to upgrade their equipment. If it weren't for Huroi, I wouldn't have been able to get all of this, so it's a bit weird to take all of the items for myself, Yonwoo thinks. But there's nothing to be done about it. I feel guilty before him. But what can I do if it turned out this way? Are you that happy with the items you got from hunting? Old Khan smiles at him. Thanks to me, he has a second grade, so I'll take these items for myself. Yonwoo answers inappropriately. Are these dropped objects? I've never seen anything like that. The old man is amazed. Khan immediately notices the Frost Orc skin that the boy threw away. This leather is of excellent quality. If I use it as the inner part of the armor, it will be able to nullify the influence of the outer part of the armor, says the old man. Give it to me, Yonwoo immediately says, and Han is indignant in response because the guy himself threw away this skin. Then I'll give you this skin, and you'll make me armor from it, and I need to go to the store, Yonwoo decides. Won't I be the loser in this deal? Although I don't have many chances to work with such material, the old man thinks. Yonwoo goes to the store to try to buy 10 item upgrade stones there. The price of these stones will be exactly 1,000 gold. It can't be helped. I need to be prepared for the canyon. Sulfide scales aren't the only problem, Yonwoo thinks. I need to go through Kasan Canyon to find a fresco containing Pagma's swordsmanship. It was difficult for me to fight against ordinary orcs, but there are many others who are much stronger. So, I just have to improve my subjects. Now I need to find a quiet place to work. Yonwoo steps back to begin improving the perfect dagger. But before that, he thinks about the fact that his family is now having problems. Can he even spend that much money to upgrade items when they are all in this situation? Improving to +5 is not very difficult. I think this will be enough for me, he decides. It's an investment in the future, so everything is fine. Let's do it! Having made up his mind, Yonwoo begins the process of improvement. He successfully improved the perfect blade by +1. To do this, he had to use his accumulated trophies. The guy spent 1 weapon enhancement stone on this upgrade. Gradually, the improvement reaches the second level. The guy spends another stone. The process continues, and now the third level is approaching, and minus one more stone. The improvement has already reached the fourth level. Yanwu watches the process with satisfaction. More and more stones are disappearing. You have successfully upgraded the perfect blade by +5, the new notification reads. The guy smiles happily, tightly clutching the handle of his updated dagger in his hand. This is the perfect blade +5 unique rating, adding 11% to attack speed, 20 points to agility, and giving a small chance to instantly kill the target. He's become much better. Yanwu is happy. The improvement is huge, since his initial stats were already high, and the success rate when improving to +6 or more already dropped significantly, so I better stop. Great! Time to go back and hunt even better this time. Should I improve it at least one more time? A 6 improvement is rare to see, I just need to do it once. Upgrading to +5 doesn't change the appearance, but at +6 the item starts to glow. That would be just awesome. Calm down. Your family's well-being is at risk, so don't take any risks. The guy tries to talk himself out of it. But it's quite achievable. Am I not the heir of Pagma? At this time, in the shop, a young man is trying to buy himself some potions. Like a hurricane, Yanwu rushes at him, pushing him away and loudly demanding 10 enhancing stones from the seller. How it dropped to +2 despite all the stones spent on it, this is crazy. Yanwu stomps his feet furiously after a while. I can't accept this. I need to get a +6 on this dagger. They said the upgrade chance is increased for Pagma's heir, so why is this happening? I'll get a +6 no matter what the cost. Yanwu gets down to business with zeal. People passing by him look at his updated weapon with admiration. I've never seen anything like this before, it's so cool. One of the passers-by admires. Look at the blue glow. It's a +6 or even higher object, says another. I did it. So this is what it's like to be admired by hundreds of people, and I don't even feel sorry for the 2,000 gold I spent on improvements. Yanwu rejoices. What's all the noise? Another person appears. What a pity. Such a pity. His mocking laugh is heard. This guy, this is the bloody warrior Cats, understands Yona. Is that really Cats? One of the hidden class owners? He's ranked 40 overall, the crowd whispers. You love this +6 so much, you're pathetic. Cats laughs, grabbing Yona by the wrist. How can you talk like that to someone you just met for the first time? Yanwu is indignant. I just thought it was funny that someone was trying to brag about such a pathetic item. Cats answers him with a grin. I thought I'd show you what a real weapon should look like. I wouldn't feel right if my weapon didn't look like this. It's good that you don't have such problems, he continues, drawing his sword from its sheath. This is a +8 object. The people around whisper in amazement. He's just incredible, Yanwu thinks. So what? Why should the number of your improvements affect me? Yanwu asks. I think my dagger is cooler. Have you ever felt satisfaction after spending all your energy and effort to achieve your goals? Cats frowns with annoyance. It's a shame to live just for satisfaction, he chuckles arrogantly and leaves. He really is as scumbag as the rumors say. He needs to grow up and stop being a child, Yanwu thinks. Well said, it was great to hear that. One of the passers-by praises Yona. Evening is gradually approaching. Yanwu spends time in the forge again. This bastard, what an attention grabber, he thinks, remembering Katz's appearance. Anyway, I still have blessed enhancement stones, but I can't spend them if I want to help my family. I'm not so pathetic that I can be so greedy. You've been working so hard lately, that's enough, old Han. Here's a gift for you. Look at it. You really did that? I was just kidding. That skin was useless. You shouldn't have wasted your time on it, Yanwu jokes as he accepts the gift. In his hands is Khan's masterpiece, an epic-rated item with quite high defense. This item reduces physical damage by 20% and slightly reduces movement speed. I can proudly say that this is my best work, and I hope that it will be useful to you, smiles Old Man Han. Epic item. Yanwu is happy. Thank you for your support. I'm sure I feel a little better. Why bother with multiple enchantments? I won't be greedy with these things. Soon, Yanwu's preparations are complete, and he is ready to set out on his journey. The guy is wearing the Frost Orc Chieftain's helmet, Khan's masterpiece, best gauntlets, and adventurer's boots. I have no regrets, I just need to move on, he thinks. So how could I do it? The guy finally upgraded his weapon to +8, and it enters the Keisan Canyon. What a terrible place. I'll die if I fall from here. He is indignant. Sulfide scales are important, of course, but we must remember my initial goal, the quest information. The first-class quest, Pagma's swordsmanship, involves finding the key to Pagma's identity. It is necessary to learn Pagma's fencing. Even though the perfect dagger is sharpened to +8, it is still a level 180 weapon and cannot be compared to the level 250 Dane's life. But the most important thing here is Pagma's swordsmanship, because right now I need to increase the number of my attack skills, Yeonwoo thinks. I have to be careful with the caves in the walls. The level 160 monsters that live there have killed me too many times, and thanks to that I've gotten used to them, so as long as I keep quiet I won't be discovered. Before he could finish speaking, Yeonwoo noticed a level 162 lizard on the wall. Why does my bad luck always show up at times like this? He thinks, upset. Is this a canyon lizard? This blade-like tongue that has killed me countless times. This monster is still as dangerous. The lizard crouches, preparing to attack. My body won't stop shaking, the guy thinks. But I'm not the same anymore. The young man uses Blacksmith's Fury and Wind Slash. The lizard screams in pain. You have dealt 1,230 units of damage. A notification appears. He took a lot more damage than I expected. The guy is happy, but the defense of the canyon lizards should be higher than that of the frost orcs. Apparently, the blade upgrade greatly increased the power of the skills. I can defeat him. Yeonwoo immediately applies Unbreakable Justice. With a hoarse growl, the lizard falls and dies. You have destroyed the canyon lizard. The game window appears. You have received 329,000 experience. I defeated a level 162 monster so easily even though I'm only level 85. I'm so cool. Yeonwoo laughs. The boy's joy is interrupted by a loud growl behind him. He looks around and sees several level 185 canyon humanoid lizards. I see you're not happy to see me, he thinks with annoyance. With furious cries, the monsters begin to attack. I'm not the same as I was before, you bastards, the young man screams. But his very first blow with the updated perfect dagger ends up on the shield of one of the lizards. Yeonwoo starts to panic. The lizards continue to attack him with renewed vigor. Yeonwoo takes quite a lot of damage in a short period of time. Their defense is much greater than that lizard's. He understands. They also have thick skin and protective gear. I would have died if I hadn't put on Khan's epic armor. Khan's masterpiece reduces physical damage by a full 20%. The lizards attack again, giving the guy no time to catch his breath. Armor is useless if I can't respond to their attacks, Yeonwoo thinks in a panic. Now I will stop them. He decides and uses the skill Unbreakable Justice. The lizards growl angrily and defeatedly. Next, the young man uses a Wind Strike, and this also works. The lizards fly away in all directions. I managed to immobilize them. I can do it. Yeonwoo rejoices. He activates fast movements, and now the chance to dodge an attack will be 30% higher, and agility will increase twofold for a minute. The lizards continue to roar and attack furiously. Yeonwoo casts Blacksmith's Fury, costing 50 mana. Now attack power has increased by 10% and speed by 30% for 20 seconds. While both buffs are active, we must kill them, Yeonwoo thinks decisively. The guy rushes into battle and this time everything goes well. You have destroyed the canyon humanoid lizard and received 948,000 experience points, the system notifies. Everything worked out, didn't it? Yeonwoo exhales tiredly. They are dead, but I am almost out of mana. 4 attack skills have used it all up. Well, now I don't have to worry about potions. So the normal monsters won't be much of a problem. And if I kill 2 more, I can even level up. Anyway, as long as I don't meet the canyon spider, the strongest predator of this place, everything will be fine. Yeonwoo thinks and raises his head to immediately see the spider. This is a level 180 monster. How interesting that monsters appear here just by thinking about them. Yeonwoo laughs tensely. While he was thinking, the canyon spider had already gone on the offensive. Get out of here, get lost! The guy screams at him in panic because this spider is on a completely different level and humanoid lizards are nothing compared to this creature. The legend is not so easily frightened, says the new window. But he's still just a normal monster, Yeonwoo decides, and uses a wind cut. You've dealt 300 damage, the system says. Only 300? His defense is higher than the orc chieftain's, Yeonwoo thinks, amazed. At this time, the spider is already rushing towards him. The guy activates fast moves because he will die immediately if he gets hit by this monster. Try this, stupid insect, he shouts and uses Blacksmith's Fury and Wind Slash at the same time. However, this monster doesn't care about anything. This blow only dealt him 344 units of damage. Are you kidding me? How high is his defense? Yeonwoo is amazed. My incredible combo didn't do anything to him at all. At this rate, I'll die. I can only dodge his attacks with quick moves. Even Wind Slash is useless to him, and by default my strength should increase by 60%. But I only get half of that since I don't meet all the necessary conditions. I can use Unbreakable Justice if I get the chance, since it increases my attack power by 300%. But in that case, I need to hit him, so if I can't get close, then it's all useless. Then an idea comes to Yeon's mind. This is an obstacle that simply must be overcome. I have no choice, he decides, rushing forward. I'll put everything on the degree of freedom and satisfy. Wind cut. Now. Before the wind/shot, I'll add Unbreakable Justice. Yeonwoo resolutely rushes into the attack. The spider watches him with bewilderment. The monster doesn't expect such a blow at all. The entire space around is illuminated by a bright light from the skills used by the guy. With a loud scream, the spider flies back several meters, thrown back by the force of Yeonwoo's blow. It worked. The guy is happy. The new skill combination was successful. The combined skill Wind of Justice was created. The system notifies. This skill deals 320% of the attack power to a target up to 6 meters away. I created a completely new skill. The guy rejoices. At this time, the spider growls furiously, falling on its back. Now that he can't move, I have to end this, Yeonwoo screams. With renewed strength, he rushes into battle. He has activated the Best Gloves effect, and his attack will be performed twice. Take that, you worthless mob, the guy shouts. It's time for you to understand that I'm not the same as before. Yeonwoo's decisive blow shakes the earth. Wearily, he squats down on the ground. The spider makes a death rattle. You destroyed the canyon spider and received 387,500 experience. The system is happy. Yeonwoo smiles happily. His level has been increased by 1 and he now belongs to the 86th. The young man's cry of victory echoes throughout the canyon. He single-handedly killed a canyon spider. I haven't seen anything like that in a long time, the stranger thinks, having been watching the guy from afar all this time. Yes, he was on the edge, but he has the ability to grow. After meeting strong opponents, his potential is simply amazing. I have survived all these years after you, Asmafel, accused me of treason and took away everything that was dear to me and my subordinates. You will die a horrible death, just wait. This stranger's name is Piero. He is the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire and the former captain of the Red Knights, and he finally found his agent of revenge. The next game window reminds you of the bonuses you've received, such as increased chances of getting a bonus effect and chances of casting enchantments. And Yeonwoo can now equip all items, but there's a high chance of getting a penalty. But the chances of increasing reputation and intimacy have been increased. Today, Yeonwoo entered the battle wearing an epic-rated Han's masterpiece, made from frost orc skin. He also had the best gauntlets of epic rating, which helped him attack his target faster and more accurately. On the boy's feet were rare, adventurer's boots, ideal for long-distance travel. In addition, Yeonwoo received a new skill, Wind of Justice, which deals 320% of his attack power to a target within a 6-meter radius. At this time, in the cave of the canyon spider, some noise can be heard. Perhaps the canyon spider decided to return early, suggests Sim Kiwon, a level 87 fire mage and one of the monster's captives, wrapped in a thick cocoon of webbing along with his comrades. He has to hunt for prey and then bring it here, just like us. The second guy, named Choi Chanson, a level 87 thief, answers him. I shouldn't have gone to Winston. I don't want to become spider food. Sim Kiwon is nervous. Don't piss me off. You agreed to come here yourself. Lee Jongho, a warrior of the 88th level, shouts at him. This is how much you thank me? And yet I have been taking care of you for 10 years. Why do you talk to your friends like that, Lee Jongho? Choi Chansung is indignant. It's not as funny with you idiots as it is with Shin Yeonwoo, Jongho replies. Remember him? He gave us money in high school whenever we asked and let us beat him without saying a word. Shanson was the only one who didn't do anything to him. That punk. I heard that Yeonwoo plays this game too, Kiwon says. They talked about it at the alumni meeting, but he's only level 70. This idiot is still a weakling even in the game. Jongho laughs. Instead of empty talk, you'd better try to get out of the web. Shanson is nervous. Shut up. Do you think I didn't try to get out? These threads are too strong. My strength is useless against them. Jongho curses. At this rate, we'll die of hunger, sighs Kevin. Suddenly, the boys hear a strange noise again. Judging by the size of that spider, it must have lived here for about 10 years, which means it definitely has a place with treasures. Yeonwoo thinks as he approaches. Why were the items he dropped so bad? He was so strong. The other players listen in shock to Yeonwoo's conversation with himself. I can't hear you from this distance, but did that guy really say he killed that spider? Asks one of the guys. It seems like he has a high level and will help us if we are polite, says Jongho. "Excuse us, please help us," they start shouting in chorus. "What's that over there? I can't see it. Are those players captured as food?" Yonu tries to figure it out. "He's here!" Jongho rejoices. Just looking at the spider's victims, Yeonwoo suddenly turns around and leaves. What's wrong with him? What a terrible guy. They shout after him. "Lee Jongho? What is that idiot doing here?" Yeonwoo frantically thinks as he runs away. "I still remember how he humiliated me when I came to my high school reunion. These people took my money all through school and they will do the same when they see me in a game. I don't want to go back to those days. Now I am much stronger and I don't want to become weak again. That's right, I'm not the same as I used to be. Maybe we should just go out?" Kevin thinks at this time. "Wait, he's coming back. High-level players like to look down on others," says Jongho. "See? He's back. Need help?" Yeonwoo asks them with a grin. "I'm glad he's back, but why is he so scary?" Jongho worries. "These bastards are tired and my face is covered by a helmet. This is the perfect time for revenge," Yeonwoo thinks. "You can't get out of the web?" he asks the boys. With these words, he easily cuts one of the web threads with his improved dagger. "He's improved by at least +8. He's definitely a high-level player," Kevin shouts. "So you're a high-level player. Can you help us?" Jongho asks. "These bastards are only being polite because they need my help," Yeonwoo smirks. "I will help you if you give me all your savings," he replies. "What? All your savings just for cutting the web?" Kevin is indignant. "Aren't you nuts?" Jongho is indignant. And then he gets a powerful punch right to the jaw. His health bar is immediately emptied by 2/3. "You idiots think your lives are cheap?" Yeonwoo scolds. "I hit Lee Jongho for the first time." The guy mentally rejoices. Jongho glares at him, gritting his teeth in rage. "You're a crazy idiot. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're in a game?" Jongho screams in rage. "Where do you live? I will find you and kill you." "He's already had enough of me," Yeonwoo thinks. "In Argentina, idiot," Yeonwoo says before hitting again. "You'll regret this," Kavan shouts at the guy. "Sim Kiwon, who bullied me while hiding behind Lee Jongho. It's time for payback." Yeonwoo rejoices. "I never thought I'd have this opportunity. This game is just the best." Yeonwoo thinks as he continues to generously shower the players with more and more hits. He is distracted by Chanson's voice. "Just leave us if you don't want to help. Why go so far?" he says. Yeonwoo remembers that this guy was a little different, and even once apologized to him for his friends. But he's still the same as them. "Keep barking, stupid dog, and I'll help you," he says to the boy. "I don't need money. How do you like that? Aren't I kind?" "I don't need your help. I'd rather die than accept it," Chanson replies. "What?" Yeonwoo is surprised. "Just kill us. Do you think we're going to listen to a psychopath like you?" Everyone else is screaming. "It's no longer fun to beat them up, and if I kill them, I'll be caught and sent to prison. And my reputation will suffer," Yeonwoo thinks. "Then die, I'm leaving," he says to the guys. He's leaving. He wasn't lying. The players are talking. "Do you know how much pain I've suffered because of you? Do you think I'm just going to leave you here?" Yeonwoo smirks to himself. "I will gather all the canyon spiders here, and you will die the most painful death possible." "I thought he was going to save us, but he just up and left," says one of the guys. "It was to be expected. He would have just continued beating us up if we had relied on him," says Jongho. "What are we going to do now?" Chanson asks. "We can't get rid of our status because that bastard could still come back," says Kevin. "We can't let him bully us again," Jongho decides. They have no choice. Evening is gradually falling over the canyon. At the entrance to the cave, Yeonwoo's mocking laughter can be heard. "Hey, idiots!" he shouts. "People like you shouldn't die the way you want. I'll give you the cruelest death possible." But his joy is cut short when he reaches the center of the cave and sees empty cocoons. He stops in a stupor. Are they out of the game? He understands. Then what should I do? The angry chirping of the spider the guy brought can be heard throughout the cave. A magical glow surrounding the waterfall and 5 rainbows decorating the 1,300 meters of falling water. The founder of the Eternal Kingdom, Laurent, discovered this waterfall after he conquered the north. It is hidden deep in the Kessen Canyon, and information about it is known only from legends. "And where should I look for Pagma's fencing?" Yeonwoo shouts. "What kind of idiot would you have to be to believe a ghost who said he had engraved Pagma's fencing on the northern cliff?" It was definitely a lie, because I hadn't found anything in the last few days I'd spent here. But a second later, something unusual catches Yeonwoo's attention. He hadn't seen this here before, so it was hidden in a cave behind the waterfall. "You should have told me about it, damn ancestor Hana," Yeonwoo scolds. "I finally found it. It's all covered in moss, but you can still make out some details. Looks pretty good for a regular carving. And this Dainsleif sword looks a lot bigger than Khan's imitation. But why didn't I hear the notification about the quest completion? Don't tell me I have to learn all these moves? Although I only have a little time left, okay, I'll do it. 3 hours pass. Why isn't this working? I've been doing these moves for the past few hours. Yanwu stamps his feet in anger. This will kill me. My stamina is almost at 0. Yanwu looks down and sees another moving image. You have learned Pagma's fencing, and the class quest has been completed. A notification lights up. It was necessary not to repeat all the movements, but simply to see them. Yenu understands. When the skill is not active, it adds 20% to physical attack and 10% to critical hit. And when it is active, a total of 5 sword techniques can be used. Wave deals 155% of attack power to all enemies within 1 meter and reduces their movement speed. Mana cost is 350, cooldown is 120 seconds. Containment means that no one can get close for 3 seconds. The mana cost is 300. The recharge time will also be 300 seconds. Link deals 500% of the attack power to one target. Mana cost is 350. Recharge time is 100 seconds. Murder deals 1,500% of the attack power to one target. Also imposes the effect of bleeding and despair on it. The mana cost is 1,200. The recharge time is 500 seconds. The stamina consumption will be equal to 50%. Supremacy doubles attack power and basic attacks now deal area damage. Mana cost is 1,800, cooldown is 3,000 seconds, and duration is 30 seconds. Unbelievable, this skill is both passive and active. These skills are incomparable to combat abilities. Yanwu is happy. Wait a second, what's with this absurd mana consumption? Some of these skills aren't even worth my max mana. It's annoying, but I have to go. Now I need to pump up intelligence to 400 to use murder. Why should I spend points on intelligence at all, when the main stat of a blacksmith is strength? I don't even have time to increase my stats because of my debts. Yanwu is distracted from his thoughts by the sound of splashing water. Where are you going? Shouldn't you give us your life? One of the water people of the 175th level asks him mockingly. The water people of Keisan Canyon. They are known for their incredible strength, and here there are 4 of them. Yanwu panics. Then we need to test our new skills. He grins. Pagma's fencing, he cries out. The young man resolutely raises his perfect dagger over his head. My body automatically performs those complex movements. He understands with satisfaction. The guy enters the battle in anticipation. He grins happily as he uses the containment skill for the first time. The young man is confident that he will emerge victorious in this battle thanks to his new skills. The water people of the Keisan Canyon are just as confident. They surround him, preparing to attack all at once. Why can't I hit them? A disappointed Yanwu tries to understand. He spent half of his mana on a single skill and now he needs to restore it before it drops to 0. Just stand there, you dumb assholes. I'm going to test my new skill on you now, he shouts at the monsters. The guy deactivates fencing to use his passive skills.